Like, listen, right? I don't like Stanley.
Stanley, the Navy man, thinks he's so wise. He reads all
I think
them
the only
books
person I have
with
been
the
was Stanley.
squint in his eyes. Spins tales so wild, like ships in the sky. But whose words
And
are
Nate, Stanley
those?
doesn't state the obvious. Like
You don't think
that.
one parent
He-
influence
he's
is
talking-
detrimental?
Yes, he does.
I literally said they need
The
to
nature of
understand
American
that
culture, it's a white
If they
people
want to
problem.
beef with you,
Okay,
it's
just-
called Stanley versus the world.
and just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
Do I think it's okay?
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces, and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or in the alternative, face certain death. So lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Well, welcome to Stanley versus the World. I intentionally didn't watch this address to the nation because I wanted to react to it live. Frankly, embarrassing is my reaction. This is a Looney Tunes cartoon come to life. So that's my reaction.
Why Attack Iran? Our Authoritarianism and Our Corruption. By Timothy Snyder. How to understand the war with Iran. We must get away from the propaganda and ask why this might be happening in light of the facts that we do know. These facts suggest two interpretive frameworks: a foreign war as a mechanism to destroy democracy at home, and a foreign war as an element of personal corruption by the President of the United States. From the United States, the most plausible angle of view is domestic politics, not foreign policy. Wars are a tool of undermining and undoing democracies. Given that we have multiple examples of this from both modern and ancient democracy, and given the behavior of Trump and his allies in general, this must be an interpretive method for these attacks. The relationship between foreign war and domestic authoritarianism can take two basic forms. 1. We must all rally because there is a war, and everyone who opposed the war is a traitor. 2. We must hold elections under specific conditions favorable to the party in power. This is utterly predictable and should be easy to halt and indeed to reverse. The American propaganda about our foreign policy motivations is impossible to believe as such. But it does lead us, indirectly, to the second possible interpretive framework: personal corruption. The claim that Iran was about to build a nuclear weapon has not been established. It is all the odder as a justification for war, given that this administration has already claimed many times to have destroyed the Iranian nuclear weapons program. The second American propaganda point is that the regime must be changed. This too is very strange, since opposition to regime change wars was supposed to be a core tenet of MAGA. But who might be directly interested in Iranian regime change? Who has given it more thought than Washington? Insofar as there was any sort of foreign policy involved here, I suspect that it was that of countries that the Trump administration considers to be its allies in the region. The basic structural feature of regional politics is a rivalry between Iran on the one side and Gulf Arab states plus Israel on the other. Given that this structural feature is a far more durable element of politics than the wavering and contradictory statements of the Trump administration, it is a good place to start. And where does it lead? It leads to personal politics, or rather personal gain. Given the stupefyingly overt corruption of the Trump administration, one must ask whether the United States armed forces are now being used on a per-hire basis. Gulf Arab states who oppose Iranian power have generated extremely generous packages of compensation for companies associated with Trump personally and with members of his family. The United Arab Emirates invested in a family firm. The Saudis have provided numerous de facto gifts. And sometimes the gifts have been simply gifts. The Qataris gave Trump a jet. The list is very long. And now, we are using military force to take the side of precisely the countries who have enriched Trump and his family. This backdrop must at the very least be stated in the reporting of the war. Along with the subversion of democracy, personal corruption provides a second interpretive framework. None of this is a defense of the murderous regime in Tehran. The Iranian government has been engaged in the mass murder of peaceful protesters. The scale of that slaughter has not really sunk in. One can certainly imagine ways of addressing Iranian authoritarianism and corruption. We could combine a patient campaign of pressure and sanctions with support for the opposition, and proposals to help address growing ecological problems, such as the horrifying lack of water that stands behind much of political opposition in the country. Unfortunately, nothing like this is on offer, or could be on offer, from the Trump administration. All that it has to offer is its own authoritarianism and corruption. A war is a time when we will be told not to ask questions, but a war is actually when questions must be asked. And they must be asked in light of what we already know. The presumption created by the surrounding evidence is that this war could very well be about 1. Subverting U.S. democracy, 2. Enriching the president, or both. These are presumptions, not proof, but they provide the solid lines of inquiry as we learn more about the war. War does not create a clean slate, where suddenly we have to believe the absurd just because a leader says it. On the contrary, war provides the opportunity to see the core of the absurdity and the destruction that is being offered to us. Thinking About is a reader-supported publication. Please subscribe.
All right. Well, I have one more analysis, and then I'm just going to move into what I want to talk about, which is mostly, some American history. But let's hear what she has to say.
At 10:25 in the morning, the President of the United States entered the East Room of the White House to the sound of "Hail to the Chief." As he walked down a red carpet, lined on either side by members of the military standing at attention, he struggled to walk in a straight line to the podium. His steps wavered from side to side. Once at the podium, the room
Oh, by the way, this is from last week. Didn't get around to playing this.
grew quiet in anticipation of what was meant to be a remembrance ceremony for angel families, parents and relatives who have lost loved ones to horrific acts of violence. But what followed was yet another deeply embarrassing moment in his presidency. He even went so far as to tell families who have faced the most unimaginable loss a human being can endure that he has suffered for the country, comparing the weight of a presidency he campaigned for, fought for, and demanded to that of having a loved one murdered. As he spoke, it was hard to ignore how much he physically struggled to get through his written remarks. It wasn't just exhaustion, and it wasn't the kind of visible weight or heaviness you might expect at a ceremony like this. It felt more like irritation, like he was annoyed, like he was angry he was being forced to be there and to have to act like he actually cared, as if this were a moment he had to push through rather than honor. And although he seemed more alert than we've seen him in other recent appearances, he still looked deeply unwell. His very first words were, "We gather here today for a truly solemn occasion." And within seconds, he was calling the press sick people, rambling about millions and millions of people from countries that we don't want to know about, and throwing out the claim that 11,888 murderers were allowed into our country by the Biden administration. A weirdly specific number with no sourcing dropped at a ceremony that was supposed to be about the human beings these families lost. He couldn't even hold the tone of a memorial for a minute before it became about his enemies. And the families sitting in that room, the mothers and fathers who had flown across the country, who had gotten dressed and prepared themselves emotionally to sit in the White House, expecting this to be one of the greatest honors of their lives, expecting to feel that their children were remembered, that their names mattered, that their lives were not reduced to static or headlines, had no idea what they were about to sit through. And you can't help but wonder if at some point they will look back at the footage of that day and realize that the honoring of their loved ones made up only a fraction of what actually happened. Instead, they were brought to the microphone to praise him, their grief folded into his narrative, their children's names spoken briefly before the focus shifted back to his election, his enemies, and his suffering. And beyond saying some of their names, he said very little about who those people were and what was lost when they were taken from their families. Because just minutes into what he called a truly solemn occasion, this is what the President of the United States said to a room full of mothers and fathers who will never see their children again. And think of it, I'm not talking politics, I'm just talking life. If that election, if it was not rigged, it was a rigged election. Millions and millions of votes. A guy that never left his basement, all run by crooked people. COVID was a little bit of a shield. We had a lot of things going on, but it was rigged by millions. We did great in that election. If that election was not rigged, every single one of the people in this room right now would not be here. They would be home with their son, daughter, family. He told grieving
Wow.
parents to their faces at their memorial that their children are dead because Democrats stole an election. And he was just getting started. He went on to say he probably got 85 million votes, called Democrats professional cheaters who received 3, 4, 5, 6, even 7 ballots. Said they cheated in this election too. It was just too big to rig. And he attacked the media, attacked sanctuary cities, attacked governors, went after Minneapolis, and went after anyone and everyone who wasn't him. He ranted about voter ID. He ranted about mail-in ballots. He ranted about men and women's sports. All of it at a remembered ceremony for people who were murdered. Of course, this was never truly about horrific murders or a serious effort to stop violence altogether. This was about painting undocumented immigrants, and increasingly all immigrants, as the root of every problem in our country and the source of some broader moral decay. Because this event wasn't structured to meaningfully remember the people who were murdered. It was intentionally structured to frame those crimes as proof of a much larger narrative. There is not a single person in this country who believes that violent criminals of any status should be free to roam and commit heinous crimes. And every single person who was murdered should be here today. None of this suffering should have happened. We can hold that truth without turning millions of people into scapegoats. We can also agree that common sense immigration reform is needed. We should want a system that protects people from harm and prevents violence whenever possible. But we should also want a system that is not rooted in cruelty towards those who are simply trying to build a better life. Those two goals are also not mutually exclusive. But Trump said none of that. Instead, he drifted somewhere no one expected. He said, "But the angel families, I realized early on, never change. I could see how you change. You have to go through this stuff, but never changed. I thought they were among the greatest people I've ever met. I met the heads of countries, a lot of them. Not so nice, but they do have some power. We have done very well with all of those people." He compared grieving parents to foreign dictators at a remembrance ceremony for murdered Americans. In the same breath, mothers who lost their daughters ranked in the same sentence among strong men he admires, all just characters in the long and fascinating story of Donald Trump and the important people he has met in his very important life. And then he moved on like it was nothing, because to him, it was nothing. None of this was real. None of it was sacred. None of those families or children, none of the pain mattered to him beyond what it could do for him in that moment. What we watched in the East Room that day was not a memorial. It was a political operation designed to look like one. And the cruelty of it is that the families at the center of it may never fully realize how they were used, because their pain is real, their loss is real, and the man standing at the podium knew exactly how to fold that pain into a narrative that had very little to do with them and everything to do with his grip on power. This is yet another example of Trump and his enablers using one of the oldest tactics in the authoritarian handbook. Hitler used the same strategy. He took the rare instance where a crime involved a Jewish person, or even the perception of one, and amplified it relentlessly until it looked like a systemic threat. He built an entire propaganda infrastructure around the idea that Jewish communities were the source of Germany's suffering, the reason for economic pain, moral decay, and national weakness. He didn't need the numbers to support it. He just needed the fear. He needed people to believe that one group of people was responsible for everything that had gone wrong in their lives, and that removing them was the solution. Trump is running the same playbook. He is parading grieving families to podiums where the talking points are already loaded. And the numbers tell a completely different story. Violent crimes committed by undocumented immigrants is not the driving force behind murder in this country. It never has been. Study after study shows the data does not support the picture he is painting. If he truly cared about preventing murder, he would have talked about the Americans killed by other Americans too. He would hold a ceremony hundreds of times the size for the victims of all violence. But he won't, because those deaths don't serve his narrative. And that is what makes this all so dangerous. He is not just lying about the scale of a problem, he is creating an environment where Black, Brown, and Asian communities, really anyone who does not fit his narrow ideal, are treated as inherently suspicious, inherently criminal, inherently less than. That is what he wants. He wants that divide. And I am truly heartbroken for each one of those senseless murders. They should not have happened. And we must do better to end all such violence. Period. As I think about what the following months will bring, the continued division, the chaos, and the escalation before the midterms, I keep going back to 2020 and 2021 when the world felt so uncertain and fragile, and when Trump's incompetence was on full display. There were refrigerator trucks outside hospitals, and an insurrection that left many of us wondering whether our government itself would survive. It all felt overwhelming. I needed a way to hold on to the truth, so I started taking a picture of the day. It wasn't profound or curated. It wasn't meant for anyone else. It was just a quiet promise to myself that no matter how heavy the headlines were, I would find one small thing worth remembering, some evidence that good still exists in the world around me. Sometimes it was a box of tea on the counter because the grocery store had finally been able to restock it. Sometimes it was a hummingbird that visited our yard. My simple daily picture turned into something the whole family looked forward to, often competing to see if they could be my inspiration for the day. And here I am, nearly 6 years later, still taking a picture every single day to remember the beauty of simply being allowed to experience this often troubled but still beautiful world. So I'm going to start sharing my picture of the day with you. They won't be anything grand. Some days it will be a cup of coffee, and some days it might be my cat sleeping beside me while I write, or a blooming flower from my daily walk. But maybe if we build our own daily reminders to look back on when the hard days start to pile up, we can find the strength to counter the chaos this administration is trying to create around us. Because we are at risk of emotional exhaustion, of burnout, and of shutting down from the nonstop noise and the manufactured crisis. And we need to counter that by grounding ourselves in something real, steady, and good. Everything Trump is doing right now shows a clear pattern of escalation, propaganda, and division. It will intensify before the midterms. We have to expect that and brace ourselves for the next round of chaos without letting it consume us. And I also know that with every line he crosses, more people are seeing what is actually happening. I know that we are building our resistance. I know that we are building our resilience, our willingness to push back, and our refusal to normalize what should never be normal. This is why I still have hope for America, and you should too. If you've made it this far, we are definitely on the same page and on the same side of history, the right side. I'm working hard to spread this message and reach as many people as possible. So if you can, please take a moment, make sure that you're subscribed to my channel, give it a thumbs up. That tells the algorithm to keep showing it to more people. And
All right. Well, all these videos that you'll see are pretty much in the show notes. Heather Delaney, I subscribe to a bunch of Substack pages, newsletters, and she was recommended by one of the newsletters I subscribe to. And I can tell you right now, she's pretty vicious on Trump. But I also have to say, this might be a new form of white guilt. I don't want to hear a bunch of MAGA blacks going on and on and on about how white people, are the greatest things since their white bread. Trump is out of his fucking mind. And that little 8 or 9 minute, hey, we're invading or we're bombing Iran, totally embarrassing. Dude, I was in the military, and I can tell you right now, this commander-in-chief is like a modern day version of Yosemite Sam. He's the rootinest, tootinest president. This dude is a fucking clown. And these MAGA blacks and, the MAGA in general, I can't believe that they're supporting this shit. So, what's up, MOT?
Hey, what's going on, man? The problem is that we keep trying to figure out MAGA blacks. I mean, their numbers are small. They're only over there because they're not required to do anything. They're not required to do anything. They don't know anything about the history. They have no type of idea about what to do to success. It's just like today. I had to shut somebody down today. I was in Indianapolis, and he was talking all this stuff, and I'm like, oh, this is where you live. I'm like, I live in Colorado. I'm like, oh, a liberal area. I'm like, yeah, and it works. Well, what are your gas prices? Yeah, they're $2.99. Because every single bit of oil that you drill within our state is going to be used within our state. Not taking it anywhere else. You're not selling on the open market, not doing anything. Oh, that sounds like communism. I'm like, you don't even know what communism is. Like, everything for people is either socialism or communism. And it's like
Right.
they are pre-programmed against their best interest, and they're just usable roots. It doesn't matter. Look, Trump can nuke Florida tomorrow. You'll have these idiot yup-yups of like, yeah, had it coming, and it's like, what? It doesn't matter. Like what it is a test on reality of how stupid these people are. And what they do is they gaslight and troll their way through things because they don't know what Trump is doing either. What they do know is Trump is not having any progression under him. And that's what they want. No progression for
Right.
anybody. They need to be brought up to speed on everything that's happening. Because
Let me
they
let me
generally don't know.
let me ask you a question though. And look, Trump, we all know what Trump is, at least those of us who aren't, brainwashed. But I'm going to be honest, as a former Navy person, this dude is an embarrassment as commander in chief.
Of course
He is not that silly fucking hat he was wearing. It's like that shit didn't even fit his head right. I don't get it. I don't get. Now, I can honestly say I haven't heard too many former military
and you
support.
never will.
Yeah, yeah. I
I mean,
literally,
you
and
have
I
like
know.
these special forces grifters on YouTube, which I think are some of the worst people on the planet. Shout out to the Air
Mhm.
Force for requiring actual combat controllers and pararescue to never appear on these podcasts. It's against, actual Air Force doctrine for them to appear here and
Mhm,
dress up our servers like they're clowns. But
mhm.
you have to realize that people, like, I don't give a shit about these special forces guys. They took no sides. They jumped on and tried to support Trump. It blew up in their faces, and now they're trying to be like, "Oh, you're trying to jump off now? Okay, okay. So, okay, you're so brave, right? Unreal."
Yeah, honestly, I today this particular address that he did, it it was Banana Republic. I just, dude, and then this next story I'm going to talk about, and I hope this is wrong. Um, Israel strikes two schools in Iran. I heard one of them's an all
That's true.
girls school.
Yeah, that's
Jesus
true.
goddamn Christ!
I,
What
I,
in the
I have
fuck?
tuned in to foreign media to see those bodies on TV. Like
Yeah, this is
Iran is displaying those dead.
Al Jazeera.
Yes, they're displaying the bodies on TV. They're displaying the wreckage
Oh
on
my
TV,
God,
like they're
dude,
supposed to.
dude, this is literally a totally bad look.
They
Bombing
don't care.
goddamn schools.
They did the same thing to the Palestinians. Like, you really thought that they was
Right.
going to do less against Iran? I mean, are we shocked now, or why are we shocked now?
Well, I'm gonna tomorrow or Monday, um apparently there was like a winter storm or some weather event in Gaza that was just devastating.
Yeah.
And I found one news article about it. It's horrific. And unfortunately today my theme is more, a black historian day. But yeah, this is very concerning. It's worse than concerning. There needs to be a goddamn. We're gonna have to do something about Trump. This shit is out of control, and they're proud to join with Israel. They literally say this has been in planning for months, which makes
Man,
targeting
worse,
schools.
worse,
And
worse.
it's like y'all plan this shit for weeks and you're killing children. the
like,
fuck?
okay, so let's go over this if people don't understand. They
Now
have
look,
spies
wait,
who
hold
paint
it.
targets when they're on the ground. They know this is a school. Like, this ain't not known to them, right?
Right. Now, just to hold on 1 second. Please be patient. So our buddy 12th man says Iran struck its own school. Unlikely. Like, wait, hold it. Let me. So, how did Iran know when this missile barrage was going to happen? Did Trump or Israel call them and say, "Hey, it's happening at this time"? How the fuck would they know? What's up, 12 man?
What's
Okay,
up,
so
Stanley? What did you see the video? Like
No, I don't
the
care about the.
person
I
in
don't.
Iran,
I will not be
they
looking at.
launched a
Let me
missile
shut
and
you
it
down right
landed.
now. Coming in hot, and I don't want you to. I won't be watching your video. I don't care.
So you don't care that Iran
No, I do
attacked
not.
its own
I
school?
literally don't care.
There's a video of it.
I don't care. I'm not going to watch the video. I'm not going to buy that far right narrative.
So
Iran
you're
didn't
gonna
strike
believe
its
that
own
we
goddamn.
bombed the school?
Iran did not strike
Okay.
its own school.
okay, Stanley, can I talk about why that's not the case?
Please do.
Okay, 12th man, have you heard of Sibers? Do you know what Sibers is?
Stibbers? No, sir.
Yes. Okay, it is a space-based orbiting
Space
platform
base.
that's run. Allow me to explain. It's ran out of Buckley Air Force Base, a place where I used to be stationed. They can
Okay.
track every heat signature and its source from anywhere in the world as long as it's above 200 degrees centigrade. And especially
Wow.
for a missile that
That's
comes up hot.
incredible.
So, if it was fired by Iran, we would know that it was fired by Iran, and we could provide them proof that it was fired by Iran into their
There's a
own school.
video of it. God damn
Okay,
it.
what did I just say? What did I just say?
See, these motherfuckers they think a YouTube video is evidence.
I just told him
Dude.
what the Air Force does and how this works and how we would be able to prove where that actual missile came from and
So
where it
you
actually struck.
so you can prove that the United States struck the school. Is that
No,
right?
Israel
Is that what
did.
you're
Look
saying,
at the
God.
motherfucker?
look at the screen. What does it say? And it might have been me who said the United States
So
did.
you
If I
can
did
prove
my
it.
okay, I need you to listen before you speak. I might have said the US because of a story I read. And bottom line, US is responsible for it. Israel wouldn't be doing this if the US hadn't
Hadn't signed
approved it.
off on it.
However, if I said the US did it, that's on me. Look at the screen very carefully. Israel strikes
I
2
see what
schools
it
in
says.
Iran. Okay, well,
I
good
seen
for
what it
you.
says,
Now, what were
motherfucker.
you gonna say? What
Because
were
of
you
a
gonna say?
headline doesn't prove anything.
Okay, neither does a
Wow.
fucking YouTube video. It's my
So an
article
actual
versus
video.
it's my article versus your video.
Okay.
And I trust Al Jazeera more than I trust your video.
Oh, you trust Al Jazeera
Yes,
now?
I absolutely do.
A Russian-backed media.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I wish you
Anything else?
liberals would make up your mind
Okay,
if you're
no,
going to
this
be on
isn't
the
about you
side of
literal
Ukraine.
no. That's not going to work today, 12 man.
Because
Your
Iran is buddies with Russia.
your boy, Donald Trump done fucked up.
Oh, he did?
This is going to be a problem
So
for the
you're
Republican
rooting for
Party.
Iran?
Okay, don't interrupt me when I'm talking, sir. This is going to be a problem for Donald Trump. His administration is not smart enough to do it, and the Yosemite Sam, like that fucking silly white hat on a goddamn U.S. president, announcing that he has unilaterally decided to do regime change. It's
I'm the
bullshit.
decider.
Not
I'm the
even
decider all over again.
Not even George Bush
Wait a
Jr.
minute.
did that shit.
Did you cry when George
Okay,
Bush?
motherfucker, don't ask me what I did. Stay on my point. Don't
Did
deviate.
you cry when George
Don't
Bush
deviate.
and Obama
I
did
will
it?
put you in the back for you to gather your thoughts. Don't ask me what I did. Let's talk about what's happening now. Don't ask me what I did. This is a present unapproved action by the president. It's unilateral. Congress should be consulted. This is bullshit.
You do realize
And
that
your little MAGA buddies in Congress don't have enough balls to check this.
Sure
president.
don't.
The
Sure don't.
motherfucker is out of control.
did you realize there wasn't a
Okay,
formal
don't ask me what I
declaration?
realized. I need you to concentrate on what's happening now. Don't bring up
FDR
Biden.
didn't.
No. Let me set the ground rules. Don't bring up Biden. Don't bring up
The Civil War.
Obama. Do not bring up
Wow,
any
Civil
other.
War.
Don't bring up any administration other than this Trump administration. So there you go. Those are the ground rules. Chuckle. Obviously, you cannot comment on Donald Trump's fuck up.
Well, everyone's wanting to been doing it for a long time. Remember John
Okay,
McCain?
yeah. Everybody had slave though. Everybody had slavery too, right?
Well, that's the thing. They didn't have a declaration of war from Congress to start
That's our point.
the Civil War either. But
Yeah,
he
but
did it
those rules were
anyway.
came up with later.
Hey, dummy.
Wow.
Hey. Have you really studied the Civil War? Who fired the
South-
goddamn first shot?
The South
Who
declared
fired
war on the
first
North,
shot?
not the other way around.
What
What's
on
going
earth?
on here?
Dude, I'm from Savannah. Charleston is 50 miles up the road. I've been to Fort Sumter. The
Yeah,
South
like-
fired the fucking first shot. All right. Well, you know what? This is problematic, and it is a bad
I
look.
don't like it, Stanley.
Well, I didn't say you did, but you need to join us in criticizing this fucking out of control tin pot dictator. this motherfucker
Well, I
wearing a silly white hat. and then he says, there might be some casualties, but that's what happens in war. This motherfucker is out of his goddamn mind.
Israel killed the
Stanley.
ISO.
Okay, I don't care.
It's over.
Israel
Stanley.
wouldn't do it without the U.S. approving it.
But they targeted hospitals against the Palestinians and everything else. So why are we shocked that they targeted a school inside the area? I mean, these are just naked war crimes.
You know, I know, but a girls' school?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
You remember
Why
in
would
the
they do that?
1970s?
It was
Iran?
not an accident.
I have seen arms of children on TV brought out of this building. I have seen pieces of children brought out of the building. And that's how you play the game. You go there,
Well,
you put a camera right there.
you remember in the 1970s how many schools
We already
Iran
gave you
had before
we already gave you the ground
Ayatollah
rules, and you
took
still
over?
violate.
They had so many schools and Western culture and everything in Iran before the Ayatollah mullahs took over. It was a wonderful free society back
Well,
then.
12 man, well, we asked you to stay on topic, but apparently I ran or you ran from those directives.
Well, I think they're beautiful women for one.
What
Yeah,
does that
Everything
have
else
to
we're
is
do?
gorgeous.
it's gonna be tough keeping him on topic. So Brian talks about top Iranian leadership liquidated, and they're girls that are dead. I fuck the
Like,
top leadership.
like,
There are
like we don't
children
liquidate the
suffering.
leadership of like Mississippi, but we're like concerned about liquidating the leadership of Iran. They don't
What
even know.
Brian, what the fuck is it with white people on the right being okay with children suffering as long
Pro-life,
as the top
pro-life.
leadership? The fuck?
They don't
Dude,
care, man.
you're okay.
They don't care.
You're okay with kids being killed as long
Yes,
as the top leadership is liquidated?
apparently,
What kind
apparently.
of monsters? What kind of monsters
Well,
has
you're okay with open borders and child sex
okay, not a
traffickers, motherfucker.
comparison.
What on
Not a
earth?
Cartel,
comparison.
motherfucker.
Not even close. Dude,
Yeah, way
those
close.
caravans, that invasion, dude, they didn't launch missiles. these people
Well,
just
yeah, they
walked across
did.
a goddamn border. They didn't fucking launch Tomahawk missiles. The fuck?
You think the cartels didn't
You
have
no.
like
You
bazookas and shit?
actually think you made a good analogy. The southern border, motherfucker, what missiles did they launch?
Well,
You
500,000
sound
kids came up missing.
as silly
So
as
you're
Donald
okay
Trump.
with that?
I'm not okay with you comparing a bunch of the border to starting a goddamn war. There's no comparison. Why did you do
No
it?
boots on the ground. So I don't know
Motherfucker.
what you're
Oh no.
complaining about.
No boots on the ground, just a girls' school bombed.
They're okay with it.
Yeah,
That's
by their
that's
own
okay.
people.
Hey, that's okay. There are no boots on the ground, but a bunch of girls' schools got hit. Dude, you sound like a yuck dummy.
How do you know they didn't bomb their
Totally
own
okay
school?
with me.
Don't ask me dumb questions now. So no boots on the ground.
You
Girls'
seen it
school
happen?
hit. Why are you that motherfucker? Did you see it not happen?
You get your news from
No.
Russian media.
You
Russian
okay?
media, Al
Okay,
Jazeera.
motherfucker. I don't give a fuck. They're probably right. Your video,
You listen to Russian
your
backed media.
video against
So,
your video against Al Jazeera. I'll take Al Jazeera every time.
yeah, Russian backed media.
Yeah,
Thank you very
motherfucker.
much.
Russian back video, a Russian back news outlet, and Trump likes Putin. You
Yeah.
never criticize Trump
Oh, you
for
think
hissing.
Trump
You
likes
didn't.
Putin?
No. Let's talk about Russian media. Let's talk about Russian backing Al Jazeera. Russia's backing Donald Trump. You don't have a problem with that.
What? You have some proof
Do
of
you
that?
have a problem with Putin backing Trump?
I can look it up right now that Al
Oh,
Jazeera is
look
a
it up. That
Russian-backed
will occupy
source.
your time. Maybe you'll come up with a good idea.
No, I can prove it. Is what
Oh,
I'm
you can't
saying.
prove shit. You, as long as I've known you, 12th man, you rarely prove much at all. My question to you, before I move on, is you don't like Al Jazeera because it's got Russian backing, but you voted for Donald Trump, who has Russian backing. The fuck?
And Donald Trump just
Okay, no.
attacked
You're gonna
Russian best
stay, you're
friend.
gonna address my point. You, 12th man, are against believing Al Jazeera because it's Russian backed, but your goddamn president is Russian backed. I need you to
How do
focus
you
on that
figure?
point. I
Got
need
any
you.
proof of that?
Is Putin? Did Putin not
Wow.
have a goddamn red carpet when he flew into Alaska? Trump did
Why would
everything
he?
but hold.
Why would he
Trump
attack
did
Russia's best
everything.
friend?
Trump did everything but hold Putin's hand.
Where?
Motherfucker, in Alaska. You
Hey,
don't
so
remember,
we
do you?
treated a leader
You
like
don't
a
remember,
leader.
do
So
you?
what?
You don't my question, and this is the last time I'm going to ask it. You're against Al Jazeera because it's Russia backed, but you're okay with Donald Trump, who is Russia backed.
He's not Russia backed, and
He
he can't
is.
prove
Wow.
it.
Okay.
He
Okay.
is. He is. Dude, that
Why
motherfucker
would he
probably gets
attack the
that
company?
motherfucker probably gets a case of caviar every month from
Iran has
Putin.
been
It
arming
literally
Russia.
says from Putin with love. Oh,
Iran
Karma
has
chameleons,
been
man.
arming Russia.
Karma
Iran owns Russia.
chameleons. They come and go.
I, Iran arms Russia, and you're mad because Trump is
okay,
attacking one of
you're mad
Russia's.
at Russia. You're mad at
You're
Russia
mad
back.
at
You know,
Trump
you're gonna be quiet,
for.
and I'm gonna talk. That's how this is gonna work. It's not your channel. You will be beat up, and you'll have to take it like a man. So,
Take shit.
so you're against Al Jazeera. Did you hear about, is it Benny Johnson and Dave Rubin
You know
and
Iran arms Russia,
all
right?
these motherfucking far right journalists, pseudo journalists being backed by Russia? Did you
Louder
have
with
a problem with
Crowder.
that?
Louder with Crowder.
Oh, Steven Crowder.
Yeah.
Did you have a problem with that? Did you trust what they said?
I never followed him. No, not
Yeah,
really.
What?
yeah, you did. Yeah,
Oh,
you
no.
did. It's hard
Louder
for
with
me to believe
chowder.
that.
I like clam chowder. That's about it.
Yeah. Good one. Good one.
I'm headed up to Maine to go get me some clam chowder myself. That's why I'm going up there this week. Yeah.
All right. Well, Israel strikes 2 schools in Iran, killing more than 80 people. We shall
Yes.
listen.
Not
Israel
true.
strikes 2 schools in
You
Iran,
will be quiet,
killing more
too.
than 50 people. By Al Jazeera staff. An Israeli strike has hit an elementary girls' school in Manab, a city in the Hormozgan province of southern Iran, killing at least 53 people, according to state media, as the immediate civilian cost from Israel and the United States' huge bombardment of Iran comes into sharper focus. Workers are continuing to clear wreckage from the site, where 63 others were injured on Saturday, said Iran's state-run IRNA news agency. The strike is part of a wave of joint U.S.-Israeli military attacks across Iran that has triggered an outbreak of regional violence. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi shared a photo of the attack, which he said destroyed the girls' school and killed innocent children. These crimes against the Iranian people will not go unanswered, Araghchi wrote in a post on X. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson, Esmail Baghai, also slammed the, quote, blatant crime and urged
You alright,
action from
old
the United
man?
Nations Security Council. Separately, Iran's Mehr news agency reported that at least 2 students were killed by another Israeli attack that hit a school east of the capital, Tehran. Reporting from Tehran, Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val said the attacks call into question U.S. and Israeli claims that, quote, they are targeting only military targets, and they are trying to punish the regime, not the people of Iran.
Wow.
President Trump has
Schools and
promised the
military
Iranian
targets?
people that aid or help is coming their way, but now we are seeing civilian casualties. That's something that the Iranian government will stress as a case of violation of international law and an aggression against the Iranian people, said Val. There was no immediate reaction from the U.S. or Israel on Iran's claims about the school strikes. The last time the
Well,
U.S. and Iran waged attacks on Iran in June 2025, sparking the 12-day war,
Well,
the civilian toll in Iran was also heavy. According to Iran's Ministry of Health and Medical Education, thousands of civilians were killed or injured, and public infrastructure was damaged during that conflict. By Al Jazeera staff.
12-man comments?
well, I think lots of casualties happening more.
What the?
Jesus. So why I thought the target was nuclear
Silos.
was Iran's nuclear
Capability.
program. Why the fuck were there nuclear? Are these girls nuclear scientists or what?
I don't
Girl
know, you have
school,
to ask
nuclear
Israel
program.
about that.
Okay.
I don't. All I have to say is, dude, this is a bad look.
Stanley,
Oh,
you don't
really?
need to support our United States
There
Navy.
is a good. Well, number one, we know the United States has never been good at regime change. Like the last time, the success was Germany and Japan, and in Japan they kept the emperor.
Yeah, World War II. Yeah.
Because they were smart enough to know you get rid of that emperor, there are going to be problems.
Okay, so we have Saddam Hussein. That didn't work. We have the Taliban.
Well, the Ayatollah
Iraq, Afghanistan. That didn't work. We tried the Vietnam War regime change. That didn't work. We tried the Korean Peninsula. That didn't work. We the 15 times the charm.
This time either. It's not going to work.
I'm not going to talk about it. But Pakistan just bombed Afghanistan. They attacked.
What?
Yes, they literally. Hold on one second.
It's happening.
And it's kind of unrelated with where I want to go, but it did surprise me.
Wow.
I thought they were allies.
That's
I mean, if they bombed India, I would be less surprised. But Afghanistan?
You know what? When I saw Pakistan bombed, I actually thought, well, shit. That's a war that I thought was stopped, but no. I'm sorry.
Damn.
I didn't save it. I'll talk about it tomorrow or Monday.
Well, that's one of the things everyone was afraid of, that this would spread out into a broader war.
Yeah, so essentially America fucked up again. It's kind of funny. Probably one of the things I could kind of agree with MAGA on was, a bit more isolationism. This dude, see, they let Donald Trump out of the fucking test tube, and this motherfucker is out of control. This motherfucker thinks he rules the world. He stopped 8 wars. Motherfucker, not only did he not
He prevented all wars. He prevented all wars, too.
Russia wouldn't have invaded Iran had he been president. What the
Stanley,
fuck?
did you see that take that Tucker Carlson came out with, saying we
I
don't have
fucking
enough
watch
bullets?
Tucker Carlson.
Oh, God. Who the fuck would watch Tucker Carlson?
Do you
said,
just out of curiosity?
Come on, let me finish, Stanley.
No, let me finish first, and then you can finish. Do you subscribe to Tucker Carlson's channel?
No, another friend had shared his post and it said that we don't have enough bullets because we've been giving them all to Ukraine and Israel and
That's
So
not
what?
true.
China.
That's not true.
China, China could take Taiwan right now if they
Well,
wanted to, and we
See,
simply don't have
this
the
is the thing your
power
friend is
to
not
do
thinking
anything
about.
about it.
This is what your friend is not thinking about. Dude, if China took Taiwan, they could go where y'all took Venezuela.
Yes.
They would literally have
They simply
an
can.
argument.
They simply can.
Yeah, what the fuck,
we
dude? You
we
do
don't
see
have
what
enough
y'all
munition.
what you and the MAGA right don't understand is China defied Trump. They laughed at Trump and did what
Yes,
the
they do.
fuck they wanted to do. And then Trump backed down. They didn't back down. If China wants Taiwan, there ain't a goddamn thing Trump is going to do about it. Literally. If I were China, I just motherfucking take it tomorrow. What you gonna do?
Taiwan's
Do a
pretty
nuclear?
heavily
You gonna do a
armed,
nuclear? You
though.
gonna do a nuclear war? Fuck no, you're not.
Dude. Yeah.
China,
Taiwan is pretty heavily armed.
dude. Donald Trump has single-handedly destroyed the soft power that America
Yes.
could yield. Motherfucker,
So do y'all
probably
think
most
it's
of the
World War III
most of the world would look the other way if China took Taiwan.
It sure
They'd be
would
Do
at
like,
this
y'all
yep,
point.
think it's
y'all
World War
took
III?
Venezuela. Y'all getting some oil.
But Stanley, not only did we take Venezuelan oil, we started a conflict so that way oil could trade higher with the oil that we stole.
And
Remember how the
Russia
gas prices
was
were
in
supposed to go down?
Venezuela.
Okay, all right.
We pushed Russia out of Venezuela.
Motherfucker, you didn't
And can,
push China. We're not talking about Russia right now. We're talking about China.
Man, what is going on, dude? Like we're talking about one thing, all of a sudden the subject changes. Another.
Well, it has to. Dude, China's going to do what the hell it wants, and there's not a damn thing Trump can do about it.
Not really.
And honestly, I'm not pro China, but damn, dude, y'all better be happy I'm not running China. Taiwan would have been taken 2 months ago. And then I
Oh
would have
yeah.
told Trump, what the fuck are you going to do? Start a goddamn nuclear war?
I would have took Taiwan as soon as they would have showed Maduro landing in New York. I would have took Taiwan that very next day.
Yeah.
scary times, guys.
I'm sorry, what?
I said scary times, guys.
Yeah, somebody
To whom?
made it scary. Like it didn't. Come on, man.
When I woke
Well,
up
wait, hold
this
it.
morning and I seen
What's up,
bombs
Richard?
dropping on Iran, I just rolled over and cuddled up with my doggy and said, "Thank God I'm at peace in Alaska."
So everybody else can go fight these wars while you cuddle with your dog. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, man. Thanks. I mean, at least
I'm
I know where you
retired,
stand, bro.
bro.
Let me
And
address this point. So my buddy John and sometimes co-host says China's a paper tiger with bootleg military equipment. Let me put it to
Yeah, I
you
don't
this
think that's the
way.
case, man.
For a paper tiger, they stood Trump up. Okay, you know how it's a boxing term, and y'all know boxing better than I do. But you know, sometimes that punch will stand you up, like an uppercut will fucking stand you up. That's what China did to Donald Trump. He tried to tariff China, and they just fucking laughed. They literally laughed. China's not a paper tiger. Even let's accept that premise, John. Even if they have bootlegged military equipment, they are the world economy right now. It's not a goddamn dude. It shocked the shit out of me to know how many pharmaceuticals came out of China back in 2020.
Yes.
I was like, what? Really?
Yes.
If China really got in its feelings, they could just go, y'all will die because we're not going to send you your fucking medicine. We're going to deprive you of your fucking.
But it's not a smart idea. What they're going to do is they're going to keep using. What they're going to do? They're going to keep using greedy capitalists to actually get into all type of industries that they would never be in otherwise, and it's like it's all capitalism's fault.
Oh, dude.
Profit margin and capitalism.
These businessmen back in the 90s and the early 2000s, they gave China American technology and motherfucker. Where's the iPhone produced? Dude, and then all of a sudden, China's motherfucker. If China just said "fuck you," we're not making any more of Apple's iPhones, America would be in a tizzy. Dude, y'all just don't see. This is what happens when you don't.
Samsung made in
you got to read. You got to read the news. You got to listen to the news. Dude, if China just said, fuck you, Apple, we're not sending. We're going to go on strike. Man, America, hey, China would basically have America by the balls if it said,
rare earth, we can't build weapons, we can't build.
We're not gonna send you any more iPhones, and we're gonna stop producing that Viagra. America would be crippled.
You need Viagra?
It'd be like, what? No more Viagra, dude. No King's protests would be like, there'd be millions in the streets. No Viagra. All right, well, enough teasing 12th man for his failures to actually.
I don't have a problem getting my dick hard. Maybe you need Viagra.
Okay.
Oh, wow. That's not
really
what we were talking about.
My point. That was not my point. Where did you? Okay. You know what? Let's move on.
He heard Viagra. He has some familiarity, and he had to.
Viagra.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this actually fascinated me, and we're gonna switch over to some American history. Henrietta Lacks. Novartis settled. And everybody knows about, the cells. They've been growing it for like decades. Her cells. She was a cancer patient, and apparently they have settled. Let's see. I'm going to listen to the whole thing because this is kind of an important case. This is. I hate to call it reparations in a way, but this might be the cork at the top of the bottle. And I see that, what's his name? Ben Crump. Ben Crump, apparently he won this fucking case. Kudos to Ben Crump. You may like him, you may not, but God damn it, this is a win.
That's the only reason why you see Benjamin Crump. Is because America wants to see Benjamin Crump. If they didn't want to see them, they would fix the issues, but they don't want to fix the issues. So bring on the crumbs.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's listen to it.
Lax's family settles suit with Novartis over use of her cells. This article is by Michael Levinson and read by an automated voice. The pharmaceutical giant Novartis has reached a settlement with the family of Henrietta Lacks, a black woman whose cells were taken from her without her consent in 1951, when she was dying of cervical cancer in a segregated ward at Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore. Ms. Lax's cells were the first to reproduce in a laboratory outside the human body and have been used in groundbreaking research, including to develop vaccines for polio and COVID-19 and treatments for cancer, Parkinson's, and the flu. The National Institutes of Health found the use of her cells, which were known as HeLa cells, was cited more than 110,000 times in scientific publications between 1953 and 2018. In August 2024, more than 70 years after Ms. Lax died at age 31 and was buried in an unmarked grave, her family filed a federal lawsuit in Maryland that accused Novartis, which is based in Switzerland, of amassing substantial profits through the use of the HeLa cell line. Novartis owns hundreds of patents that had been developed through the use of HeLa cells, the lawsuit said, and had acknowledged on its website the story of Henrietta Lacks, whose cervical cancer cells were surreptitiously commercialized for research purposes without her knowledge. Novartis was aware that these cells were taken without consent, the lawsuit said. Despite this, Novartis never sought or received permission from the estate of Henrietta Lacks to use her cells, treating them as mere tools or resources. In identical statements released this week, Novartis and lawyers for the Lacks family acknowledged that they had settled the lawsuit, but did not disclose the terms of the agreement. Members of the family of Henrietta Lacks and Novartis are pleased they were able to find a way to resolve this matter filed by Henrietta Lacks's estate outside of court, the statement said. The terms of the agreement are confidential. Ben Crump, a lawyer for the Lacks family, said that her relatives were satisfied with the settlement. For the family and her grandchildren, this is certainly justice because people said they would never realize any benefit or compensation from her immortal HeLa cells, even though these pharmaceutical companies were profiting billions and billions of dollars, Mr. Crump said in an interview. The settlement is the second that the Lacks family has reached with a company it has accused of unjustly profiting from her cell line. In August 2023, the Lacks family announced that it had reached an undisclosed settlement with Thermo Fisher Scientific, a Massachusetts-based firm. The family had accused it of selling the cells and trying to secure intellectual property rights on the products the cells had helped to develop, without compensating the family or seeking its permission. The family still has pending litigation against two other pharmaceutical companies, Viatris, based in Canonsburg, PA, and Ultragenyx, based in Novato, California. Mr. Crump said the lawsuits can only partly make up for the unjust treatment of Ms. Lacks. If it was truly justice, none of this would have happened to Henrietta Lacks, Mr. Crump said. She wouldn't have been the victim of medical racism at Johns Hopkins, but you can pray to get some measure of justice, to offer respect and dignity to the life that was taken.
Okay, so let's talk about something about why her cells were special. Her cells kept reproducing outside of her body, and they sent her cells all over the world, and everybody was growing her cells everywhere and doing all types of medical experimentation on her cells that was reproducing in an infinite loop. Okay, she died, but her cells kept reproducing outside of her body, which allowed all these people to do this research on her cells, and it was the basis for a whole bunch of medication, which she should have been given billions, if not $500 billion over. They made a lot of money off of this woman's cell, and her cells are still in use today, still reproducing today.
Yeah, this is like a very, this is like a, I use Bruce's Beach as an example of, stuff that happened during Jim Crow. This is just going to be another arrow in the quiver. I literally was on someone's show a couple nights ago, And it was a black man saying, "Oh, no, reparations, we didn't do anything, we weren't slaves." And I'm like,
Well, that's not how
dude,
reparations work.
y'all just, well, no, I explained it to him. Honestly, I did. I started with from here to equality. I know the reparations argument. It's basically, treat it like a lawsuit. There was harm done, and it's demonstrable harm. There is generational wealth that was never realized
Because of
because
their system.
yeah, you can't, Bruce's Beach, and I'll just, the one point to me that's most poignant is they gave the family $20 million, and they will rent back the property, so there'll be income,
Yeah.
because after like a fucking 100 years, how can you give it back to the family? It's been, I don't know, citified. The city pretty much has, done infrastructure and all that sort of stuff. But how many kids didn't go to college? How many
Because of that.
kids didn't? Dude, you can't even
I think you can quantify it.
predict. Right, dude. How many doctors weren't produced? How many
Doctors,
Nobel
lawyers,
Prize winners?
dentists, researchers,
Goddamn.
historians,
Dude,
like you
there
can't quantify it.
it is so tragic. This is just, dude, I shudder when I think about Bruce's Beach. And then I shudder when I think about heirs property in the Sea Islands of Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. There's, dude, if I did not have, I don't know, a little bit of a, way to center myself, or, dude, white people are evil. America has done irreparable harm for
Unimaginable things.
fucking, it's just like, and then these people want to call themselves civilized. Ooh, Western
Or
culture
pro-life.
is the most civilized. Motherfucker, y'all drawn. Have you ever read your history, white people? Just in the Puritan history. Motherfucker, I was talking last night. Dude, they were hanging 8-year-old girls for
Yes, they
being
were.
witches. I'm like, what? Dude, and yet, civilized. We read Milton, and we produce Shakespeare. We produced Milton. Dude, y'all hung 8-year-old girls because you accused them of being a witch.
I mean, they stacked that dude who was on the front of the man not on Bibles and fried his brain for a crime he didn't even do. Like,
Dude,
stack them on Bibles. These pro-life people.
Dude, and see, this is why DeSantis and Trump and Linda McMahon, they desperately don't want American history taught, and they sure as shit don't want European history. Dude, if these kids, motherfucker, you know what? These kids aren't gonna have their feelings hurt. They're gonna go, what the fuck? We don't want to be like
these type of people.
We don't want to be like that. We don't want to be like our 8th great grandfather. Dude, we don't want to be that evil. It's ridiculous. Dude, that's why I laugh at people like 12th Man. This motherfucker is so ignorant of his own American ancestry. It's amazing, dude. And we are manufacturing idiots. We are manufacturing. We're manufacturing monsters.
Yeah.
We you remember? You probably don't. Well, no, you would. You're old enough. Remember Monsters Inc.
Oh yeah.
Dude, America is fascinating and crazy and dangerous. What's up, Sin? So anyway, we'll move on, and we're gonna get into some history stuff. I have not heard this particular video, and there's a reason I didn't. Like, this can't be real, and this is from Dr. Patton, Stacy Patton. And I was actually going to look at something else she talked about, and then I went into her Substack has like an email thing, and I can't remember what they call it, but this video fascinated me and shocked me.
For Goldman and 2 other students on Fridays. He delivers lessons and helps us fit those skills into our lessons.
Schools that like they're too dumb to know they're in a bad school.
Independent in our class.
I mean, fuck. But apparently Martin Luther King said it. Like, if you train a black person well enough, they'll know to use the back. You don't have to tell them anymore. They just
Allison Friedman, what you're saying is absolutely hearable here. You've got to stop.
Unreal.
I'm sorry, sweetie. Go ahead, baby. I'm sorry.
Me and many of the students face our classes and with students might not be able to have these safe spaces and supports. We should be able to keep our school open. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This, folks, is America. Donald Trump, the most American president we probably had.
A modern age Andrew Jackson. Modern age Andrew Jackson.
Dude, I wonder though, he could be Woodrow Wilson, except he just isn't as suave or sophisticated.
Yeah. No, not at all.
Dude, these are white people teaching black kids. Dude. It is shocking. But no. Let's teach them patriotic education. Let's not actually educate.
Whatever that means.
I know
patriotic to who?
It means brainwashing.
Yeah. And then they conflate everybody else with brainwashing when they want to use the government as a weapon. Yeah.
DEI. Let's target DEI in Iran. I'm tempted to fucking Donald Trump embarrassed America today. I honestly, and you've been in the military, dude. Our commander in chief wearing that silly fucking hat. What?
No comment.
What in the fuck? Dude, dude, I was like, well, apparently maybe he wore it so people couldn't see his eyes. I don't know what the fuck that was.
I mean, dude. I am unable to make a positive contribution to this conversation.
Well, first thing I thought about was like, this is like a weekend at Weekend at Bernie's moment. Like, is this motherfucker alive? Did they just stand him up, put a hat on his head, and is this AI making his lips move? That's what I thought. So, well,
remember all this stuff about the teleprompter in Obama, and look where we're at now. That's why you want a teleprompter.
You know what? I kind of wish we could have a teleprompter again.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, give this motherfucker a teleprompter, please.
Man, he's never gonna skip
Oh,
through it.
yeah. Well, you know what? I'm gonna be honest. Um, it may not be this year. There is no way Republicans are gonna win in 2028 with Trump as president.
Oh
This
God, no.
dude is
Oh, God.
this dude is gonna figure out ways to fucking crash the Republican Party.
No, he's already doing it. It's kind of like, an airline is not made to do a loop-de-loop in the air. He's kind of headed up into the clouds where the engine is sure to stall out after you go above a certain amount of feet. And they're not guaranteed to turn back on before you hit the ground.
Yeah, this is but you got 12th Man and Cellulite and all these
Of course.
motherfucking MAGA blacks. I'm like, dude, y'all
Mega
should
blacks,
fucking
mega
be
blacks.
embarrassed. Y'all voted for this shit?
No. They didn't vote. They want to be on his side, but they have no intellectual way
100
of defending
frustrating
anything
years.
Well,
that's happening.
I'm
There's
gonna be
not a
honest.
tremendous amount of support.
Cellulite, next time I talk to him, if he ever lets me up to his panel, I'm gonna ask him, did you actually vote for this? But he's actually a political person. I'm gonna trust him on this one.
And then you ask him what part of this is going according to plan and what part isn't. Then you just step back from the conversation. Allow him to twist himself into pretzels answering that.
No. They never twist themselves into a pretzel. They just go, well, Stanley, you done read too many books. I'm like, yes, I did. So, folks, this is we're gonna wander into the kind of the Black history part of the show. Eloquent civil rights leaders, dialogue on TV in 1963. I watched this maybe a year or two ago. I don't remember it, but it just seems like something we need to play. And I shall remind you all, make sure you hit the like button. And if you're new to the channel, it's a little bit of a niche thing. Try it out. If you don't like it, that's fine. And the Sovereign Beer Fund is open. Oddly enough, thinking about Donald Trump makes me want Guinness Stout. We just need to sit back, tip our hat back on our head in a rocking chair, and just go, what the fuck? So
Let it go. And let it go.
What in
Oh,
the
6
fuck?
pack or 12 pack or 24 pack.
It's
Oh,
it's like, what in the hell?
Support from
Well,
all
wait,
people.
hold it. Got to start it from the beginning. Yeah, I watched it and didn't finish it.
100 frustrating years after the Emancipation Proclamation, the Negro community has arrived at a decision to celebrate this centennial in an all-out effort to achieve full rights now.
You're watching a live national television show that was broadcast in the spring of 1963. It's more than 60 years old. And yet I feel it's so relevant to issues we face in the United States today. It's also amazing because of the eloquence of these 5 American Black leaders who are about to discuss the state of the American Negro. I'm David Hoffman, filmmaker. I didn't shoot this, but I was a college senior and I was watching this show on television with my parents. And what I saw affected me, and it made me decide to go down to Washington and attend the March on Washington that summer. It also got me to make my first documentary, which is posted on my channel from 1963, about migrant workers in Riverhead, Long Island, near where I lived. So look, before I run this amazing show, I got to tell you a little bit of background, which I think will matter to you. It was the spring of 1963. President Kennedy is exciting the nation with the feeling that all kinds of new things are going to happen and America is going to be great. It's also 100 years after the Congress passed the Emancipation Proclamation, which freed the slaves. There was new and bold legislation before Congress, and it was exciting legislation because it had to do with voting rights, giving Negroes, as they said at the time, the right to vote and making certain that they could vote. To support this legislation, the 5 major Negro organizations in America announced that they were going to have this march in Washington to support the legislation. The issue of civil rights in America had been fomenting for several years. 1960-61, Black students in the South began to protest by sitting in at lunch counters. Martin Luther King in the late 1950s had his bus boycott and the march in Birmingham, and other things were happening around the country that those of us in the North, people like me, were watching, very sympathetic to what the students were trying to do, get people to vote. So National Educational Television, the forerunner of PBS, decided to do this live show with 5 Negro leaders, the top guys, talking about what they hoped would happen at this march. It's prophetic. What they're saying so long ago is so relevant to what people are saying and thinking and troubled by today. There was Roy Wilkins, the head of the NAACP. There was Whitney Young Jr., the head of the Urban League. There was James Farmer, the head of the Congress on Racial Equality, CORE. There was James Foreman, the head of SNCC, who had been training students in Mississippi to attempt to register voters. I knew young people who were attending these training sessions who went south, and I thought they were heroes. This was scary stuff. And there was the Reverend Martin Luther King, the head of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. The host was Dr. Kenneth Clark, a professor at New York's City University. So much of this is relevant, as I said, and I'm going to post a link in the description to the film I made as a result of seeing this program.
Gentlemen, I certainly want to thank you for taking time out of a terribly busy schedule to talk with us this evening. I know that the entire country, and certainly the President of the United States and some congressmen, would like to know about the plans for a march on Washington. Mr. Wilkins, would you like to tell us what are the plans as of this date?
The plan is for a huge march to the Lincoln Memorial and a meeting there. On the way, what was described as a brief demonstration at the White House. But we hope to have this an outpouring of expression on the part of the people who wish Congress and the nation to know how they feel, how very deeply they feel about civil rights legislation. I think it's fair to say, wouldn't you say, Martin, that this is no attempt to blackjack anybody? We want to show how we feel.
Exactly. We are not going to Washington to intimidate any congressman or any senator. It will give a large number of people an opportunity to articulate their longings and aspirations for freedom, their desire to see meaningful, forthright civil rights legislation in this session of Congress. And of course, we also intend to arouse the conscience of the nation over the economic plight of the Negro 100 years after emancipation. And I think it can have a great impact. I think it will dramatize the issue. It will have educational value in that it will allow many people to see and understand the continued indignities and injustices which Negroes confront all over the nation.
All over the country. It has captured the imagination of hundreds of thousands of people. Now, we don't know how many of them will be marching to Washington, but a goodly number will. They feel keenly about this, and they want the seat of government. They want the American conscience to know how they feel.
You're aware that the president has cautioned that he would just as soon have the march postponed or not occur?
We see this as an all-inclusive demonstration of our belief in the president's program, and since it has been declared to be an orderly demonstration with a rally, at which time I hope to be one of the people who will speak in the interest of the Urban League toward preparing people for the new opportunities. At this level, we will be cooperating.
And I think it's important that the march go off because there is legislation which many people have gone to jail for the substance. That is, the lunch counter demonstrations throughout the South have to be sort of brought to some climax, and it could be done in this public accommodations bill, which is before the Congress. Then, of course, it just left the Delta and a lot of poor people over there, people who make $2.25 a day for 12 hours of work. And so some legislation has to come out of the Congress of the United States to deal with these problems.
People like Agnes Myers, Roy, president of the board of the NAACP, and other white liberals and friends have cautioned against having a major demonstration for civil rights this summer. How do you...
Well, it's our position in the NAACP that the opponents of civil rights legislation left no doubt as soon as the president spoke. In fact, they didn't wait for him to speak. They began announcing their opposition and what they intended to do. They were going to filibuster. They were going to hold up appropriation measures. They were scaring the country that they weren't going to get a tax cut on account of civil rights. They're doing all the boogeyman stunts. And if they're going to use Washington as their base of operations for opposition to this bill, we don't see anything wrong with using Washington as our base to indicate support for this bill. And in my estimation, this march is going to be a 100% outpouring of the disgust and distress of Black Americans and white liberals over the way the Congress has handled this bill.
I think that in any such demonstration as the march, which is planned, you will expect loud outpouring of cries, of fears from many, many people who don't want it to take place, who are afraid that something might happen. But it seems to me that it reflects a lack of understanding of the nature of the times in which we are living. The fact that Negroes all over the country are concerned and are aroused and must express their feeling. They've waited 100 years, and that's too long to wait.
But what about white friends and liberals who have worked in these organizations for many years, who now say, look, let's not go this fast. Let's not...
we don't have people like that. I'm sorry. Our telephone is ringing with white people who want to get into the march.
We don't judge our friends on the basis of the color of their skin. We judge them on the basis of the fact of whether or not they are willing to go all the way with us. If they are not willing to go all the way, then they are not friends of ours.
Now, we've said that these are interracial organizations, but you five gentlemen are Negroes. You are assuming the leadership, and you are asking white liberals and white friends to go along with the Negro speaking for himself rather than speaking through white surrogates.
I would like to make this point because I think there is a misconception that any white people who happen to serve on your boards or committees are therefore automatically there to exercise control and restraint.
Yeah.
This is not the experience of the Urban League. There are many white people who serve on our boards who are asking for more militancy. I speak for the National Urban League at their insistence, not at my demanding, because they feel that a Negro is best able to express the hopes and the longings of his people.
We ought to be clear that there is a desire on the part of Negroes for self-expression through leadership of civil rights organizations. This is important because Negroes have been denied that self-expression for so many years. But this does not mean, in any sense of the word, as far as I'm concerned, that white persons who are sincere cannot participate and cooperate.
Exactly.
And I think it's very important to have this participation. I think it would be very dangerous and even tragic if the struggle in the United States for civil rights degenerated to a racial struggle of blacks against whites, so to speak.
Amen.
It is a tension between justice and injustice, and we enlist consciences in the struggle. We appreciate the participation in this movement of white persons of goodwill, and we have many of them, fortunately, and I think the number's growing every day, and this helps to keep the struggle on the level that it should be on.
Sure. As far as I can understand you gentlemen, this is not a racist march. This is a march of aroused Americans who want to demonstrate and assume their rights to petition their
And
Congress
want to witness.
and witness and support the president's civil rights legislation. The Attorney General would seem to disagree with you in terms of his testimony for Congress. He says that the most disturbing thing for Negroes is the public accommodation segregation.
The truth of the thing is that it's a vicious circle. Unless people are adequately educated, they can't possibly find good jobs. And unless people can find good jobs, they can't buy good housing, which puts them in good neighborhoods where they can get a good education. So instead of being one major thing, it's a group of things.
Yes, that's true, but it seems to me, of course, that the public accommodations matter, which is now being batted around in the Senate Commerce Committee, is the most abrasive and pervasive of the aspects of a Negro's life. Every time he steps out of his front door in the morning until he comes home at night, he runs the risk, and some of them don't run a risk, they run the certainty of this kind of denial and humiliation and mistreatment. And sometimes in the South, as you well know, in many subtle ways. You walk into a store and you're ahead of you're the next one to be waited on, but 3 white people come up and they get waited on first. This is a matter, Negroes meet this. Many places they have to ride on the back of the bus. And they do want a Coca-Cola and can't get it. Now, these seem small things, but then I think the Attorney General was talking about the things that rub people the wrong way and make them say, oh, let's get rid of it, you know.
And, you know, there are other areas of life which are very subtle, but which are not even being covered in the bill. And then there's some pronounced ways. I'm just thinking of the fact that you drive through the South. In some states, you can't even stop at the restrooms. And this is humiliating to women, you know, and it's very...
And of course, uncomfortable.
Well, it's very uncomfortable, but it's one of these little daily things. But I think that there are 2 areas that should be covered, you know, and that's the question of the voting bill. I don't see why we can't have universal suffrage for all Negroes. I mean, I really don't see why it has to be just a 6th grade educational level, because that's a device, and I think we were talking beforehand about how many people would be covered.
The Nonviolent Coordinating Committee is putting a great deal of its effort on voting, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we have a great program now, and I think in the Delta of Mississippi, but Roy might want to amplify on just how many people would be covered by a 6th grade education.
Well, the literacy test bill,
Yes.
you know, we agreed, we estimated, we couldn't, that not more than 100,000 Negroes would be added to the rolls under the literacy test. This is, Martin, you remarked on the number of people who didn't have a 6th grade education in one state for 58%, I think it was, in Louisiana.
We testified before the House and suggested universal suffrage. I mean, there's just no reason why a person is not 21, he can't vote. He can go into the Army whether he can read or write. So why shouldn't he be able to vote?
And this is no sign that the person isn't intelligent, that the person doesn't have some basic intelligence, but because of discrimination and other conditions, many of these people haven't had an opportunity to get an education, and I think they should have the right to vote, and this is very basic.
No president has recommended a bill of this scope before, regardless of how we who suffer may feel its limitations, and I think we ought to work with that. Dangerous, as Jim has said, Jim Farmer has said, to pick out priorities, and because the opposition will start concentrating on your target. They say, well, what do you think is the number 1? And this is, we have to avoid.
Roy, you made the point that no president in certainly my lifetime has made this kind of civil rights recommendation to Congress. Why do you think President Kennedy did this?
He did it because a crisis was created that demanded the attention of the nation on the highest level. just like, a dust bowl is something beyond the state and beyond the region and demands federal action. A great disaster like Texas City demands national action. A great flood demands national action. And here we have a crisis in human rights brought about by in great part by all of us, of course, but triggered by a man who sits around this table. And I think there's no doubt that Birmingham dramatized and brought into focus what Martin Luther King and his associates did in Birmingham, made the nation realize that at last the crisis had arrived.
It's necessary, it seems to me, and I just like to throw this out, to keep a considerable amount of pressure on. I mean, that is, the Negro does not, say in Mississippi, for instance, he has no constitutional means, that is, Eastland does not represent him, to achieve some solution. And this has to come from the government, or either he simply has to demonstrate. In other words, segregation may be like a piece of old iron, you put it in the fire to heat it up. And that so that people outside of Mississippi have to become conscious of what is going on there. For instance, there are 45 people in jail right now whose trials were held today for simply being at a voter registration meeting, and someone threw a smoke bomb in the church, and they marched down to the Justice of the Peace Office to protest, or rather to the deputy sheriff, and they were arrested for disturbing the peace. And these are old ladies, some of them 75 years old, but yet they want to stay in jail.
The people that have the vote don't realize how much they could do by writing a letter.
That's right.
A congressman said to me, I have 8 letters on civil rights, 8 from his district, 8. And 5 of those were from white people. Now, you don't have to write a polemic. You just have to write a postcard saying, please vote for the Civil Rights Bill.
In traveling around the country, however, I hear many people make utterances which seem to indicate that they think the millennium will have arrived after we get civil rights legislation. That is not the case. Nothing could be farther from the truth. Even if we get the entire package that the president asked, plus various of the other good bills that are pending before Congress, a good legislation does not automatically enforce itself. We then have a problem of seeing to it that it is enforced in town after town, city after city, and only the will of the people will bring about the enforcement.
I would like to say that I have faith that the American people today are sufficiently convinced of the determination of Negroes to be truly free, and the rightness of that aspiration, that I will be terribly disappointed if there is not a tremendous amount of support from all people for this legislation. But I would agree with Jim Farmer that this will just be, to me, the beginning. It's sometimes a lot easier to get people to walk a picket line than...
Well, I hate to spoil the content, and I will go... I'll talk about it after this is over, but apparently Ayatollah Khomeini has been killed. So we'll talk about it after this is done. What's going to happen is Trump and Israel will go, oh boy, this was worth it. And I'm going to disagree with that. There wasn't a look. Well, I'll talk about it after this. I don't want to spoil the vibe.
To walk to the library, to get people to participate, parents to demonstrate, than it is to go to PTA meetings.
One of the heartening things about this aroused conscience that Martin spoke of a moment ago is the unprecedented activity of the organized faiths, the organized religious faiths. Yes. I think we're going places on this, but I'd like to put in a little sour note here. And I get some mail that I can't read on television, that I can't exhibit, and the postmaster delivers like this, holding it up by the people.
By the way, I hate to bring this up too, but maybe a year or two ago, I asked Hezekiah, well, this is David Hoffman. I haven't gotten around to David Hoffman, but I have asked permission believe this or not, I sometimes ask permission to show their content. Um, so archive channels like David Hoffman, Hezekiah News, Real Black, please support their channels. Please, if you got an extra couple bucks, please support them. Dude, I have no clue where to find this stuff other than the U.S. National Archives, which has a bunch of stuff. And we're going to see some of, U.S. National Archive films as well. They've digitized a lot of them. Please support the David Hoffmans, the Hezekiah News, the Real Black Ones. Dude, these people are way more important than my goddamn channel. I would be nothing without them. And at least the one or two I've talked to are so kind. It's surprising how kind people can be. So please support.
Who say that Negroes ought to go back to Africa, and you're only apes anyway, and you think we're going to give you a civil rights bill, you're crazy, and we'll run you in the Mississippi River first, and a whole lot of other uncomplimentary things.
I'm really more concerned about the so-called gentle people of prejudice, the people who will say, I'm with you, I am for you, but what
You're
about
going too
property
fast.
values, and the man's right to run his business, and what about standards of the school being lowered? And so for these reasons, who would say, well, maybe you shouldn't have all of this right now. These are the people I'm really concerned about.
May I comment on that? I agree with you completely. While I share Roy's concern about the extreme bigots, I'm far more concerned about the good, the decent people who don't throw a bomb as they do in Birmingham or other places in the South, but they quietly pack their bags and move away. And this, it seems to me, is more damaging to our cause and more dangerous to the total cause of integration.
I have an answer for you, gentlemen, but go ahead.
Yeah, I guess what I'm concerned about the one in between going back to Africa and moving away, and that's basically the public officials, you see, who inflict all of this brutality, because the millennium is not going to come primarily because we have no laws to deal with police brutality in the South, which I think is a fundamental issue in this whole
So,
thing.
Jim, I suppose you are very conscious of this because your membership is on the firing line, and
yeah, and I've seen
daily
people
the
killed,
victims of police.
And Dr. King just came from Danville, and over a month ago, we saw 35 people with holes in their heads as big as a ashtray, inflicted by the police. And nothing has been done about it. And the government, it seems to me, ought to do something about this.
What specifically would you suggest for dealing with
Well, I
this?
would suggest, you see, that the government go in and file some suits. When the constitutional rights of a person is denied, the government ought to file a suit in behalf of that person. I think this gets back to part 3.
That's right.
Now, the government says that the existing laws are inadequate, but yet they're not asking, or it is not asking, for adequate laws in this legislation.
I think the only thing that changes the mind of a policeman like that is to sue him and to convict him and to convince him that the Constitution has some control over that billy club he has in his hand.
Is there anyone who is planning to do this? Or?
Well,
funny how the
now we're
times
entering
haven't
into
changed
one
that
of the
much.
most difficult areas of civil rights, because the whole area of convicting a policeman for depriving a man of his civil rights has to be proved down to the last period and comma. Not only that, his intent has to be proved.
Jim?
Yes, I think we have an additional weapon, and that is the ballot.
Yes,
the vote, and which is why all of us here are pushing a voter registration drive. If Negroes are registered in large numbers down there in Greenwood, then the police, of course, will take a different point of view. And in Danville also, because they'll know then that they have to be responsible and responsive not only to white voters, but to Negro voters as well.
White people in the South and in the North need education on this matter. I don't mean education on humanity as to Negroes, but they need education on the constitutional rights of Negroes and on the fact that he's a citizen. He's been here 344 years, and to hear some of them talk, they'd say, look what we're doing for you people.
If you've never been in Mississippi, and Roy was born, and I just have to get back because I think I have to just try to help. Well, I'm sorry, your family was. I was raised down there, and I want to talk about these people. See, I think the president ought to go through Mississippi because I don't think he has any conception, any visual conception. Intellectually, he knows the suffering that's going on there. But just to see some of these shacks that people are living in, it's frightening in a sense, down in Itabena. It's just very depraved.
Itabena?
Yeah.
I've been to Itabena.
Isn't it a depraved?
Oh,
it's
really
just
something.
pitiful.
Well, I think what we need to get at here.
What's up, Herbie?
We could get the total society to somehow lose this making a god of state rights and begin to see citizens as national citizens.
Right.
Because what's actually happened in this country is much of the miseducation, lack of education altogether, much of the social disorganization we see in the North that concerns us can directly be traced back to the indifference of the people in the North to the problems of the South. Right. These people later become the welfare load, the crime rate of the North. If we had adopted the concept of a citizen in Mississippi being a citizen of the United States,
that's right,
then we would have avoided all these problems. Yes. That's the way they're seen overseas.
That's right.
I think the president ought not only look at the housing in Mississippi, he ought to look at the slum tenements in Harlem and in 100 Harlems across the country. Indeed, we might say that our people not only being bitten by dogs in Birmingham, Reverend King, but by the rats in the slum tenements.
Well, aren't we saying, gentlemen, that a program has not yet been worked out to grapple with the magnitude of this problem in the United States, both North and South?
It's not regional.
So right.
Isn't there a need now, because of the urgency and the seriousness of the situation, to develop a sort of crash program to lift the standards of the Negro and to get rid of the underlying conditions that produce so many social evils and develop so many social problems? I think this is what we face at this time, and I know it leads to the whole question of discrimination in reverse and all of that. But I think we've got to face the fact in this country that because of the legacy of slavery and segregation and the seeds of injustice planted in the past, that we have this harvest of confusion now, and we're going to continue to have it until we get to the root of the problem.
Well, that's that root and the rats go together.
Yeah.
The announcement of the Real Estate Brokers Association some time ago advising their members not to pay any attention to fair housing laws, that property rights still came first. And when you think of the billions of dollars in this country tied up in real estate, there isn't much that the President of the United States could do by going and looking at some slums. Let's be fair.
Yeah. Well,
The real power and obstacle there is the property right structure in this country, which isn't concerned with how many kids are bitten by rats or how many people live in slums.
Most of you recall that we did announce recently, our board adopted this domestic Marshall Plan, and this was consciously given this name because, if you recall, this country has spent some $12 billion on rehabilitation of Europe, war-torn Europe. In a 4-year period, we have spent millions on refugees from Cuba and from Hungary. We spent all kinds of money giving free education to veterans after the war and making it possible for them to buy homes. I think the time has come for us to honestly face up to the fact that this tremendous gap due to historical deprivation that the Negro has suffered will not be closed not quickly enough unless we consciously and deliberately establish programs that call not just for equal schools, but better schools and better teachers and provisions for housing and conscious recruiting at the level of employment. This has to be done in order to get rid of what I see too much of, and that is the feeling of despair and hopelessness.
I think that Negroes have had special treatment in this country for 350 years, special treatment of a negative sort.
That's right.
Now what Whitney and the rest of us are asking for is some special treatment of a positive sort to wipe out that gap.
Are you united in this, or is there any?
Well, I want to be understood on it.
But I'm not asking people to hire people who aren't qualified.
And we're not asking them to skip over white people or to deny white people their chance, but we're saying that just giving the Negro an equal break is not enough.
I wonder, gentlemen, if you're in asking for this special break, you're not asking for a special break for the nation rather than just for the Negro.
Oh, indeed. Look, if this country, if this does.
You know, that's an interesting thing to say, Don. People, I think that I get accused. It's something about, maybe it's a Georgia thing. I get accused of talking too slow. Maybe it's a Southern thing. But I would like to think that King, these people don't understand the difference between talking slowly and being measured and thinking. You know, if you think before you speak, sometimes there's a half a step slow that you'll be. And I sincerely try and think before I speak, except, you know, when I'm on I did not I did not really think as much as I should have the other night on RLM's panel, but I was just lucky. I had fully formed thoughts on some of the topics, but yeah, you talking slow for a person like me means that I respect Martin Luther King because he's thinking before he speaks. I think Obama had the same problem sometimes. No, he's not speaking in sound bites. He's speaking thoughtfully. So
They don't solve the human rights problem of the Negro.
The manpower problem.
This country morally is sunk. Absolutely.
Well, what about the practical manpower? Resources.
They've been suffering from manpower all along, and I anticipate what Jim's going to say. Not only morally sunk, but they'll be sunk.
They'll be sunk economically, too.
Economically, politically, and morally.
The President's Council of Economic Advisors said some months ago that discrimination in jobs against Negroes costs the country something like $13 billion a year.
If you gentlemen are correct that it cannot survive without instituting justice, is it possible that the society will choose not to survive rather than to...
Not conscious.
Well,
no, I seem to sense that increasingly more people are beginning to see integration as an opportunity and not just a problem. The fact
are
that
these only articulate people, though? Are these only the people to whom you talk? What about the masses of American whites? Could it be that they are so conditioned to hate Negroes that they would rather see the society go under rather than to provide?
Well, not the masses. Politicians might articulate.
No, the average white person in this country doesn't want to see his country go under rather than give a fair deal to the Negro. He believes in a fair deal, but he also wants to protect himself and his job, and I don't blame him.
I have read a number of writers on this, and the most eloquent of the writers seem to me to be Mr. Baldwin. And if I read underneath his lines, there seems to be a deep sense that maybe the American white man is not prepared for survival and justice. But as I listen to you gentlemen talk, you do seem much more optimistic than this, Jim.
Well, Kenneth, I would not go so far as to say that the American white man is prepared not to survive in order to avoid giving Negroes equal rights. But I will say that I would not be prepared at the moment to put our cause to a general referendum in this country.
No.
I don't think we'd win it.
I don't think civil rights are negotiable.
I think I could almost predict what the figure would be.
Of course.
2-1 against you.
I'm sure it would be.
Well, isn't it true that we're grappling with a problem that constantly emerges in history, that you have a few people who are crusaders in the right direction. You always have a few people who are crusaders in the wrong direction. And the vast majority are out there in the middle somewhere, with a great deal of apathy and complacency. And I think we have this in our country today. The vast majority of people are not active integrationists or active segregationists. They are passive adherents to the status quo.
But
and
they
I
have
think
been
the
socialized
job,
in a
yes.
society in which racism is dominant.
I agree. And I think the job here is for the creative minority to work on this large group, because I think these people are pliable to the legitimate and just demands of the Negro. And I do not choose to follow the path of despair, because I think that there is a way out, even though we do have to face the problems that have developed and the conditioning that has developed as a result of this problem existing a long time. But I do think there is a way out, and I think that with the creative minority standing up with determination to solve this problem, we can solve it.
Whenever the American people have been faced with a crisis, they've come through. Now, they may have come through in ragged and bloody fashion, but they've come through. And I'm convinced that they'll come through this one, even though it involves very deep-seated emotions. I think they're going to solve it.
I've always had the feeling that one of the major problems was that the average white citizen somehow drew a correlation between status and exclusiveness, and in many cases racial exclusiveness, so that the more exclusive the neighborhood, the school, the place of employment, the higher his status. Now, I think...
But he's been taught not to like you either.
Yes,
and
but now...
like you because of the color of your skin.
Yes, but now he must be taught that this is a sign of his basic insecurity, that for years, as Baldwin put it, he has had a reason, a need to feel superior.
I feel the need. and dude, folks, I'm not a history major or any sort of historian. So let's get that straight. But this comment is folly of dude. This is the folly of the YNs here. So King Pick says a bunch of straight black men discussing ways to better their community wouldn't be allowed on national TV today. They would have to add a gay man or a trans to the convo if it was today. That's to Irby. And then, do you even understand? Oh, wait, hold it. I guess it was this comment. So King Pex goes, a bunch of straight black men discussing ways to better their community wouldn't be allowed. God damn it. Here we go. The Democrat Party would never have an MLK or even an Obama today. They would have to sissified him. Dude, King Pex, one of these days, you're going to have to come up here to be humiliated with these sorts of fucking... Dude, your points are literally stupid. This is that philosophical, dumb fucking bullshit where you have to bring gender roles into every political point. It's a sign of ignorance. What you're doing is politicking versus actually making a solid point. MLK voted Democrat in actually I said 64. It was, well, he did in 64, but in 1960 for a reason, because Richard Nixon failed. He and his father, MLK Sr., were Republican voters, and then Nixon fucked it up. Dude, if you knew anything about even modern American history, you would never make that Obama MLK point. Son, you sound ignorant. Do better, King Picks. I don't care if it hurts your feelings. Unsubscribe if you need to.
Now we must change the norm and get people to understand that it is insecurity that makes you want to take advantage and to hate. That only the secure people now can move toward inclusiveness. It is the more intelligent, the more mature people who want this kind of thing, and only the tragically insecure need today to surround themselves with sameness.
Gentlemen, I certainly want to thank you for what certainly is the most stimulating and to me quite instructive discussion. I think that America is indeed fortunate to have men of your breadth, your perspective, your sense of responsibility and intelligence as the leaders of probably the most significant social revolution since the 18th century. It certainly is my personal opinion.
And he would be wrong.
You five men
He meant 19th
are
century.
the contemporary versions of our founding fathers who risked
Disagree with
so
that.
much and dared so much for freedom and liberty.
All right. Well, let's stop. And this is a beautiful picture of possibly, definitely my second favorite female historian. And she's vying for number one. So, the supreme leader is dead. Israeli officials say U.S. and Iran have not confirmed. You know what? Until the U.S. and Iran have confirmed, I will take this with a grain of salt. So Israel thinks Ayatollah Khomeini is dead. We shall see. So on to the Annette Gordon Reed, lawyer, history professor, just frankly, a fucking genius.
My book came out in
And a
1997.
very, oh my
Next
Lord,
year,
this
they did
woman
DNA
is awesome.
testing on descendants, and it corroborated what I said. There's a connection between.
Oh, she did something that has never been truly noted or given enough respect. She fucking went against some huge white historians who were like Tweed and Pipes and Harvard. She fucking said you're wrong. And like the next year or two, genetic testing proved her right, and boom, she became a rock star. She fucking said, fuck you, I think I'm right, and won. So this woman is a hero, a Black American hero. She's won her Pulitzers. She's a lawyer. She's a historian at Harvard. She has her accolades, but dude, this woman is courageous. JB, what's up?
Oh man, I just had to fight with my son, man. He beat my ass.
And it's important why.
No, you asked me what's up. I was just saying he beat the shit out of me, man.
Oh, you know what? You're absolutely right. So, I mean, did y'all fight?
Hell yeah, he blacked my eyes and everything, still.
God damn.
Like we knew it was over because I wouldn't let him use my car,
Is this
man.
still in your house?
Yeah. Oh, because I wouldn't let him use my car, man. And he wrecked it the last time.
Motherfucker, he's probably holding you hostage in your house. You're
No,
afraid
the
to walk
police
out
just
the
left,
door,
man.
right?
The police just had left from here, but he beat the shit out of me.
And he's still there after the police came?
No, they took him on. I pressed charges and everything.
Oh,
They took him
okay.
on.
Good for you. Damn, good for you.
Hell yeah, he gotta go,
Is
man.
his stuff still in your house?
I'll just throw it out here in a minute.
Okay, you gonna burn it?
No, I'm gonna just throw it out. I don't want to burn this shit now. But you know, man, I tried to have a talk with him last night. Like, man, get off your ass and do something, man. And then it went from there, and then it escalated this morning. He woke up, called me an old son of a bitch. And man, I felt bad because I was gonna shoot him, but I was like, I don't want to shoot him. But shit, he beat the shit out of me though.
Interesting. Let me address a few comments here. Sorry, Natasha. King Pick sounds like every race-related convo on Jubilee. Sorry, that pretty much disqualifies him from anyone I need think is smart. Don't care if you see his point. He has none. And I'm not his mother. I am harshly critical of stupidity. I'm sorry. If you don't know the American history before you get into these weird political like
Stanley, you want me to
points.
show you the video
Okay,
of me and my son
yes.
fighting, man?
Until I literally said I wanted to address some points in the chat.
Okay, well, I'm gonna shut up.
Thanks for noticing. King Pix sounds like an idiot, Natasha. But it's my opinion. Let's see what else. You will never hear the MAGA Black get mad at the Republicans for not getting MLK out of jail. Dude, that was a major fail. Nixon was vice president. He could have done it. Dude, that is one of these things in history. Dude, it was such a fail. And you know what? Nixon, while he was a fucking total racist, he wasn't fucking Barry Gold. He was no Goldwater. And Goldwater supposedly, look, Goldwater is an interesting character. Goldwater is literally he would fit in with MAGA. It's not like I have anything against the blacks. I just don't think they should have any advantage. They have equal rights, but let's forget the past. Yeah, Goldwater's a fucking piece of work. That's why he lost in 64. Thanks for cleaning up my words, motherfucker. She is gilding a lily with your words. You should appreciate it more than you say. You need to send her a cash app, King Pix. Why even joke about this? Because it is Saturday, Natasha. We do fuckery on Saturday. On Black Historian Day, I wonder if we will cover Thomas Sowell is not a historian, and neither is Jason Riley. Renato, if you got something you want to see, you're a friend of the show. Bring them with you. But I will remind you, Thomas Sowell is a very bad historian. Jason Riley is smarter than Thomas Sowell by like acres. However, he's not a historian either. And to Jason Riley's credit, he never tries to do history. So King Pick says, don't get mad. I don't give a fuck whether she agrees with you or not. That's really not my point. It's a bad point, and she is gilding a lily. That's my point. Do you see the similarities between Trump and Nixon? No. Nixon was fucking way smarter than Trump. Dude, do not even make that comparison, Bob. Irby. No. And I was alive post-presidency. Yeah, Nixon had his troubles, but honestly, Trump isn't even Bush Jr. My God. Never make that comparison. Ryan, salute. Good to see you. So my darling Natasha, JB joking about his son, real or imagined. It's weird, but it's okay. I'm not gonna disagree with you, but who knows? I don't know what to think of that. I just kind of, roll with it on a Saturday. Natasha, you're not wrong. I look, when JB or Mike comes up here, I just kind of react automatically. I'm beyond caring, to be honest. Anyone who uses the N word that liberally doesn't deserve, they get to come up to the panel. That's about it.
Between the Hemmings and Jeffersons, and no connection
That's always
between that
marginal.
family of nephews who are accused or who said to have been the father of the Hemmings children. So it's about how Black people's word then and now is treated in a diminished fashion. We're not credited if we're saying something that white people didn't want to hear.
One of the most difficult things for people to understand is how it could be that a nation that saw itself as breaking away from tyranny and oppression could oppress other people.
She argues turning to history's great leaders is the best way to understand what she calls the American dilemma.
Anytime you have a diverse country with lots of different voices, with people having different understandings about the direction the country should take, you're going to have this kind of fighting. The 1790s.
Political ideology is to get people to think about American history and to think about the fact that African American people have been here from the very, very beginning, have been part of this story. And there had been for many years an attempt to kind of write us out of that, or in sort of mainstream historiography, to write us out of it, or to put us in a particular box, in a place. You're there, but you're sort of like the flora and the fauna, like the deer and the other things. You're sort of wandering around. You're not really a part of it. They don't want another story in the mix for their children because they want their children to believe the same things that they believe. There's like a catechism of white supremacy. There are things that you say in public that are not true.
Annette Gordon-Reed, thank you so much for stopping by to take some time to talk with us here at Baldwin & Co. You doing all right?
I'm just fine. Thank you for inviting me. I'd not heard of this place. It's wonderful.
It's wonderful, right? It's like a little personal Black heaven, Yes, yes.
Almost make me want to live in New Orleans.
Listen, I practically live here. I mean, here so much, but we're so glad to have you. Have you had, what's the best thing you had to eat so far?
The best thing I had to eat was a nice fried oyster salad. It was a salad with fried oysters on top. So that was really nice. I always try to get oysters when I come here.
That sounds amazing, actually. I didn't even know oyster salad existed. You really just put something on my mind. And we were talking earlier about you winning the Pulitzer, right? And just describing what that feels like. And I want to ask you, kind of outside of that and within that context, what does success mean for you?
Well, success means for me, I guess that I have kind of fulfilled my mother's and my father's dreams for me. I mean, I think a lot of my life has been doing the things that I sort of expected or knew that they wanted me to do. And so it's been nice to be able to accomplish that. Unfortunately, my mother died before
here. Annette Gordon-Reed is older than I am. And she is still thinking about, her parents' expectations. Dude, she must have had awesome parents. Parents will for better or for worse, be with you forever, even after they're gone. I didn't I've told this story and I don't know, Dawn, you might appreciate it. Probably the women in the chat will appreciate it. and I have told the story before, I want to reemphasize, but my mother had Alzheimer's for like 7 years, and I noticed that that it's like, I used to call my mother, once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks, but when we talked, we'd be talking for like 2 or 3 hours. And, it got shorter and shorter and shorter, and I was like, "Well, what, is she pissed off at me or what?" So I called my sister, and I'm like, "Well, is mama mad at me? Why is she being so short on the phone?" And, she's like, "Well, we are you sitting down?" I'm like, "Okay." So my mother made my father and apparently my sister promise not to tell me. And I was like, "She did what?" I was pretty close to my mother, but not like that, but, my personality, my sense of humor, books and all that stuff, I got that from my mother. They just figured, well, oh shit. My mother was like, "Don't tell him." Now, you have to know my mother. She's like, "Well, you know, he'll figure it out." I know she probably fucking made that decision. He will figure it out. He'll notice and then he'll ask, but until he does, don't tell him. And dude, I wasn't even devastated. I fucking laughed. I'm like, "She did what?" So, and I've told this story before, like the last time, this was like over Thanksgiving or something. And I'm not going to go too deep in the story because I want to not be distracted or divert from Annette Gordon Reed. But the last time we spent probably a couple hours, it was just me and her because my father had a doctor's appointment. And my sister took my father to his doctor's appointment. And I think my son went with them. So it's just me and my mother. She never lost it, dude. She died like 2, 3 months later. But when I saw her, she never lost her sense of humor. She had a cutting wit. She never lost that, and she never forgot my father. She literally, um, where's your dad? Where's your daddy? She kind of knew who I was, I think, at the end because I looked so much like my father. So she knew, oh, he's got to be a relative. Look, we sat there. I bought my mother like a large pack of Reese's peanut butter cups because they were one of her favorite candies. So we sat there looking at fucking local Savannah news for like 2 hours, just riffing on the news, cracking each other up. Oh my God. It was hilarious. The woman she was actually funny. Oh dude, she would fucking rapier wit that mother. And I'm not as good as she was. Oh dude, she would look directly at you and make one fucking dude, it would be one sentence, and I've seen her reduce, and I'm sure I've been too. I've seen her reduce people to tears with one sentence. And then it would be hilarious. Well, not if you were on the receiving end. The woman, and my father, he was her husband for fucking 59 years. I'm like, the one person she wouldn't fuck with would. Now she'd make a comment or two, but she would only go so far. And this is how I view, black marriage. She knew how far to go. He knew how far to go, but my father was pretty much he's still around, pretty easy going. But just don't piss him off. It's okay. He has a big, patience level, but once you cross that line, yeah, you know what? My mother would just pop off and be done with it. No, my father's like, motherfucker, this is going to be long and complicated. I see you, Ryan. Be patient. So, anyway, I got to talking about my mother, who, I don't know. Oddly enough, everybody has a complicated relationship with their parents in their teenage years. But the older I got, the better I liked my mother. And we were never like friends, like buddy, but I knew what to buy her for Christmas. I knew what to buy her for her birthday. It's like, ooh, she would love this. And I bought her a cookbook. The last time I bought her one, because my mother was like a reader from hell. It's like this woman would be polishing off 2 books in a day. Anyway, I miss her. And this young lady here reminds me that I miss her. Annette Gordon Reed, smart as fuck. My mother, smart as fuck. And so we go. You're back, JB. And apparently Ryan ran away. He couldn't wait.
Brian's a bitch anyway.
I said Ryan, not Brian.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, Ryan's a bitch. He's the bitch.
Oh, hey, Natasha. No, Hurricane Dolores is what I called her. Oh boy, once he spun up, it's like, ooh, don't those hedges need trimming? Doesn't the lawn need to be mowed? It's like, motherfucker, let's do some outside work. She'll calm down in a bit. Ooh boy, and the problem is, to be honest, she never blew up over like, no, she was usually right to blow up. It's like, you did what? You could see the spin up. Oh shit, Hurricane Dolores, I done fucked up. So but you know what? I turned out fine. Dude, it's like, these were the best parents possible. Look at me. I'm motherfucking retired at like 55. And look, they were black excellence. When I go home, and I probably will for my birthday, or, next month, or tomorrow's next month. I still go to that bookshelf, recessed bookshelf in the den that is fucking huge. And I look at my mother's books. Sometimes I'll take one down, sometimes I won't. But dude, I grew up with books. I grew up with a mother who read books. We were that kind of family.
Stanley, what month your birthday is?
What you'll do is wait till I'm done, sir. Right? So, I'm sitting here on a Saturday, lightly inebriated watching one of my favorite historians, and she is just brilliant. And I like black women who are brilliant. I like women who are brilliant. And so many of these weirdo fucking black manosphere people, they're just weird. Like, dude, you want a smart wife. She might teach you a thing or two. So what you got, JB?
Stanley, ain't your birthday this month? Remember you said you was gonna smoke a joint.
What are you talking about?
You want me to take you out for your birthday, Stanley?
Dude, is it not February?
Yeah, March is tomorrow, man.
Yeah, but today is which month?
Oh yeah, the 28th of February.
Okay, so we it's not March yet.
So when March come, I ask you again.
We'll see. I'm not, you know what, at this point, I've gone shit. The last time I did anything like that was like 40 years ago. I've made it this long.
Oh well, we gonna go out and have some drinks or something, man.
We'll see.
All right, I got moonshine.
So you're safe. Your son's not gonna come knocking on the door once he makes bail,
his
right?
his little girlfriend just called me not too long ago asking for bail money. I said, "You go bail him out. That motherfucker's crazy."
Does he have kids?
He got two kids. He got a little boy.
Where are the
a
kids?
brand new little baby girl. And man, when I tell you all he do, man, he just sit on the couch.
Whoa. Now I'm confused. Why was he at your place if he's got
Because
kids?
him and his girl, they got into it about some stupid stuff, man.
So he
And
came to you?
yeah, he came to me and he
To do
told
what?
me.
Ask for advice?
This way he told me. He said that they had an argument and he needed somewhere to come cool off. And then when they came over to my house, man, she came over there telling me that he'd been beating on her and all that, and he wanted to use my car. He told me last night, and I was like,
He
man,
doesn't have.
using
What did he come over to your house in?
Yeah, he came over last night, just out of the blue.
In your car or his car?
No, he walked over to my house.
Oh, he lives near.
Yeah, he walked over to my house telling me what all happened, and he was like, can he use my car to go get his stuff? And I was like, man, you're not driving my car. You wrecked it already. And then we got into it and all that, and then woke up this morning, man, and then he asked me again for my car. And I was like, man, I told you last night I wasn't going to do it. So he got mad, man. Next thing I know, he punched me right in my face, man. He beat the fuck out of me, man. And I called the police. I was going to shoot him. And then police came and they asked me what I wanted to do. So I pressed them some charges on him. And then his little friend. Then her little
So
friend.
where's his mother?
Shit, hell if I know, man.
Oh, wow.
Like, I haven't talked to her, man, probably since he was like 2 or 3, man.
Hmm. Well, hopefully everything turns out okay.
Yeah, I just done. Yeah, he ain't coming back around me no more, man. I hate to say it, but man, once you put your hands on me, man, you know, something got to change, man. Especially beating on me over my own car, man, my own stuff, man. That's why I draw the line, man.
Right.
I don't know, man. I don't know
Well,
what to do.
let's before I I'm gonna address this comment and then I'm gonna or start playing this again. But I don't know, Don, I stopped trying to. I understand, but I don't understand. I actually think her thing was she knew me well enough, dude. I would be there. Let me tell you what I think she thought. Like, if we tell him, he's gonna come and run our lives. This motherfucker will be here every day. He'll be handing me my pills. He will. I honestly think that no, we don't need that. Let us live our lives, because this boy, he will manage things, and we don't want that. So,
Published my first book, but she and all of the hard work she put into me really contributed to that, and my father as well. So it means a fulfillment. I've sort of come full circle on something that a journey that I've been on since I was a kid.
Yeah.
So that's what it really means to me.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit at dinner last night about like the idea of like be better than that kind of used to like permeate Black families and whatnot. When you just said that, everything, something I said on social media is my mama told me to change the world like every day, right? So much so that I started believing I could. And simultaneously, my biological father not being there was a driving force in me wanting to like, make him sorry he didn't, take part in me, right? I did this so excellent, but he'd be like, wow, which he's pretty all right. Man. We talk every day. I don't want to paint that kind of picture, but those are just some driving forces.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. My father lived long enough to see me write books and so forth, not the bigger success, but he saw me do these things. And so that was always gratifying to me that he got to see that.
Absolutely. Can you share a personal story or example that illustrates the resilience cultivated and passed down through the generations of your family?
Well, I think it's my parents' attempt to, and actually a successful attempt at buying a house, buying a home. We started out, she was a teacher, and my father had a small business, a store, and he also ran a funeral home for a time. And they saved their money and they bought a house. And that's always been a thing in the Black community, because the part of the inequality of wealth between Blacks and whites is the not, having a home, purchasing a home. And so most white people have their wealth in a home, and we don't have that. And so it's part of a generational thing that, and I think that working and saving for that and striving to keep it and paying off the mortgage is an example of resilience that meant a lot to our family. We've sold our family home, but that's what you do. After everybody's gone and the kids are gone and the parents are no longer living, that's what you do.
Do you feel like a sense of loss when that happens?
Oh, yeah.
About like we lost our family home that I grew up in, right? For various reasons, right? And I think about when I go home often that this is not my home, right? When I go in the home that my mom lives in now. And so, did you feel that?
Oh, yeah, we felt a loss in doing it, and we postponed doing it. We probably should have done it earlier than we did, and probably got a better price, but there was nobody there. The character of the neighborhood had changed drastically. It was not any place it was not like what it was when I went home. So it wouldn't even be like going home in a way. But we still felt that twinge of, this is the end of something. There's no reason for me to go back to my hometown now. My mother and father have friends who are still alive. And so I've gone back for that, and I had a school named for me, so I went back for that. But other than it, there's no real reason for me to be there. So that's a twinge that you feel. It's a place that helped form you, and now you're not in that world anymore.
And it makes me think a little bit about the amazing work that you've done. With Ron Juneteenth. What is the name of the Hemmings?
The Hemmings is a Monticello, an American family.
Monticello. And you had two other books on Thomas Jefferson.
I had another book about Thomas Jefferson, and I did I helped Vernon Jordan, the civil rights leader and presidential confidant, write his memoirs, which is a completely different kind of book to do. But that's
what kind of fascinated you about Sally and Thomas Jefferson?
Well, what fascinated me was the fact that their son gave an interview in 1873 talking to a newspaper about being the child of Thomas Jefferson and Sally Hemings, and historians basically denied that and said he was making it up. And the African American man, the other enslaved man who gave an interview and corroborated what he said, they said, oh, this is just a fantasy. They're trying to make themselves look good and, like being the son of Jefferson or whatever. And I could see how historians were treating what they said as a fantasy, but when Jefferson's legal white family gave an alternative story saying, well, the reason her kids look just like Jefferson is they're the kids of his nephew. And there was no support for that, nothing to corroborate that. And so my first book was looking at how historians looked at evidence and how they put a thumb on the scale for the white family and then just dismissed what they said. So I set out to show there was a lot to what he was saying. You know, there was a lot to support what he was saying, and there was nothing to support the story about the nephews. And my book came out in 1997, and the next year they did DNA testing on descendants, and it corroborated what I said. There's a connection between the Hemmings and Jeffersons, and no connection between that family of the nephews who are accused or said to have been the father of the Hemmings' children. So it's really not. I didn't see it just about that story of Tom and Sally. It's about how Black people's word then and now is treated in a, diminished fashion. We're not credited if you're saying something that white people didn't want to hear. And so that's what my first book was about. And so the next book, The Hemmings, next book about this family was about the whole family, not just Tom and Sally. It was about her and her mother and brothers and so forth.
I think about, so I was having a conversation with, well, a little bit of everyone, because I was thinking about changing my dissertation topic to like what archives do to like African American history. Because who gets to hold those things often aren't the actual people that they're about.
Just to do an update on Iran, apparently the Ayatollah is dead again, and very, very bad decision by Trump. At least for now. Maybe there's a reason, but I can't see one at this point.
And so I would imagine, so for instance, I was thinking about Morrison's papers at Princeton and so on and so forth, and what that does in terms of creating like a narrative around our folks. Did you experience like those thoughts as you were like, digging through archives and talking to folks while you were doing that work?
Oh yeah. It's tough when you're writing about enslaved people to have to use some of the material that enslavers created. So you always have to read these things in a way that with an eye towards who these people are who's saying this, and to be skeptical when warranted, and to do extra work to bear out what they're saying, because they're enslaving these people. They obviously don't have a sense of respect for them and care about them. So there's always I was happy that Jefferson kept a lot of records and his family kept a lot of records, but it was good to have the oral history from the Hemmings family. Madison Hemmings is the recollection that I mentioned. That's not really oral history. This is a person telling his family. He's a part of it. There's not like oral history is usually, it's someone down the line who's telling the family's story, but he was a direct witness to this. So you have to dig deeper. You have to be critical of things that people say and try to find stuff to corroborate these stories. So I thought about the archive.
I'm just trying to do something real quick before. I've been lost and I'm found now. All my face is bruised, black and purple now. I don't know what to do. I think I need to help. My face is hurting, man.
Okay, I'm bored. This isn't interesting.
They were not meant to be in the archive, right? Enslaved people, they were kept out of it. And uncovering it takes a lot. It's a lot more detective work than when you're just looking at people's letters. Which can lie too. I mean,
Oh, I read some interesting letters in like the Southern Misses archive.
Oh yeah.
They got some Interesting stuff. Even and it goes back to like 1863, right around the time when they're like, all right, you're gonna let them free. Can we like make a militia, et cetera, right? And like the precursor to the KKK, which is the Whitecaps in the area as well. When I'm thinking about like the Toni Morrison called it rememory, right? And I'm thinking about like the reconstruction of like history. And I'm thinking about on Juneteenth. Well, first of all, I want to ask you about like, so there's this concept, and I brought this up yesterday. Claire Dieter's Monster, this is the Fan's Dilemma. It talks about like a certain level of pride that comes with like fandom. Like I know Jay-Z's high school, right? You were talking a little bit about like having that same pride with Juneteenth.
Yeah.
Right? Prior to it becoming like a national holiday and more celebrated in a loud fashion, I guess I'll say, outside of Texas. Can you talk a little bit about negotiating that for a little bit?
Well, you know, what I first heard about people celebrating Juneteenth long ago, you know, years ago, and I thought, why? Why would they be doing this? This is our holiday, because I grew up thinking it was Black people's holiday and Black Texans' holiday in particular. And then whites started celebrating it as well. It became a state holiday in 1980. And I felt, on one hand, you think, okay, so they recognize it. And on the other hand, this is something that's ours.
Yeah.
And then I realized later on that, well, if you see Juneteenth and the end of slavery in Texas as an advance in human rights, a step, not the end of it, but just a step, then you should want people to celebrate it. Not just us. It should be Black people outside of Texas. It should be white people. Anybody who sees themselves as an ally should celebrate it. And so I realized that that's kind of childish to want to keep things just to yourself. But it was a very intimate family, community. I remember we just sort of wandered from house to house, and everybody had, you know, tubs of soda, and kids would drink too much and throw firecrackers, which I can't believe we had. Our parents let us have, which my kids would never have, but it was a different world. So I got over that was not a very mature way to see it.
Have you seen the Juneteenth? Was it high school?
No.
Yeah.
I read something about that.
Yeah.
Well,
those like the corporate.
You mean all these terrible products and stuff?
It's like, but I mean, like you said, those like.
That's why you need DEI. You know, somebody to say, don't do that. And you know, that's not a thing to do.
It's funny you talk about firecrackers, and then immediately when you said I can't believe we had them, it made me think about we would have firecracker wars.
Oh yeah, we'd throw firecrackers at one another. Yeah.
And I can't believe like
be careful what your parents would say.
That's it. You know, like holes around the candle and the dust on. And I think that just. I'm still feeling like the black cat on my arm. When I think,
well, you're so much younger than I am. They were still doing that. I mean,
I'm talking about more weeks, right?
Yeah.
When I think about on Juneteenth as well, there's something to be said about the prideful element of place, right? And the way that you treat Texas, and the way that you talk about all the different, ethnicities and cultures that exist.
Yeah.
Right. What does place mean?
Oh, it means a lot. It helps define who you are, the kinds of things, the rituals you perform with your family, the play that you had with the kids in your neighborhood, the fights you had. It builds your character in a way. And because Texas, I know Mississippi, you're from Mississippi, right? I mean, I'm sure you have a great sense of pride about that and connection. And the Texans are kind of it's a little extra. It's a little those maybe that's why I moved to New York. There'll be two places, that have that sense of self. I meet people from Texas, and you meet people from there, and you don't have to go very far before you find out they're from there. Yeah. I know all the people who are from Texas, and people from Massachusetts don't immediately tell you, I'm from Massachusetts or I'm from Ohio, But Texans is like that. So, and it's drummed into us. We take Texas history twice you have to take it in the 4th and the 7th grade. And then in high school, you can take it as an elective. So I had like 3 years of Texas history.
Yeah.
So it's kind of drummed into you from the time you're small that you're from this special place. And it makes people who are Texans feel that they are special. So that sense of place, and that's kind of outsized, it really is a little bit over the top. That sense of place defined me and made me grow up thinking that I was part of a special group of people.
Yeah.
And the book is really about what that means for a Black person, understanding that Black people came to Texas with the Spaniards in the 1500s. So they were there a long time before plantation slavery.
Yeah.
But my ancestors were brought over from Mississippi and from Alabama and Georgia into Texas. My earliest, I can trace back to 1820s. This is before Texas is still part of Mexico and not its own republic, it's certainly not a state. So how do you have a pride in place with a place where your ancestors were enslaved? I mean, what does Texas mean to me? What does Mississippi mean to you? How can you have that pride?
Yeah.
And working on the book, which I did during the pandemic, and I was it's a time where everybody was sort of thinking about a lot of stuff. It's not deep, a lot of things. Is that it's about your family.
Mm-hmm.
It's about the things that you share with people growing up, where you first learn that there are people who love you and the people you love, and the rituals and the things that you did. It's not about all those people who hate you.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't own it just because they happen to be there. So that's really what it's about, trying to figure out how do I reconcile those two things, the slavery and Jim Crow and the bad things with all the good things that I associate with family and love and struggle and thinking about the future.
Yeah, I think when you were just talking, I was thinking about when you're like, I'm sure you got like a sense of pride being from Mississippi. And I think it's interesting because you said you took these other classes that you're kind of taught about Texas history. We had like Mississippi studies or something like that, but I was like, oh God, books old, Mississippi's old. I don't want anything to do with it. And a lot of what I learned about pride and being from Mississippi, and specifically Natchez, came when I went to college. Everything else was about, I want to read. Like this whole idea of, I have to get away from here. And I think that is wrapped up in the history of slavery. Because Natchez, I don't know if you have learned or know anything about it, but it has tons of like plantation homes, et cetera, right? And
people have weddings there.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you see that growing up, right? They're dressed in the whole Confederacy garb. Your grandma might be cleaning it out, and she has to wear a certain so and so. You know what I mean? Like that exists. It's still there, right? And so at first, right, I had like this wanting to kind of run away and escape, right? And then you go to school and everyone has this reverence for your city, right? And it makes you kind of go back in. And to your point of, it's about like family and the rituals you perform. Now I'm like, I fiend for those things when I go back, because I just find out so many cool things about them. And these are the people who like shaped my head. I don't know if y'all do it in Texas, like when the baby comes, shake my head and rub my legs to make sure I wasn't bow-legged, right? But I had no idea they were members of the Deacons of Defense, or that, they were in these traveling blues bands, or that there was a brothel there that to the late 90s, right? And so there's just a lot of cool stuff in terms of place. So places like, it means everything. And I think the work that like people do with nonfiction is very powerful in terms of place, because place is almost like, it's a setting, but it's also a character, right? In the way that it shapes the work. And in thinking about that, what weight does work like the work that you do have on shaping like political ideologies and or healing or furthering divides between folks?
Well, I hope the political ideology is to get people to think about American history and to think about the fact that African-American people have been here from the very, very beginning, have been part of this story. And there had been for many years an attempt to kind of write us out of that, or in sort of mainstream historiography to write us out of it or to put us in a particular box in a place. You're there, but you're sort of like the flora and the fauna, like the deer and the things you sort of wander around. You're not really a part of it. And one of the things that's happened over the past 50 years is the incorporation of people, of indigenous people, of African-American people into the American story. And that changes things a lot. And I think part of the backlash that we're facing now about history is that there are people who don't want that. The people who are doing the weddings and all these kinds of things. They don't want another story or a more inclusive story.
That is an excellent point. Essentially, American history is like the last frontier of integration. These people don't want to integrate non-white contributions into American history into the total picture. It's the American history is the last bastion of Jim Crow.
In the mix for their children because they want their children to believe the same things that they believe. And typically, you think of like my parents, I mean, surely they wanted me to believe some of the same things that they believed, but they also believed in education.
Yeah.
They sort of knew that we were going to change, that there would be a new day, and they were hoping for that. But we're having a reaction against trying to use what we know about history to broaden the story.
Yeah, it's almost like a national cognitive dissonance, like of a whole like group of folks. We were talking last night with a brother, a white brother who said that he didn't find out that it was illegal for enslaved folks to learn how to read until a few years ago. And we were, of course, flabbergasted. But then I was telling the people that we were at dinner with, I was like, that is a core necessity for white supremacy to succeed. A nation keeps it shaped by the stories it tells itself, right, about what happened. And I think that's Dr. Monty Perry.
And she was speaking yesterday. Did you see her yesterday?
I didn't get to kind of see her here. She was here the other day. But when you think about the necessity of cultivating the story, right, and then what that allows you to think and move inside of, that's what I'm thinking about when I hear you say that, right? Because like that is the controlling narrative of my city, right? You can come and get married here in an antebellum home, and dress up, and it's almost like
pretend you're back in the good old days.
It's like and so that's like the prevailing story, like that you can come and get married here, you can dress up in the Confederate garb, and it's almost like we aren't there. Like there's a whole, and there just as much of wealth of information about the Black folk there, and or what we call, they obviously have a name, they're called the Natchez Indians, right? The indigenous folks who are there. There's just as much a wealth of cultural information there for those that deserves to stand alongside them. And that when you were talking about like almost like this Americanism, how that's starting to be redefined, makes you think of something that Maurice Hollis wrote from. I can't remember the name of it, but it was an essay about how his family members fought in wars. And how they were like, the real Americans, they will never actually have that put on them. That they are the actual ones, all of the people of color in the nation are the actual ones who believe in those ideals, and then the hegemonic powers that be circumvent those ideals whenever they feel necessary. And that is Thomas
Sorry
Jefferson,
about that,
right?
folks.
So you think about some of the things he said about the inability of love in enslaved folks, while Simon probably is writing that, while Sally is literally tearing the robe. You know, it is almost.
And while he's doing things on the plantation that show that he clearly understands that that's not true. Every single thing he says in the notes, you can point to something that he's doing at Monticello that, you know, he says, I can't imagine a Black person, you know, the only plain narration, uttering a thought above plain narration, basically telling stories you can't analyze. Yet he had Black people, he asked Black people or made Black people do things at Monticello that required reason. He made, you know, George Granger is a Black man who was the overseer at Monticello. You can't be an overseer at Monticello without being able to reason. So there's like a catechism of white supremacy. There are things that you say in public that you know are not true. Your daily life tells you not true. So it's a lot of it is about lying and lying to yourself.
Listen.
And I have no question that he believed that whites were superior to Blacks. I mean, that's a common, people believe that today. I mean, so that's not, you can't act like that's some, you know, out of the box notion. But he certainly knew Black people were intelligent, and he knew Black people could, you know, reason because he had them do it, and he wrote about them doing it. So there's a lot that's going on here that you have to work to maintain this stuff.
Yeah. So I guess a good question would be, what is the weight of like humanness on history? Because like he's constructing history, right?
Yeah.
He's like, there's a guy, it's a book called The Barber of Natchez, right? And he was previously enslaved, and he becomes a barber, and he then owns enslaved folks. And there's this one part of his historical, or the historian society, I guess I would say at large, who believes that he is recording this stuff almost like you record transactions in a checkbook. But I don't think that's what Thomas Jefferson is kind of doing in the recording of like his day to day, right? What is the weight of humanness, or maybe, what is the weight of humanness on history, and does it stand in direct opposition to the construction of American history?
Well, the weight of
Dawn, American history, and the reason I say that is, look, one of the interesting things is that American history is literally subjective. You know, it's opinions about actual events, what they mean, and all that sort of stuff. And Black people have this problem too. I can think of some friends of mine who have like notions of history that I don't necessarily agree with. But consider the Dunning School. You remember, and you're younger than me, but you know, I think even I was taught this in high school that, you know, slavery wasn't a totally bad thing. You know, had African, you know, the kidnapped Africans or the sold Africans into slavery, we should be thankful for being in the United States because we could still be back in Africa living in a mud hut. I've literally heard CT and John Galt, people of that ilk, say that. Well, as it turns out, history wasn't like, there's Phyllis Wheatley, there's, you know, Benjamin Banneker, there's all kinds of examples, Frederick Douglass, of course. There's all kinds of examples of Black people standing out in history, and all that stuff's been suppressed because if history was not the last bastion of Jim Crow, there would have to be like somebody like Charles Drew. Well, this dude figured out how to preserve blood. And the irony is that he died in of a car wreck and couldn't be admitted to a white hospital to take advantage of a technology that he invented. Those sorts of ironies, Governor DeSantis, and MAGA blacks will tell you, well, that doesn't matter. White MAGA knows it matters, but they want to keep MAGA blacks and just black children in general ignorant of this. And then they worry about little Chad and little Karen. What if they knew or had a true picture of who their ancestors were and exactly what they did? They want patriotic history for a reason. The truth is gonna make little Chad and little Karen like, I don't want to be like that. American history is the last bastion of Jim Crow. They want the Black excellence. They want the Native American excellence. They want all that. How many times have I heard on my own panel that, ooh, it's a white man's country? Well, dude, who the fuck picked cotton in these cotton fields that basically the economic engine of the early United States, the 19th century United States? It wasn't white people out there picking cotton. White people were, the horrible, kind of the easy way out of this is white people were too fucking lazy to pick their own cotton. So they had to, buy people or kidnap people to do it for them. I submit that American history, what someone like a Matt Walsh, and we're going to talk about Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh recently released a documentary about the quote true history of slavery in America. Not going to do it today, maybe tomorrow. Not sure if I want to do a show tomorrow. But this notion that Black Americans, legacy Black Americans, should be thankful that they're not, back in Africa. They were kidnapped, and they were lucky that they were kidnapped or sold or captured or whatever. It is so goddamn disingenuous. It's a Jim Crow. Black people and Native Americans in particular, and as a matter of fact, indigenous people in the Southwest being left out of a very important part of how America was built. It's literally racism. It is literally racism. We don't want that shit taught in Florida. Chad and Becky might get their feelings hurt knowing that their great, 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 great grandfather was a horrible human being. We don't want the part about George Washington hunting a slave from the president's desk in Philadelphia. The motherfucker would not give up on Ona Judge. He wanted her back because Martha Washington, she was a favorite slave of Martha Washington. We don't want to know that during the Constitutional Convention, George Washington and Thomas Jefferson and other Virginians in Philadelphia, if you were a slave, but you were in the city for more than, I want to say it was 6 weeks. I think maybe it was 6 months. Thomas Jefferson and George Washington is the most famous, they would send their slaves back at 5 months back to Virginia to reset the clock. Dude, these people have a mixed history. They did a lot of good if you're a nationalist, but dude, they treated black human beings like commodities. And the MAGA blacks, the MAGA masses, they don't want their kids to know this shit because their kids might be smarter than them and figure out, well, goddamn, I don't want to be like that. That's the real fear. That's why they are Jim Crowing American history. We don't want that shit to be known. Becky might get mad at great, great, great granddaddy. How do we make our money? In the slave trade? That is the worst thing. And since Sin is going to bring up Ben Thorpe, that's the worst thing. Thorpe wants to know that great, 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 great granddaddy had slaves. And by the way, they're from Rhode Island, so they probably didn't, they probably don't have a slave owning history. So I'm kind of picking on them, but I need to make that known. Rhode Island, New England in general, not known for the slave trade, except the shipping magnates. Their ships transported the slaves. So Yale, founded by a slave trader.
Humanist in history is that you can't get away from it. It's actually there. It requires people to deny things, to lie to themselves. I remember reading some correspondence with a man in Virginia who had moved from one part of southern Virginia to northern Virginia, and he took a small boy with him, an 8-year-old with him, and an enslaved boy. And he's writing to his brother, and he says, this kid keeps crying every night. And I wonder, does he miss his mother? Yeah. And then he says, no, he doesn't. I mean, so you can see him in the letter. The only reason he raised the question because he knew the answer to that. Yeah. This is a person. This is a human being. And you can't take an 8-year-old from his or her mother and not have them miss their mother, right? And not know whether if you ever see them again. And yet he convinces himself in that letter, you can see him saying, I have to deny that. Yeah. But that letter is proof, to my mind, that they know what's up. They understand what it is. Most of these people understand that they're doing, that they are acting in an inhumane fashion and they're dealing with human beings, but they have other issues. They see themselves as better human beings, more important human beings, and their values and their desires matter more than other people. And they made that choice to do it. Yeah. And that's what I think people are, the backlash that I talked about before. And shame is not a strong word. It maybe for some people it's not a matter of shame, but there's certainly a huge discomfort with the idea of telling these stories because they know what their ancestors did and they know how people today will view that. And so they want to hide this stuff. The whole purpose of it is to deny the humanity or to put it in the mind. When you talked about the weddings and people not paying attention to the Black people, well, we've changed. I mean, we have a whole historiography now about slavery and enslaved people's lives. And ignoring that means you're trying to keep this story of the glorious South in place. Yeah, and you don't want any kind of additional stories, any additional narratives about people's lives. So it's a political choice to do that. Absolutely. It's definitely about politics. And they accuse us of being political, but that's a political choice to pretend that nothing has happened since hoop skirts and, the glorious South, and you haven't learned anything.
Yeah, it's like you do that and you can go extra far.
Yeah, exactly. That's not where we are. We're in a different place, and they don't want to be in a different place. They want to go back to that, but with antibiotics and other stuff.
Yes. Well, Annette, it's been an amazing conversation. I want to thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you had an awesome time.
I did. I'm glad I discovered this place. Thank you for inviting me.
Of course, of course.
Well, all right. I always enjoy seeing Annette Gordon Reed in anything she talks about. She's so measured, so calm, so I hate to say the word, but she is, I don't know, 64 or so. She's so motherly. So unflappable would be how I describe her. So anyway, another Black female historian, and I can't remember what the lady on the right does, but Kelly Carter Jackson. She teaches history at I think it's damn it, one of the Seven Sisters schools, Smith College, I think. Last I remembered.
I wrote this book mostly the summer of 2020 really inspired this book. I was mad. I was frustrated. I didn't know shade, but I didn't like the books that were coming out. I just wanted a book where it's like, no, Black people have always refused. We have always fought back. We have always resisted white supremacy.
And this is actually something SKC and I have gone back and forth. You know, he will sometimes ask me the question, well, who freed Black people in America from slavery? His answer is, well, white people did. Black people in America couldn't survive without white people. And my response when he asks that silly question is, Black people never wanted to be enslaved in the first place. If you want to be a slave, you can be a slave, but Black people never wanted to be. First step to being free from a slave state, from your massa, is wanting to be free. That is step one. You know you want to be free. Step one. And hopefully SKC will listen to this episode and understand the folly of his logic.
Is violence. One of the narratives we've been given about Black people is that they're violent and that all they want is revenge. All they want is to get whitey and somehow, like, you know, reverse the roles and be like Black supreme. Black people want justice.
Kelly Carter Jackson, assistant professor of Africana Studies at Wellesley College, historian and author of Force and Freedom, Black Abolitionists and the Politics of Violence.
I got that wrong. Apparently it's Wellesley. One of the Seven Sisters. I can, my bad.
Refuse a forceful history of Black resistance, how Black people have resisted white supremacy from the Haitian Revolution and the founding of this country all the way up through the present day.
After passage of the 19th Amendment in 1920, it would take another 40 years for Black women to rightfully claim any victory. Is that resistance didn't belong to just the big name folk or to these headline moments, and that it was happening everywhere. It was happening all the time. Black people were not just suffering quietly. They were simply enduring their oppression. They were constantly pushing back in all kinds of ways. And many of them were doing it in the shadows of history.
I feel like I've had a deeper appreciation for gun ownership because of the people that I write about, but also a deeper appreciation for gun control. Like there's, it goes hand in hand. This election was the first one that my son actually paid attention to. He's 11 and just turned 11. And he was really invested in seeing Kamala Harris win and in having the first Black woman president. And because we talk so much about like how historical that could be, and also I talked about how much I despise Donald Trump, that we both had these really vibrant conversations, even with my daughter who's 8 years old. I noticed how much they were paying attention to not so much the news, but what's sort of going on in the atmosphere, what kids are talking about at school. And so the night of the election, he wanted to stay up and hear the election results. And I was like, oh, it's going to be a long night. You know, you need to go to bed. You've got school in the morning. And he woke me up at 5 a.m. It was actually not a late night, as we know. And he said, what happened? Did she win? Did she win? And I said, oh, no, baby, she lost. And he burst into tears. And so did I. And I've never really cried over an election. You know, actually, I think I did with Hillary, too. But like in 2016. But I've never been so emotionally invested in an outcome. And I think part of that is because, you know, Black people are used to being disappointed, but like it was a disappointment that I had never shared with my child. And I saw how much it impacted his outlook. You know, he thinks that the world is fair and that the world is just, or that it should be. And so having conversations with him was just really difficult. And so I took them on a walk. I took my son and my daughters on a walk, and we just talked about what it means to have big feelings and to talk about, you know, what it means to feel sad and how it's okay to feel sad. And that we have to keep refusing. And, you know, I said to him, what's the title of Mommy's book? And he's like, We Refuse. I was like, that's right. That's right. We keep refusing. We still got work to do. Mm-hmm. And so to be able to encourage them and also to see how just they're full of hope encouraged me was really good. Really good.
So clearly how Black people have had to respond to injustice, and they do so in these courageous and creative ways, even when their stories are left out of the history books. So was that part of what you were thinking when you were writing We Refuse, is how to help people see and feel themselves as part of this longer tradition of resistance?
Yes, absolutely. I wrote this book mostly the summer of 2020 really inspired this book. I was mad. I was frustrated. I didn't know shade, but I didn't like the books that were coming out in that time. There was a lot of books that sort of, you know, rose to the bestseller list. And I felt like, no, this is not the solution. I didn't like, and I still don't like trauma porn, you know, where you just hear like beating after whipping, after raping, after, you know, like assault after assault. I just wanted a book where it's like, no, Black people have always refused. We have always fought back. We have always resisted. And we need to tell those stories. And that refusal has not always been a march or a protest, that we've engaged white supremacy in just a variety of ways. And so is it Toni Morrison that said you need to write the book you want to read? And so I said, okay, then I guess that's what I need to do. And so I approached this book by looking at refusal in a lot of different ways, like revolution, protection, force, flight, joy. And it's not an exhaustive way of how we've attacked white supremacy, but for me, it represented a lot of the ways that I've seen it play out in history, or I've seen it play out in my own personal life. And I just wanted to write that book and make it like my love letter to the Black community, to our comrades in arms, so that people could read it and that they could be encouraged and fortified.
So, of course, there may be some people here who haven't gotten a chance to read the book, or it's been a while since they did. So do you mind reading a little section so people can get a little taste?
So I have, I'm going to read like two little sections. The first part is the prologue, or the preface, if you will. And it's just a couple pages. It says, in December of 1934, W.E.B. Du Bois completed what I believe is the crowning jewel of his scholarship, Black Reconstruction in America from 1860 to 1880. With over 700 pages of forceful writing, the book is a sweeping narrative that centers the contributions of Black men and women who fought to liberate the enslaved during the Civil War and afterward, and to reconstruct the United States as democracy that would uphold and protect workers and their labors. On the first page, Du Bois writes a letter to his readers, a preface of sorts, in which he claims that this is a book for those who believe that Black people are human beings. If the reader believes the Negro in America and in general is an average and ordinary human being who under any given environment develops like other human beings, then he will read this story and judge it by the facts adduced. If, however, he regards the Negro as a distinctly inferior creation who can never successfully take part in modern civilization and whose emancipation and enfranchisement were gestures against nature, then he will need something more than the sort of facts that I have set down. In America, Du Bois asserts that the interplay between these ideas has given shape to every historical moment and movement affecting Black people. When Americans argue over who should have access to schools, jobs, food, clean water, voting, healthcare, or justice, we are essentially wrestling with the idea of Black humanity as either a fact, an aspiration, or an aberration. Du Bois was not interested in persuading people of Black humanity. Neither am I. This book is about the ways that Black people in America have responded to white supremacy, including force. The intrinsic belief in Black humanity is essential to understanding Black resistance to racial terror. While many stories of resistance involve extraordinary courage, most are about ordinary Black folks demanding basic provisions or protections. And this book pushes against and beyond the dominant civil rights narrative that conditions us to see Black people as worthy actors because of their commitment to nonviolence. Like Du Bois, I'm going to tell this story with the implicit assumption that Black people are ordinary human beings. In a world where speaking about Black Lives Matter is polemical, I am fully aware that this will greatly reduce my audience. Moreover, my audience will likely be additionally curtailed by the fact that I am writing about how Black people respond to white violence and refuse white supremacy. Black liberation is actually not revolutionary for Black people, but it is to white people. To white readers, my writing might sound extreme but that's because most, if not all white people are intensely invested in maintaining their position. And what then must we do? Leo Tolstoy wrote, I sit on a man's back, choking him and making him carry me. And yet I assure myself and others that I am sorry for him and wish to lighten his load by all means, except by getting off his back. The formula for full humanity and equality is not complicated. It is not differential equations or even multiplication. It's subtraction. And white people must be willing to relinquish and divest themselves from power structures that benefit only them. But often those in power cannot imagine change that is not amenable to their position or granted without a permission slip. We refuse is not a permission slip, but it does show a way of winning equality and equity. Black liberation is possible. It can be accomplished and equally important, sustained. But just because something is possible and sustainable does not make it easy. In this book, I refuse the urge to solve problems with 3-point plans, slogans, DIY instructions, or how-to solutions. It combats the flimsy arguments that racism can be solved with a simple good idea, a kind word, or a stiff upper lip. Slapping anti-racists on a work as though it can be certified and guaranteed like an organic fruit is a ruse. The work of liberation will not be solved or spearheaded by one person. The work of liberation will be collective, and the work, once it's concluded, and once the work is concluded, it will not have to be done again. Dear reader, in the spirit of W.E.B. Du Bois, I am writing to you not only with a belief in Black humanity, but also with a belief that in the pursuit of freedom, courtesy is not a virtue. The Irish poet and playwright Oscar Wilde was right when he argued the worst slaveholders were those who were kind to the slaves, and so prevented the horror of the system from being realized by those who suffered from it and understood by those who contemplated. So in the present state of things, the people who do the most harm are the people who try to do the most good. Liberation is hard for white supremacists, and it is even harder for people who prefer to be benevolent masters. Many white people believe if they are nice, they can create a better world. And while it may seem rational to prefer to be a benevolent master as opposed to being a malevolent master, it is even more rational to ask why the system of slavery is presumed to be a requirement. That is, why does there have to be a master at all? In this sense, being nice is not only ineffective, but dangerous to Black lives. Courtesy words such as please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me are empty. We should not believe in nice masters any more than we believe that white superiority is the natural order of things. Racism in America teaches a prevailing scarcity, that there are not enough resources for everyone. It does not teach that scarcity is created by white people hoarding unearned advantages and resources. This is the truth. We will not run out of homes if everyone has a house. We will not run out of jobs if everyone is properly educated. Homelessness is not required. Failing schools are not necessary. And in a democracy, voting is not a privilege, but a primary feature. Mass incarceration is not merely unfortunate, but unjust. We refuse calls bovine scatology on artificial shortages, white fears, good intentions, and nice masters. On this journey, we will refuse lies and resist the status quo. And together, headed in a new direction, we will walk, run, limp, or even skip toward the light.
There. White supremacy are scary words, also, very little understood. But you tell a story about your great grandmother. I'm not going to give it away a little bit, but do you mind sharing that story?
Sure. It's a story that opens up the book. It's a story that my mother told me about my maternal great-grandmother. Her name was Arnesta. And when Arnesta was 9 years old, she stepped on a rusty nail. And when she did that, her foot got infected. And it got so terribly infected that she became very, very ill and was on the brink of dying. And so her mother, Mary, brought her to the only doctor she knew, which was a white man who lived in this big house on the other side of town. And she said, this is my child. This is my only child. Can you help my daughter? Can you save her life? And the white doctor said, sure, I'll help her on one condition, that after I heal her, she has to come and live with me and work for my family for the rest of her life. And I could not believe that. It was 1915. This is 50 years after slavery has ended. And white folks still felt entitled to Black life and their labor in perpetuity. And so because this was my great-great-grandmother's only child, she agreed. But she didn't want her daughter to die. But her mother, whose name was Martha, refused. Martha was born into slavery, and she said, oh no, slavery is worse than death. You would rather have her die than have her live the rest of her young 9-year-old life with this white man where she may face sexual and physical abuse. And so she picked up Arnesta and she took her home. And there she either went into her cabinet or her garden, and she administered every natural remedy at her disposal. And she saved Arnesta's life. But for the rest of Arnesta's life, she walked with a limp. And I talk about this limp being a violent racial imprint on her body. And that to be Black in America is to either choose death or life with a limp. That these are oftentimes the options that are presented in front of us. Do you want to die, or do you want to be exploited for the rest of your life? And my grandmother refused those set of terms. She refused, and she said, no, we will carve out our own space of survival. And that is where the book came from. It came from not just looking at Arnesta's limp, but looking at my great-great-great-grandmother's refusal to have her granddaughter be in this situation.
So what do you hope that your grandmother's story, and all the stories really, and We Refuse, are going to teach people about what white supremacy really is and how Black people have dealt with it?
I say all the time that white supremacy is violence. It's violence. It's not just the Klan or, these very extreme versions of violence where we think about lynchings or sexual assault, but it's erasure. It is theft. It is hoarding. It is, creating this proposal for a 9-year-old girl who stepped on a rusty nail. That is white supremacy. It is the idea also that identity of whiteness as supreme is normal and natural and inevitable. And I want us to refuse that and say, no, this is not normal. This is not natural. And this is not merely unfortunate, as though we can't do anything about it like bad weather. That we can refute these ideas, this power structure, and that our refusal is also not limited to this binary of violence or nonviolence. And that's really what the introduction is about. I want people to have a much more expansive way of thinking about how to fight back, because I think what the media will tell you is that, like, oh, are you going to be violent or are you going to be nonviolent? Are you going to march? Are you going to protest? Or are you going to burn it all down? As though those are the only two options we have, to burn it all down or to throw up a hashtag. And it's like there's so many more tools available to us than that. And so the book is meant to be sort of a framework for thinking about how can we combat white supremacy and not be pigeonholed by these binaries of violence or nonviolence.
Let me address this, because I'm thoroughly confused how this could come up. Sin. What is a bigger problem in the United States of America? Black supremacy or white supremacy? I understand the question. I don't think it's a problem worth worrying about. Black supremacy exists. White supremacy is an overwhelming problem. Interesting that you would try and counter the white supremacy argument. I think it's interesting.
But I think if my students have taught me anything, my students are Gen Z, and they're like, binaries do not serve us. They do not serve us. It's this, it's that, it's good, it's bad, it's black, it's white. It does not work like that.
It's exactly
so much
what
of
you
life
asked.
is gray and nuanced and complicated. And so that is the kind of solution.
Maybe you and I are seeing a different framing. If a black woman says they would rather live in white supremacy, then they're fucking idiots, if not outright racist. Silly premise, silly. You'd rather live in white supremacy? Ooh boy, they are as problematic as the manosphere if that is their if that is their point.
That I wanted to come up with to give you a diversity of tools, an array of tools.
By the way, the black manosphere would rather live in white supremacy too. Sin, help me out here. I don't get your point.
So that you could go and combat white supremacy either individually or collectively.
And you give an array of tools, and you say that this isn't all; these aren't all the tools, but I'm picking 5, and one that you use the book. And the one in particular that you kick right out in the beginning is vengeance. Vengeance. You say revenge is ridiculous.
My darling Sin, the most interesting woman in the world, and that is what I think of you. We don't have two choices. The funny thing about hypotheticals is even hypotheticals have to have a bit of reality incorporated into the thought experiment. There is no two choices. It's not even within the realm of possibility. America has never worked that way. There is no choice between black supremacy or white supremacy. So even as a thought experiment, it doesn't work. Reality, even your hypothetical, has to be a little bit more realistic than that sort of dichotomy.
Although revenge is ridiculous, but you do talk about. So, could you talk a little bit about the five that you do talk about?
Oh, Sin, you are stretching me. There is white supremacy. It exists because it's never been another way in the United States. Black supremacy is boutique. White supremacy has power. The country was founded as a white supremacist state. Go back and read the Constitution. Go back and read a history book. White supremacy is real. Black supremacy, boutique. The manosphere, most of the folks that I hear in the manosphere, and I was watching Philosophical today. They need white supremacy, to be honest. And their little the black women you talk about who would rather live in a white supremacist state, they also would marry bears. Totally ridiculous premise.
Yeah, did you? Yes, revenge is not a topic. Revenge is not an option. And I put that in there because I think that one of the narratives we've been given about Black people is that they're violent and that all they want is revenge. All they want is to get whitey and somehow, like, you know,
let me help this
like,
revenge point. Thomas Jefferson worried about that shit. Dude, you go all the way back to like white people ever since like the 17th century in what would become the United States, they have been worried that Black people would be like them for centuries. Haiti is the only example of that, you know, fear becoming reality. Never happened in the United States. Not to an extent that disrupted white supremacy.
Black supreme. And Black people want justice. Black people want justice. And I say that white people are actually not afraid of revenge. They are afraid of justice because justice is more costly. We actually don't have a narrative of or a historical precedent of vengeance in this country. There's no sort of tit for tat. There are no white massacres where white towns are completely destroyed. There are no mass white lynchings. There are no 4 little white girls killed in a church. There are no massive shootings that take place in white churches where Black people are perpetrating violence or Black people are assassinating white leaders. There is no historical precedent for that. So the idea of vengeance, I take that off the table because it's ridiculous. But what I do put on the table is I put revolution on the table and I talk about the Haitian Revolution as being the starting point for how we should think about Black liberation and freedom. You know, Frederick Douglass has this great quote where he says, you know, the freedom that we all experience today is a credit to the sons and daughters of the island of Haiti. And he's not wrong. You know, like the Haitian Revolution is the only revolution that effectively abolishes slavery. That in the United States, we have a war of independence, but we don't have revolution. We don't have broken systems that are replaced with just systems. And so I want us to rethink, what does revolution look like and how do we create new systems and reimagine new systems? And then I look at protection, how we protect one another. I look at force and I look at how Black people use guns to protect themselves, especially from the Klan and the mob. I kind of reverse the narrative of how we think about Black people in the Second Amendment. And then I talk about flights. I talk about how Black people leave. Like how they're like, you know what?
I'm gonna make a
my
point
family
here.
experienced that. My family.
The Second Amendment came to be because of non-white people. Indian, like, you know, get back and slave rebellions. That's why there's a Second Amendment. White people feared frontier justice and slave revolts. And these dumb fucks, protecting your plantation, protecting the big house from the slaves is why there's a Second Amendment.
Is originally from Louisiana and from Mississippi, and they migrated up to Detroit when opportunities were better.
This is
people do that all
actually
the time.
something
Millions of
that,
Black people leave the South for the North, or they leave the rural.
This is actually something that just amazes me. This is why, the MAGA blacks and the MAGA masses don't want American history taught. Carol Anderson, I think that's her name, history professor at Emory, and I own a book called The Second. Dude, you talk about good guys versus bad guys. The Second Amendment was conceived in racism. It is literally the First Amendment of racism. But they don't want little Chad and little Becky to know this shit. Dude. Georgia wanted to be sure that shit, if there's a major slave rebellion, motherfucker, New Hampshire better be sending their best and brightest troops. We need to keep these Negroes down.
For the urban, or they leave the urban for the rural, or they leave the country, altogether. So what does flight look like? And then the last chapter is joy. I see joy as a weapon. I see joy as a tool. I don't think you can do any of the work that we do without joy. And I really wanted people to have a different perspective on like how we can utilize these tools to create the world we want to live in.
So in addition to all these, some other stories that you do tell about your ancestors, so there are some other ancestors in there other than Arnesta. You tell a lot of very personal stories in this book.
It's not a memoir.
Some of them, it's not. But and some of them are really heartbreaking. You talk about the death of your brother William and your sister Tracy. And William's passing opens that chapter on revolution, and Tracy's opens the closing chapter on joy. And the way that you write about them is so honest, so unguarded. And that kind of grief and emotion, sense of loss isn't usually included in a history book. So why did you decide to bring these personal stories into this book? And what role do you think that grief, or more to the point, loss and longing, play in how we understand resistance, what it means, what it requires? And also add a little something else. And I don't know if you've heard of this term, is post-traumatic growth. I don't know if that resonates with you. Yeah. This idea that out of loss, out of trauma, we can honor what survives and have transformation in the wake. And that can be a form of resistance and refusal. So the question is, why did you decide to bring your personal stories in? And what role do you think talking about loss and maybe thinking about growth in the wake is a form of resistance?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Has anybody seen the movie Coco, the Disney movie Coco? So there's a line in the movie where it's like, you don't really die until the last person says your name. And I loved that idea of like Dia de los Muertos, where people are sort of remembering their ancestors. And, I started out telling this story about Arnesta, and I was like, oh, this is a great, anecdote to sort of set up the book. And then I was like, maybe I should start every chapter with a family anecdote or story as a way to keep my family members alive, so that anyone who reads this book, they will say William's name, they will say Tracy's name, they will say Arnesta's name, and they will live on. Their stories will continue to carry on throughout the generations. And I just wanted to give something to my parents, to my children, that would honor their stories and their legacy. And so, and I push back hard on this idea that like historians have to be objective and, you check yourself at the door and you can't really, be vulnerable or honest. And I don't do that with my students at all. I actually tell them, bring your whole selves to the classroom, because that is how you make sense of things. That is how you make meaning mean, you're going to take something that your father told you or your abuela told you or your auntie told you, and you are going to use that to make sense of the world and how you want to engage with others. So bring yourself to the table. So I brought myself to this book a lot. And one of the ways I talked about both my brother and my sister in 2005, I'm one of 7. I'm number 6, 6 girls, 1 boy. And in 2005, my oldest sister, Tracy, and my only brother, William, passed away 13 days apart, completely unrelated. My sister had breast cancer. She passed away Thanksgiving morning. And then we had her funeral. My brother spoke at the funeral. And then 5 days after the funeral, he was gone. He had like this weird infection, pneumococcus, and he was gone. And we were reeling, like, how are we doing 2 funerals in 2 weeks? How does this, it just felt overwhelming. And in that moment, I thought about like how you get through grief and how you navigate that. Because all of us at some point in our lives will experience grief. Whether big or small, doesn't matter. Could be a person, could be a pet, could be loss of a job, could be loss of a dream. We will all experience grief. And I wanted to think about how my family navigated that, because I think I can say, thank God, we are all healed from that loss, still heartbroken, but healed from that loss. And I felt like the tools that we got could be tools for other people. And so the way I think about grief and how you heal from it is with community, with others. So many people loved on us. So many people fed us and cared for us and just came over and did laundry, didn't even ask. You know, I'm like, are you cleaning dirty drawers? Like, but like people did that. They just came and they just blessed us and loved on us and really ushered us through our grief. And I saw how the community could be a radical act of care, that you could provide for someone, that you could protect for people, that you could love on people in this really meaningful way, and that could be revolutionary. And so I write about, in the chapter on revolution, I write about my brother, and in the chapter on joy, I write about my sister. And even though I say like it's really weird to start a chapter on joy with death, but I could not understand real joy until I had experienced real
Natasha,
grief.
let me ask
Because
you a question.
joy and grief go hand in hand. They're
how long ago was that? I'm not interested in your age, but I mean, was it back in the early 2000s? That is fucking ridiculous. Personal stories don't matter from an actual that's interesting. I would love to know why on earth that didn't count as history. The Black Knight, salute, sir. Sin, I have no idea what that means. Oh, that is weird. That professor didn't work with you on that? That sounds fascinating to me. God damn it. Really? You let that stand? You should have protested that. But again, no, the Black Knight is hardly knightish. The Black Knight actually the Black Knight is not knightish, and I'll leave it at that. Black Knight is a hero. Knightish is off the block. It's I can't believe, and I'm kind of teasing you a little bit, Sin, so don't get mad. No, 180 degrees diametrically opposed. No. Black Knight is black.
tethered together. I'm not talking about happiness. I'm talking about how you pull on spiritually, emotionally, intellectually, everything that you need to survive.
Are you really cool?
And joy is a part of that.
So earlier when we were talking about your son, William, I mentioned how We Refuse is full of stories.
Dude,
that
where are you on 95? And safe journeys. And this isn't going to be a horribly long show. But once again, Black Knight, I'm honored that you're even listening on the road. It can be so goddamn boring.
and make it into history books. And then just what you were talking about the community that just came through for you and your family, or, nameless, faceless,
Salute.
people
I
to
agree.
us. But I want to, think about that a little bit, about the ordinary people, because there are so many people that in your book that we've heard of before, a Toussaint Louverture, a John Brown, Ida B. Wells, Daisy Bates. But they're also, your book invites us to really see them through a different lens as part of this really deeper, messier, radical tradition of resistance. And sometimes, in the ways that complicate the stories that we thought we knew about these people. And then you have all these people that most of us have probably never heard of. I'm just going to say a few of my favorites, like Solitude. And there is an unnamed Black woman who was described as of great size, who helped 2 enslaved women escape slave catchers. There's Eliza Parker and her corn cutter. Carrie Johnson, her gun in D.C. Everly Hairston and her scorching that white blouse. That's kind of, I look at that as first step to her walking off that plantation. So something that We Refuse really drives home is that resistance didn't belong to just the big name folks or to these headline moments, and that it was happening everywhere. It was happening all the time. Black people were not just suffering quietly. They were simply enduring their oppression. They were constantly pushing back in all kinds of ways. And many of them were doing it in the shadows of history. So I see there are 2 powerful messages of Black history, which is, we were just talking for a little podcast about like book banning, and part of one thing that you mentioned is because those stories are so powerful. Black history is so powerful because of the things that people don't get to hear too often, hear enough. Resistance wasn't exceptional, and it was enacted by people that we've been taught not to notice. So why was it important to you to challenge not just the absence of these stories, but the assumptions behind the absence of these stories? Who it is who gets remembered, who gets written out, who gets written in.
It's forgotten.
And for those who might not have read the book, do you mind recounting some stories of a couple of people who are your favorites?
In my classroom, so I teach at Wellesley College, and I tell my students all the time I want to do 2 things. I want to give you someone new. I'm going to introduce someone to you that you've never heard of before, that you never even considered. And then I want to tell you something new about someone you think you know. So when I tell them about Rosa Parks, and I'm like, yo, Rosa Parks talks about her kitchen table being covered in guns. What do you think about that? And they're like, wait, what? Or, if I say something like, okay, you say you love Rosa Parks, quote her. What she said. And they're like, she said, and I'm like, you can quote Dr. King. Why can't you quote Rosa Parks? So trying to get my students to think more deeply about people that they think they know, and then just give them someone new. So some of my favorites were, Solitude. Solitude is fighting during the French Revolution, the Haitian Revolution. She is a young woman, probably about 19, 20. She's about 7-8 months pregnant, and she is actively going to battle fighting the French. And there is this powerful statue of her, both in Guadeloupe and in Paris, of this Black woman with her hands on her hips with this full pregnant belly. And she is giving it to the French, giving it to them, to the point where these Frenchmen are locked up in prison, and Solitude goes up to their cell, takes a rabbit, slits its throat in front of them, and says, "That's what I'm going to do to you." And these Frenchmen are like, "Oh my God!" And she's pregnant, they're terrified of her.
Believe her,
and they believe, because she means it. She means it. And it's a tragic story because she does not survive. and they actually capture her and they wind up executing her. They wait until she has her baby to execute her, not as an act of mercy, but because her baby was capital. Her baby was an enslaved person that they could have exploited. And she goes to the gallows, witnesses said, with breast-stained milks on her blouse. Just to reiterate just how much of a young woman and new mother this person was. And her courage is just, it's unforgettable to me. I think about Carrie Johnson, who was this 17-year-old Black girl who is living in Washington, D.C., and there's a race riot that takes place. And, you know, she goes up to the roof of her house, and a mob over 1,000 white people are storming her block, and they're shooting at Black people, and they're dragging Black people out of their homes, and they're beating them up. And she gets on her rooftop and starts taking pot shots, like shooting down at the mob. And it's just incredible to me that the cops break into her house, and because the mob is like, hey, there's somebody shooting, you know, you got to go in this house and get them. And she hides under the bed on the second floor of her bedroom with her father. They're both hiding under the bed. The cops come into the home unannounced. They go up to the bedroom, and she starts shooting from under the bed. And the cops are bewildered because they're like, where are these bullets coming from? And she kills a detective. She kills one of the police officers. And the police are just baffled because they're like, how old are you? You're 17? It's not her father that's shooting. It's Carrie that's shooting. And I won't tell you how her demise comes about, her outcome. Actually, it's incredible. Her story is kind of incredible.
Read the book.
Yeah, you gotta read the book. You gotta read the book. I won't tell you what happens, but it's incredible. But I was like, this 17-year-old girl has an 11-year-old girl writing poetry about her, you know, and saying like, oh my gosh, Carrie Johnson, wasn't she, it says like, Carrie Johnson, wasn't she brave and keen? She killed a detective at just 17 or something like that. And I was like, what? So there are all these stories of people that I think are sort of nameless or faceless. But then there are the stories of people like Daisy Bates, the leader of the Little Rock Nine, who I think is a fascinating person, but also is someone who is like packing a gun, you know, and like someone throws a brick into her house and she comes out like locked and loaded and like, throw it one more time. And it's like, Daisy, like, you know, you think about Elizabeth Eckford, if you've ever seen like the iconic photos of the Little Rock Nine where Elizabeth Eckford doesn't get the memo because her family doesn't have a telephone not to come to school that day because there are mobs that are going to attack. And she is, you know, clutching her books as she's walking to try to get into the school building. And you see, you know, the white mob yelling at her, spitting at her, calling her slurs, all of these things. And that same night, Elizabeth Eckford's mother calls Daisy Bates and says, sis, I need a gun. Not I need a phone, but I need a gun and I need it packed full of bullets. And I was like, I cannot imagine these two Black women having a conversation about how they're going to protect their children. That doesn't make it into the Hallmark movie. You know what I mean? That doesn't make it into the stories we tell about the Little Rock Nine. And so, yeah, there's countless stories like that. But I really wanted to just give people a small taste of what our ancestors, what these deeply patriotic Americans have done to make this world more just for everyone.
We have about 15 minutes left, and so we'll definitely leave time for everyone here to ask some questions. So hopefully I can get these two in. I'm going to pick two.
I'll be brief.
So I do want to talk about guns. So my book is in there, but do you mind showing the cover? Can you tell us a little bit about this cover art?
Sure. So the cover is by a Brooklyn-based artist. His name is Taha Clayton. It's an actual painting. So it's called Soldier of Love. And my publisher was in an art gallery and he saw this huge picture. It's like 7 feet by, 5 feet. It's really big. And he said, wow, that looks like the cover to Kelly's book. And what a lot of people don't know is that authors don't get control over their titles. They don't get control over their covers. I mean, you can say what you like or don't, but for the most part, the marketing team, the art team handles all of that. So he sent me this picture and he said, do you like this? Would you like it to be the cover of your book? And I was like, oh yeah. I just thought, I was like, I feel like I know this woman. I mean, she is armed. She has got like a line of laundry in the back. She has this beautiful like nest of locks on her head. I didn't realize this until after the book came out. My friend was like, do you realize her hands are right between the F and the U? And I was like, oh, I did not realize that FU is in the center of this book. I was like, oh, I kind of like it even more. So yeah, the book to me is just forceful. And with my first book, Force and Freedom, I did get to pick the cover for that too. So I'm like 2 for 2. But in that one, I said, I just want a pistol on the cover because it's about Black abolitionists and they're fighting for freedom. And I just want a gun. And my editor was like, are you sure you want a gun? I was like, yeah, because it's arresting. And people they won't even know what the book is about, but they will stop. And that's what you want. You want a cover that maybe they read it, maybe they won't, but they will give it a second look. And so it's funny though, because I have a very like uncomfortable relationship with guns. People would think I'm locked and loaded. I'm like, no, actually, I just got my LTC like last month. Early last year, right before the election. But I did not grow up with guns in my home. I did not grow up with like a family that hunted or anything like that. But my husband's family, they hunt a lot. They hunt deer and they're very big on guns. And my husband was in the military. So I feel like I've had a deeper appreciation for gun ownership because of the people that I write about, but also a deeper appreciation for gun control. Like there's, it goes hand in hand, but I'm not quick to dismiss people that carry guns because I think that, especially in the hands of Black people, we're like, oh, he's a thug, he's a gangster or whatever. We always demonize it. But I think Black people own guns for a purpose, a very important purpose. And that purpose 9 times out of 10 was protective. And it was oftentimes protective against white supremacy. And so I appreciate that.
Well, I did want to say that in We Refuse, you talk about another one of your ancestors, Grandmother Rita Carter. You have that tiny, pretty, fully loaded 22 pistol in her nightstand. And that image really stayed with me because it reminded me of my aunt who has passed away. She had a beautiful little 22 with a mother of pearl handle when she was 9. And I know she knew how to use it because when I was about 5, she shot somebody who was coming from my mama and then jumped in the car and drove me and my sister away. Man, but you write in We Refuse, guns were also a force, a bulwark against a hostile white supremacist world. In response to white terrorism, Black women used guns to stop trouble, not start it. Yeah. This is the most important difference between white supremacy and Black liberation. And so do you think that tension between protection and preparation is one that Black families have always had to navigate? And like you can, if you want to share about how you navigate that, but how did this writing, this book help you make sense of that inheritance of having to protect your family, but also prepare your family?
It gave me a deep appreciation. I mean, I live in Massachusetts. The gun laws are very strict. I live in the suburbs. I have small children. I'm not particularly a fan of guns or having an arsenal in my house. My context is different, though. If I grew up in the 1850s, where there are like no policing force, if I was in Mississippi in 1915, I would have a completely different outlook about how I understood gun ownership. And so I think context matters quite a bit. If I'm out in the Wild Wild West, shoot, give me a gun. I'm not playing around, you know what I mean? But today, in the context that I live in, and I live in a very specific context, that mode of thinking doesn't always work for me. But that doesn't mean it doesn't work for other Black people in other areas. So I am flexible, or at least somewhat non-judgmental about how people make really hard decisions, because they are hard decisions about how they're going to navigate their own protection. And when I think about people like Daisy Bates and people like Rosa Parks and people like Ida B. Wells and what they were up against, how they were getting thrown from trains, how they were getting death threats, how they were having their houses bombed and their churches bombed, you have a deeper appreciation for things for what they were up against. And so I just have a deep respect for gun ownership. But at the same time, I think it's complicated and it should be. We shouldn't come to these things very frivolously or superficially as though they don't matter. There's huge consequences for that. And the moment in which they were living in, gun ownership was a necessity. So when my grandmother passed away, I had this version of her of being like, the sweet lady who smelled good and made, lemon meringue pies and all of that stuff. And when we opened up her nightstand, there was the fully loaded 22 pistol. And I was shocked because I was like, Grandma's got a gun, like that started all of us, even my dad. But then I realized my grandmother was a Southerner. She grew up in Louisiana. She told me that on the weekends, her brothers would go to jail voluntarily. And I said, what do you mean they would go to jail on the weekends? And she said, yeah, because all the white men, they would get drunk on the weekends and they would lynch Black people. And so if you were in prison, you were safe. And I was like, say what now? Like, I can't imagine on Friday night, you check yourself in with the sheriff, you sit in the prison cell until Sunday morning, then you leave and then you go to church or whatever, because jail was your alibi. If you were in jail, well, you can't accuse me of raping someone. You can't accuse me of doing violence. And she talked about, I think it was my Uncle Gus, who was like, running behind the caravan, like, don't leave me. I got to get to jail too. Like, but that is the world that she lived in. So gun ownership should not have at all been foreign to us because it was not foreign for her.
And I have to say that you do talk about the Black Panther Party, and you talk about how the Panthers figured out that the greatest threat to white supremacy wasn't guns, armed protection, but that in fact you wrote, instead of guns, leadership realized the best defense to white supremacy was a fed, healthy, and educated Black populace. And how they really, kind of pivoted toward
that is
community programs.
I don't think people realize 1 year into the Black Panther Party, they're like, you know what?
This is amazing.
We got to put the guns down.
Yeah.
Because actually we are more victims of violence than
I'm amazed. So, this is truly amazing. So this one right here, I am not surprised her braids. That's my comment. Let me tell both you and Sugar Bum something, Sin. You may not approve of this woman's looks or, her braids. And Sin, you got that wrong. If you had actually been listening to what Kelly Carter Jackson said, she had a single brother out of, I think it was 7 kids, 1 brother and 6 girls. What the fuck is wrong with you? And Sugar Bum, the woman literally has 2 or 3 books out. She's actually a renowned historian. The fuck? So you don't like her fingernail polish cover or her dress? Or dude, y'all sound like the Manosphere. You coming in hot, Sugar Bum, and criticizing her looks instead of like keeping your powder dry and listening to her point. Y'all are Manosphere. Or you have been ruined or trained by the Manosphere. I'm actually kind of surprised at you two.
Anything else. And what was threatening to FBI and Hoover and COINTELPRO was not armed Black men in berets. It was their breakfast program. It was their school programs. It was their ambulance and their
and Sin 77 Sin, you're pretty sure, and you would be wrong. She literally said this, God damn it. Dude, stop being pretty sure about not being sure or being sure. She emphasized the point, Sin. I'm disappointed in you, to be honest. Listen, I thought y'all were Black women friendly. Y'all are just manosphere. God damn. Criticizing a woman. I'm pretty sure she said. No, she didn't say that. I was listening harder than y'all were. Oh, get a grip, ladies. Get a grip.
Health clinics, and they're like, if Black folks get literate and fed and educated and healthy, we are unhealthy, we are in trouble. Like, white supremacy is at its weakest
Really?
when Black people are healthy
Come
and
on,
literate
Sugar Bomb.
and cared for.
You're smarter
and so
than
they
that.
put
I respect
everything
you.
into their free
No,
breakfast
no.
programs. It's why
You know what? I love having Sugar Bomb and Sin 7 in my chat because they'll keep me honest. If I F up, they're going to let me know. And I appreciate them for that. But come on now. Don't be slack in your criticism. It's just kind of weird that Ms. Sin, the most interesting woman in the world, didn't catch the family dynamics. The lady talked about it. That you've not read her book. Shit, I haven't read her book yet, but come on. This woman is literally accomplished. And you're going to talk about something about her fingernails? And Sugar Bomb, whatever you said was so beneath my notice, but it was disappointing. Do better, ladies. If you actually want to be effective in critiques, pay attention to what people say in these reviews and stop worrying about their looks. Literally, you are just one of the boys when you start looking at these women for their looks. Listen to what they say. Same thing with the men.
we have free lunch today in schools because of the Black Panther and the party and the model that they put out there.
Maybe
so
it's
I
a
think
young
of
person
protection
thing. Okay,
really is the highest form of care,
pro-Black.
but that does
You know
not
what?
always take the form of
All I have to say, ma'am, pro-Black is irrelevant to my point. Who gives a shit whether she's pro-Black or not pro-Black? You failed, Sugar Bomb. And you too, Sin. You went after her looks and you didn't listen to what she was saying. Who gives a fuck? You failed. You disappointed me, ma'am. Ma'ams, the two of you. You're two of the brightest women on, in my experience on the internet. Y'all can do better than this.
a gun. And I think that that's why, again, context matters. The Black Panther Party understood like guns are actually not going to do us any favors. And a lot of them actually found their demise at the barrel of a gun as well because of how it was weaponized against them. And I also think that when the Black Panther Party had more women take on leadership roles, they understood, no, we need to feed the children. We need to teach the children. We need to get healthy. We need to know the law. We need to study. We need to, they changed their outlook. They even changed their 10-point plan. They revised their entire 10-point plan.
This is the last point. Yes, Sugar Bomb. And I am right in my assessment and certainly right in my critique. You can do better than this. This phenotypical, you sound like manosphere here. You too, Sin. Y'all are manosphere. So you're right, and motherfucker, I know I'm right in critiquing. Dude, I expect better, ladies.
to be one that was more care centered. So that to me is a big takeaway, because it sounds really exciting and I think cool to be like, oh, they went in guns blazing. And it's like, no. They actually made breakfast and the men wore aprons and cooked, because they were also trying to subvert gender roles and let children know that, yes, men cook, and yes, men can serve, and yes, men can give you a great big hug and tell you to have a great day at school. And that's what they were doing too.
Well, this is the last question, and also opening up for everyone else. Now, your mother, Norvella Carter, edited a book recently.
Yes, she did.
Called Woman to Woman, which is all about how Black women draw on faith, joy, and resilience to navigate challenges. And that same spiritual DNA seems to be present in both her book, Woman to Woman, and We Refuse. Both of them talk about grief. They both talk about joy. They both talk about endurance, not as separate things, but as entwined. So how do you understand joy, especially Black joy, as both a sacred act and as an act of resistance?
These are such good questions. These are really good questions. Oh, wow. Joy is, I'm going to steal from Miriam Carver that says, hope is a discipline. Joy is a discipline. Joy is a discipline. You cannot just, joy is not just, oh, I found $1. Like joy is so much more than that. And I find that if I'm not careful, like I have to be protective of that. I have to make sure, we were just talking about being workaholics and like how we just work. And it's like, but what are you doing for joy? How are you sustaining yourself? How are you giving yourself care so that you can give it to others? This past Saturday, last Saturday, I threw a garden party at my house. And I did it because I watched Netflix Meghan Markle. And I saw that she was doing all these really soft life, I have these, flower petals and I sprinkle them on my eggs or whatever. And it seemed very, superficial. And I actually questioned, I was like, should I have this garden party? Should I throw this? I mean, people are getting snatched up by ICE. We just bombed Iran, these are crazy times. And I was like, actually, no, Kelly, what is the last chapter of your book? And it's joy. And we needed about 30 Black women. We gathered together in my backyard. I gave everyone a copy of my mom's book. We did a plant swap. So it was like, come with a plant. It could be a flower, whatever you want to exchange. And then I had them ask 2 questions. I said, what are you planting in your life? Could be literal, could be metaphorical. And then what are you weeding in your life? What are you uprooting in your life? And it was so powerful. I was also reading this book, Priya Parker's, on how we gather. And she's like, when you have a group of people that's bigger than 12, it's really hard to have intimacy. So when you have these gatherings, you have to be intentional. You have to set the terms, let people know what they should expect. And so I was shocked at how all 30 women were so vulnerable and so honest and felt safe and felt lovely and beautiful and could talk about what they were planting in their lives, what they were uprooting in their lives, and then exchanging plans and, taking pictures and just feeling soft, feeling lovely. It was so joyful that is something that I have to practice in my life. I can't just say, okay, I'm going to watch Netflix and chill, but how can I be intentional about not just creating joy for myself, but curating joy for everyone around me? And then those women will take that joy and they'll give it to someone else. Because joy can be contagious. It really can. And so that's how I'm practicing. And empowering. Yeah.
Right. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have time for a few questions?
We do. Do we have time for a few questions? Did they have a mic?
I'm loud.
I country cornbread, so I'm real loud. Here, I want to thank you for coming down Southburg. Nice, already carry power. At the MIDI, I had an expo, which is our fan reunions, no art. It's on display live in NAC. So I need to come back down south where you had Ruben Eddie come. And I just wanted to thank for one.
I literally have to ask this question. This is the oddest thing I've read in a while from a chat. This just isn't empowering me. Okay. And so what? Then if it's not empowering you, okay. And y'all, oh, this is the weirdest. What are y'all doing this Saturday night? What the fuck? Everything has to empower you? You sound like Gloria Steinem there, Sugar Bum. Not everything is gonna empower you.
That big thing. So, I'm an educator and a Montessori teacher and I'm a poli-sci major. So I have a particular love of history and adequate storytelling. And when you talk about the perspective of the vanquished versus the vanquishers and how our stories are told from the vanquisher's perspective, it clicked in me that I couldn't take it for granted that my children, who happens to attend private school, but any children, private or public education, were not taught to question the source of the storytelling. So I thank you also for being intimate about telling your brother's experience with sickle cell and how for that brief time you had you after you. And when you tie it together with the story of Walu and solitude, I was we're in a place now where I'm not okay if we're too comfortable. Because comfortable means complacent. I have some friends on one end of the spectrum that are saying, resistant, resistant, value your peace, protect your peace. But I have also friends who say, yes, resistance, but not to get complacent. Not to be apathetic or to turn a blind eye. And so I have a year for you. I self-published a couple books. Your book gave me the confidence to write a book of poems and say some of these things out loud that he so it's like you and your son, I screamed that devastation of the election loss. But before that, I had wrote a really good poem about joy. Like, oh, today verdict joy. Alabama rope bra joy. Hey, joy. And then a reflection on why our joy always has to come at their expense. Nobody cared that the post had lost her life. On with that need that. If I cared about the lady who got kicked with a chair, but when you see me with a white velvet chair, you know what that means. That I refuse. So I appreciate you for the ripple effect that you can't possibly comprehend for being authentic and creating spaces for accountability. Creating spaces where we don't have to kowtow and bow our head and go wrong. You're going to get this with me or nothing. That's the way that we would discuss. Thank you.
Yes. Do anyone else have any questions?
Thank you so much, Brandy. Give me a hug. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Listen, this is why we do what we do, Jeanette. This is why we do what we do. Absolutely love it.
Hello. How you doing?
Good.
Bugging my shoe. Thank you once again for speaking. I really appreciate it. I thought your message was amazing. Can everybody hear me in the back too? Okay, Thank you. So my question is more about the refuse and the resistance. So as someone who's currently in her undergrad, my question was, how do you see the themes of refusal and resistance in your book shaping the understanding of justice today, especially for young Black leaders or future young Black leaders and for young Black children like your son and your daughters?
That's good. That's good. Tell me your name.
Taylor Xander.
Taylor. Oh, yeah, TSU. Hey, my sister taught at TSU for a while. My family's all in Houston. There's a line in the book where I say, resistance is how we respond to white supremacy. Refusal is why. It's the why. So resistance being like, are you going to protest? Are you going to boycott? Are you going to strike? Like, how are you going to engage? But if you don't understand why you're doing it, if you don't have the core sort of root of why you're working for justice, then all of your efforts are sort of in vain. And so writing about refusal for me was getting to people to understand the why of it all, because I think we get too caught up in the method and what are we doing and what's it going to look like and all those things matter, but I just wanted to go back to the basis of like why. So when I'm talking about my kids, we talk a lot about the why, the injustice, why things are the way that they are. What do we do when it's not right? How do we respond to that? How do we get other people to care and have empathy about those things that we value? So the why for me matters a great bit. And the way I did that was, I mean, one, life will do that to you, but like I read a lot. I read voraciously. We were just talking about this, how literature creates empathy, how literature gives you alternative experiences, how you can read about a character and connect with that character. And now you have a why too. I mean, Baldwin Books is so amazing because you have like thousands of whys right on those shelves of like that will give you all of the information that you need to motivate you to think about like, okay, I have a why. So now how do I address this? What does resistance look like for me? So your resistance can be intentional and specific. It won't just be reactionary. All right, we're gonna march. But it can be like, how can I take my gifts and talents and what are you majoring in? English with a minor in pre-law. Yes. How can you take that major and be intentional and specific about how you address the things that are affecting yourself, your family, your community? You absolutely can. But that specificity.
I might want to tell my darling Sin that she's talking to young people. She's a teacher. Obviously, teachers sometimes have to be a little extra in motivating their students. I see nothing wrong with any of this. Stop being like the Black Manosphere and doing the phenotypical analysis and substituting that for substantive critical analysis. You sound like the Black Manosphere, Sin, and I don't want to, I'm disappointed. And Sugar Bomb, you sound like the Black Manosphere. Maybe the Black Manosphere has kind of trained you to do this. Listen to what people say first. Don't judge a book by its cover is the simple aphorism.
Matters because if you don't have specificity, you are going to be trying to swallow the ocean. And none of us can swallow the ocean.
My Lord,
I stay in my
really?
lane.
Are
I
teenagers
books, I teach.
kids?
If you ask me to
Sin?
do math, I'm in trouble.
What on earth are you talking
If you
about?
ask me to plant a garden, I'm in trouble. I stay in my lane, and refusal gives me that why.
Well, Sin, let me ask you a question, my darling, most interesting woman in the world. If you're not paying attention, like I'm actually paying attention to these sorts of things, just don't offer a criticism. You may be busy. I'm conducting the show, so I'm actually listening to what these people say, and that's fine. But don't just fucking spout out bullshit like your sloppy manosphere peers. You literally, and when I say you sound like Black Manosphere with that criticism, the phenotypical, criticism, I'm not kidding. I'm not being hyperbolic. You literally sound like motherfucking, you sound like Knightish, to be honest. People can be racist all they want. I'm gonna get to my bag or whatever I'm after. Well, that is a choice, ma'am. You have the right to do that. But I think you could probably, especially you, Sugar Bomb, I see your cleverness. So if that's your choice, it's your choice.
Thank you.
I think you could do better.
All black everything, everything black, culture over everything, y'all. We taking it back, black.
Welcome to Left to Black. I'm your host, Mark Anthony Neal. We're joined today by Professor Martha S. Jones, the Society of Black Alumni Presidential Professor of History and a professor of the SNF Agora Institute at Johns Hopkins University. She is the author of many books, all bound up together: The Women Question in African American Public Culture, 1830 to 1900, published by our friends at the University of North Carolina Press; Birthright Citizens, A History of Race, Rights in the Antebellum America, published by Cambridge University Press, 2018. And you joined Left to Black to talk about that book when it came out. Vanguard, How Black Women Broke Barriers, Won the Vote, and Insisted on Equality for All, Basic Books 2020. And she joins us today to talk about her new book, The Trouble of Color, an American Family Memoir, Basic Books 2025, of The Trouble of Color. Our friend Erica Armstrong Dunbar writes, Martha S. Jones displays her deft historical acumen in this beautifully written, powerfully engaging, genre-spanning book. As history, it leads readers from slavery to freedom in a nation that remained fixated on color. As memoir, it complicates and deconstructs the experiences of mixed-race Americans in brave and honest prose. The Trouble of Color is a mighty book. How are you doing today, Professor Jones? And welcome back to Left to Black.
Thank you for having me back. I appreciate it.
Talk about the journey to this book.
You know, I'm a historian by training, and what that means is I have as many origin stories as you have time for. But I think that the catalyst for this book was, on the one hand, I had been trying to write about my family, or parts of my family, for a long time. Like a historian, with a kind of reserve, with a kind of objectivity, as we sometimes say. And everything I wrote was a failure. It was just flat. It was uninteresting. And I understood that I was holding back, that I really had more to say, that was more to say that went beyond.
Why do you think you were holding back?
Well, I think that at least then, you know, I was subscribed to the norms of the historical profession, academic history, where we don't, we're not trained certainly to put ourselves on the page. Certainly not trained to put how we feel on the page, or what we dream or imagine or hope for. And yet every time I would try and write some of these stories, all that was bubbling under the surface, right? So that's one part. The other thing that happens is that other folks begin to write about people in my family, and they don't get the story quite right. And I tell the story of an encyclopedia entry that includes a mention of my grandfather. And he was a president of an HBCU in North Carolina. And the author describes him as a white businessman from Atlanta. And I can't forget that, right? I can't forget that. And the point isn't really to, you know, get the encyclopedia author to make a correction or something like that. I suppose you could do that. It really was, oh my goodness, right? There's a story there, right? And it is a story about a man who is the descendant of slaves, who grows up in a Black enclave in Greensboro, North Carolina, but whose appearance and whose place in life means that he can be quite formally mistaken for what he is not. And so I think I wanted to really sit with and try and understand better that part of the story.
I was struck by your narration of your early life, not thinking of yourself as a good student. you know, which is like, which blows my mind on so many different levels, right? Knowing everything you've accomplished as a journalist, as a lawyer, now as an academic. And then you mentioned that you began your academic career at SUNY New Paltz. And that resonated for me because I'm a SUNY baby.
I know you are.
And the way those institutions were so critical to working class, working poor, folks of all races, to actually see a possibility to go forward. And then you take this class at New Paltz because you want a minor in Black Studies. Was that something that you actually had thought about as a teenager, as you were thinking about, right? Because you mentioned you only applied to one school and didn't find out till like 2 weeks before school started, right? So it puts your family in this kind of crisis.
Absolutely.
How are we going to raise this money? And I could imagine what that might have looked like in 2016 as opposed to 1976, right? Had you been thinking about Black Studies before then?
I don't think I would have called it Black Studies. Right? I don't think I had that vocabulary, and Black Studies is still relatively young in 1976 when I go to college. But I've been raised in a household that has been steeped in and roiling through the politics of the 1960s and 70s. I have older cousins, you know, who one of whom, you know, is at Columbia in the uprisings there in the 1960s. So I understand that there are questions. And what is incredible when I get to college is that you can actually call that a field of study. And you can step wholly into those questions. And they're not merely the things that are at the dinner table or at family holidays or at the barbecue. These are actually things that you can do in the classroom. And that is new for me, but I never have a question. I'm sure as soon as I understand it exists, that this is what I'm going to do.
You're in this sociology class, right? And I know you must have had to talk about this part of the book a lot because it's so striking, right? As a foundation for the book, but you get challenged by a male student. I love the way you riff on the fact, you know, remember what he looked like, and though he didn't have a beret on, the period of time suggests that he absolutely, right.
He must have owned one, right?
But you get challenged in that space, and you don't quite have the language or the Constitution yet to respond to that. I wonder about how that experience has influenced you working as a Black woman historian.
Yeah.
And needing to stand your ground and draw a line in the sand in terms of how you interpret things in the archive.
That's right.
The things that you think it's important for you to pursue in the archive that naysayers might say, who do you think you are, right, in the context of that?
Yeah, I think that's right. You know, when I finally go to graduate school in midlife, I'm prepared to write a book. You mentioned it at the outset, All Bound Up Together, which is about Black women's politics in the 19th century. And I sit in rooms where people say, that's not a field of study. That's not a suitable topic for a dissertation. But by then, you know, I'm certainly more grown up. But I am comfortable in a way, persisting in the face of folks who say, no, I don't think so, right? No, I don't think so. I don't think this is for you. I don't think this is for us. I don't think this fits. I don't think this works. I'm gonna write that dissertation despite, you know, being discouraged. And I think that is part of our field, right, in Black studies, right, is that well-earned, right, capacity to insist. You know, when an archivist says there's nothing here, when a professor says this isn't a suitable topic, right, that part of our work, unfortunately, even today, can be about that kind of radical insistence that there is something to study here, there is something to know, and that I am not the only person, but I am among those who are, you know, suited to finding that out.
But I mean, Black women's history is not only a field of study. You are a leading voice in what has become an explosion I greeted you this afternoon while you were sitting there talking with my colleague, Devonia Glimpf, who herself, as a president of a historical academic organization, right, has been such an important figure. How do you explain this kind of really explosion of Black women's history that has occurred since the publication of your first book?
Yeah. I think it is very consonant with the way, as I understand Black women to have practiced politics for generations, which is that many of the women I write about across the 19th and the 20th century are always bringing young women with them and growing their movements exponentially by doing so. So I am someone who benefits from a generation of women. I'm not going to name names because we don't have time, but right? An extraordinary generation of Black women scholars whose books I could own every one of their books because there weren't so many of them in the mid 1990s. But these are also women who are reaching back, offering a hand, encouraging us, bringing us in as we do, as the next generation does. And so I think there's that. I think the other thing I would say is that, and I know a version of this, right, is that Black women have been, as I call the women who came before us, like the vanguard of so much in this country, right?
Let me say two things. Sin and Molove, what's going on? I am not sure how this has come into my chat, but I'm willing to let y'all work it out. And y'all don't know who this lady is. The topic is colorism. If you would take the time, I honestly, I think I have some thoughts which I will not share here, but dude, y'all, this manosphere bullshit, or maybe it's a parenting thing. Y'all judge people by their covers. I suggest you stop.
I've always been at a kind of radical leading edge for understanding what this nation can be, what democracy can be, what
Deacon
politics
Dave,
look like, what justice looks like.
Deacon Dave, this is going to be one of the very, very, very few times I'm going to follow your lead on this. I have no clue what's going on.
So there's something quite empowering about, if I could put it this way, about being correct, about a whole lot of things,
but
which is to say,
hold on, Molove, but she has not mentioned you on my channel, so come on now. She has not mentioned you today on this channel, so ma'am, my darling, she hasn't done it here.
we have attracted so many talented women who have come to join us because there is something compelling about work that is not cynical.
No, see, this is like
not
the dumbest thing I have heard. We have eyes. It's hard not to judge outward appearances. Please tell me that is a joke, my darling sugar bum. Yes, that's why you have critical thinking, not to judge people on outward appearance. Dude, that is what white people do with black people for centuries in these United States, judging people on outward appearances. Don't be like the whites. Here's my recommendation, sugar bomb. Don't be like the whites. Judge everyone by their outward appearance. What in the F? do better. That's all I ask.
Not opportunistic, but that emanates out of an ethical set of ethical and political commitments. So, here we are now. I couldn't, I'm still trying to figure out how
Martha,
to reorganize my office shelves so I can fit the newest wave of books
Really,
of Black
Dave?
women's history. And I gotta move this. I can move this here because I need more space right here in my central shelf.
Well, I make snap
So
judgments
it's
all the time.
an illustration, right? That I think.
Okay, I make snap judgments all the time. But do you know how many snap judgments I make just on this channel? Thousands, probably, in an hour. And I am mature enough to only let the ones that make sense seep through. Dude, y'all are literally doing this weird race Tourette's. Sugar Bomb, Sin, and Mo Love. They haven't talked about you on this channel. I don't know why you swooped in. No crown. There is no war on this channel. We are a John Lennon give peace a chance channel. Y'all take a deep breath. Sin has done nothing wrong other than judge these historians by the color of their skin. I didn't notice it, Mo Love. I honestly don't know. But it didn't catch my attention. So, folks, Martha S. Johnson, look, she's a great historian. Why don't y'all know about her?
Tells us something about the way in which the
And after all, it is Black Historian Day. Learn about some Black historians so you can go out and buy their books. This woman has books you can read. Patronize a Black historian. Buy a history book, a Black history book if we must, written by a Black historian. That's my whole goddamn point. And why has no one kind of gotten the gist or the thrust of my point? There are Black historians writing about American history. Why are we patronizing? Why are we not buying their books?
field continues to blossom and bear extraordinary fruit.
When you were writing The Trouble of Color, what was the challenge of working within an archive that's part archive, part DNA chart, part family album?
Yeah. You know, one challenge is that I had inherited, as many of us do, I had inherited stories.
Right.
And I treasured those stories.
Yeah.
They're gifts. They're some of our most precious.
It's how you make meaning of who you are.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then you begin to do your own thinking and rethinking about those stories, your own investigation. And it turns out that in important ways, some of the ways I discovered stories that really departed from and challenged the stories I had inherited. I have a great uncle, my grandfather's older brother, who was one of the early family members to write down, have his story written down.
Right.
So I inherit this, and it's like a Bible to me.
Right.
But one of the things he says in that text is that his grandmother, who had born children with a man who was not her husband, not married her, had been free and not enslaved. He says, we were never enslaved, in fact. Well, a cousin passes me a document from her digging into the Freedmen's Bureau papers, And I understand that Isabella, his grandmother, my great-great-grandmother, was indeed born enslaved. And that man who fathered her children was also the man who called her property.
Right.
So now, am I telling secrets, out of school? Right? Am I upbraiding, right, this elder, now ancestor, who I have such extraordinary regard for?
And everyone else in your family does also.
Absolutely. And so what that meant for me was that I had to try and learn to tell the story first by understanding why he told the story the way he did.
Yeah, yeah.
And respecting that, even as I, sitting in 2025, tell the story differently. And that was a journey for me, because we.
All right, so let's do a commercial here. Everyone, please make sure you have hit the like button. If you're new here, I guess it's supposed to be fuckery today, but it hasn't been too fuckerous. It'll be okay. Subscribe to the channel, share the channel out. By the way, we hit, kind of a personal milestone. There are now 302 subscribers. So we have 198 to go. Oh, it's 303 now. So excuse me. 197. Nope. Yeah, 197 to go. We'll get there one of these days. And there's no rush. And I better not rush, because I would have to do something I don't want to do. Which is not be myself. Many things. Interesting isn't one of them. Apparently not a showman. And oddly enough, I have no clue what's going on in my chat sometimes. That's why I have moderators. Y'all help me out, and please don't fight. And Martha Jones, actually an interesting historian.
You'd be tempted to think our role as family historians, as memoirists, is to set the record straight, right? Is to tell folks how it really was. Let me tell you how it really was, Uncle. But in fact, for me at least, that turned out not to be the purpose. That really I was writing the book to understand him, not to better him in some way.
How much was your broader family aware of the book, right? Because I imagine there's a way, because you're a highly visible public historian, right? I could imagine some of the pressures of, you've got to tell our story, right? And at least the way the story has been presented to the family for the most part. I mean, how much pressure or tension did you feel from taking that on, given the expectations that your family might have about the book?
Sure. In some ways, and it's mostly my cousins, so my generation, our generation, who had long trusted me with the artifacts of the past. I was the one who got the letters, who got the photographs. I'm the only one. I got the china. I got all the things, and my husband would say, are we really moving these boxes again? But I was the one. And so in a way, people have given you the raw materials. But you're right. As you start to sit down to write, to interpret, as you begin to write about people who were dear to them as much as they were dear to me, now you're treading on some uncharted terrain. And I gave a first public, bookstore talk in Cambridge, Massachusetts, where some of my family is settled, and 10 of my cousins came. And and they sat in a row, not in the front, not in the front. Thankfully, not in the front. maybe worse. They sat in the back, so that they could like whisper to each. I don't know. They sat in the back,
like the woman elders in the church.
Oh my goodness! And I was so honored.
Yeah.
Right. Of course. And I so felt the weight of what I had tried to do with this book, because of course I was telling their stories too, even if I didn't claim it, and ascribe it to them. These are their stories too. They asked some tough questions in the Q&A, but by and large, I have been very fortunate because, I worried mostly, as you know.
Let me
This is
tell
not
you
always an
why
easy
this
story.
kind of resonates with me. My father's father and his side of that family, Martha Jones, my grandfather and his sisters, they were Martha Jones. I believe me, I understand the plight, not because they told me, but kids can pick up things and stuff. No, my grandfather could have passed easily. He had hazel eyes. So I get her point. And by the way, Kelvin, these are like some cat eye glasses thing at some fashion, it's her thing. But y'all need to listen more than judge. And I don't know what it is with you young people. And maybe, I'm on the downward slope of life. I listen more than judge. However, I know within a sentence or two, at least on a panel, if someone's an idiot. But this woman is actually, I think she's won a Pulitzer Prize or so. She's not chopped liver.
Beautiful story. It's not always a flattering or an admiring story. I frankly felt like we had enough. Frankly, light-skinned Black folks have been writing those books for a very long time, and I really didn't need
What's
to
up,
write that
MOT?
book, but more to.
What's up?
Do these people know Martha Jones? This woman is literally a tenured professor at Johns Hopkins. And they're cracking jokes. She is the woman they want to be. You still there?
Yeah. I mean, you have to realize that a lot of this experience is remaining ignorant as possible, so that way you're not held responsible to what's going on in the environment. And then they have the audacity to talk about things anyway after remaining ignorant. It's astounding.
Well, I remain hopeful. And by the way, I don't give a fuck. Dude, as long as my son, I will try and help. I'll put out some good advice or that sort of stuff. I don't give a fuck. My son's doing fine. My parents are doing fine. My niece and nephews doing fine.
Yeah. And that's why you got to draw the line there.
Dude. Yep.
That's why you got to draw the line there. And once you run across these people, you just simply say it would help a lot if you were to know this information before you just give your Delta November opinion on it.
You know what? I'm so glad you're here right now. Now this is what surprises me. Even the little girls in the chat are doing that red pill bullshit. Dude, they will literally judge.
You want to know why? You want to know why?
No, tell me.
It's very simple. They're not used to masculinity because they apathy mind these simps as well. That's why. They have accepted simp attention as actual masculinity, and that's how come they are stuck in trying to feed these men that they're not sexually interested in. It's disgusting whenever I
I
see
don't
it.
even.
It's
It's well, let me put it to you this way. You know, people my age lived a simple life. Like I don't give a fuck. Dude.
yeah.
Now, this is what amazes me, and I'm gonna go back here. Now, this particular woman is literally I think she might still be an associate professor. Um, but Kelly Carter Jackson literally has like 2 books out that have been critically acclaimed. She teaches at Wellesley. She I know of her because of a history podcast. What the fuck? Why? I could understand the manosphere dudes going in, and she's lost a lot of weight, by the way. So I could understand the manosphere people, you know, like the men going in and being fucking idiots. It surprised me that black women, supposedly black women, they are just like they're not listening to what she's talking about. She's a historian, like a professional elite historian. They motherfucking care. They don't care to listen to what she's saying about black history. She's a black woman. Why aren't they listening?
I don't think most of these people,
dude, this
like,
is confusing.
it's not really that confusing. I mean, they can't really compete
Well, it
with
is
what
to
she's
me.
saying. All right. So it's kind of like how
I used to have faith in
no,
black people.
no, I mean, you know, it's kind of like if you're on camera, all of a sudden the conversation's devolved into anything else but what the topic discussion is. All of a sudden we're talking about hairlines and bald spots and how thick your eyebrows is, just all this other shit that ain't got nothing to do with what the topic or subject is.
Dude, I've been struggling. Dawn says she's been trying. Actually, I've been trying to pay attention. Glad. Look, then we'll have to soldier through. Look, I actually planned this show. I think Kelly Carter Jackson is an exciting young lady. She's got kids. She's young compared to me. Dude, she's written a couple dynamite books. Martha Jones talking about colorism. Oh my Lord. It's dynamite. This is shit. All these young, you know, manosphere dude. I've had a couple Guinness stouts and I'm about to start. I've refrained from cursing and all this shit. Dude, Sugar Bomb, I'm dead serious when I say I'm disappointed in you. What the fuck? So smart. You know what? And I'm going to go into Sugar Bomb here. So PH Diva is the only PhD you respect? PH Diva is the dumbest fucking PhD. This woman has a PhD. This woman, who fucking knows? I asked her and I think I guessed it. It's in psychology or some bullshit.
Okay, psychology, philosophy. Okay, all right.
Oh, no. It's philosophy. That's hard. Actually, philosophy's fucking hard to get a PhD in. Dude, that shit ain't easy. This Kelly Carter Jackson, like her or not, PhD in history, and she has a teaching job. She doesn't call into motherfucking Sharon's show. You want to know why? Because she's busy fucking teaching at Wellesley. This woman teaches at Wellesley. That's why she doesn't have time to do the wildest wake up. Dude.
It is morning zoo nonsense. Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, she's married, if it matters, to a black man, and I can't remember what he does. She's got 2 black children. She don't give a fuck about PH Diva. This woman actually has a life. Kids, a fucking top-notch goddamn PhD level history teacher at one of the 7 sisters, and kids, and a black husband. Why the fuck is Sugar Bum not talking about this kind of success? Why is PH Diva not?
Because they can relate to PhD, man. Like they can relate to that.
It's like, dude, this is failure at a major level. Congratulations, sister. I'm sorry, Sugar Bum, you're going out tonight, but you're loving on PH Ghetto. It's like the only money that this PH Diva is getting is a cut of Sharon's show. Now, I don't know her circumstances. I'm making jokes. I don't know everything. I could be wrong, but PH Diva is PH Diva and I talked on a show. That's probably the most mental challenge she's had in 2 or 3 years. Dude, y'all are worshiping the worst of the women possible. PH Diva? Motherfucker, this is Ivy League. This is elite. And y'all are criticizing her fingernail polish. Caddy is what I would call Sugar Bum and Sin 7, whatever.
Jesus. Her
Dude, this
fingernail
is
polish?
Caddy.
I'm not paying
This
attention
is
to the
fucking
chat, so I
Caddy.
wouldn't know what's being said. I mean, they could be calling me an axe murderer, and I would never know because I'm not paying attention to chat. So.
Well, I run this level of show, but all I have to say is, dude, Sin 7 and Sugar Bum, y'all need to up your game. See, you're used to dealing with fucking Nightish and Sharon. Dude, I expect better from black women. If you're black indeed. Who knows? But I do know I expect better. You don't go in on some woman who's extremely accomplished and y'all are in my chat. Motherfucker, tell me your PhD thesis, and then I might respect you. You're just joking. You are, y'all, yes, of course, it's a joke, it's a lark, but you're joking about people that are way more accomplished. This woman has done more in her life than you've done, Sugar Bum, when she was your age. I don't get it. Why the fuck do you have a problem?
No, I mean, she's not Glorilla or Cardi B or those women. That's why they don't know.
Read what is it. I implore you, man, tomorrow. This is Sugar Bum's pushback. No, I said her hairstyle was pro-black. What the fuck? What?
Dated. Okay, I can. Okay, I can go with that.
Wait, no. She was talking about Kelly Carter Jackson. So when I say you are judging a book by its cover, you are literally doing phenotypical black manosphere shit. Where am I wrong in that? Sugar Bum. It literally says you are judging her by her hairstyle. The fuck? How are you any better than fucking Marquise whatever the fuck his name is. How are you better than Nine-ish? How are you better? Dude, y'all have a problem, Sugar Bomb and Sin. Y'all are motherfucking no better than the men you claim. You can laugh all you want. Sure, Sugar Bum. Emojis are not going to erase this stupid sounding. Dude, I'm going to have to be blunt, Sugar Bum. You sound stupid. Don't care about your feelings now. Go out, have fun. But you're not going to have her PhD. And PhD Diva is a fucking moron. I talked to her. She's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I have no interest. Once I hear, Delta November dialect for women, I don't engage. There's nothing positive for me to be gained from that experience.
Well, hairstyles reflect the intelligence of black women. What the
Sometimes.
fuck?
Sometimes.
Dude, I can accept that criticism, except Sugar Bum, you don't have a PhD in history. You don't teach. Oh, here we go. I don't need a PhD to get money. Well, you know what? You're absolutely right.
Correct.
There are all kinds of ways to get money, Sugar Bum. Okay. Tell me something else that's not fucking obvious. Motherfucker. Ooh, PhDs are the only way to get money. Well, surprise. I didn't know that, Sugar Bum.
I mean, PhDs is
This
you,
is
you
like
go there
seriously
to
stupid.
teach or add something to the body of knowledge, and everybody isn't cut out to do that. I get it. I mean, I went to a PhD program. I didn't
I'm going
graduate,
in
but
hard. Dude. So I didn't know there are other ways to make money besides being a PhD. Look, my point is not how you make money, darling Sugar Bum. It's
actually being a
how.
PhD is probably the worst way to make money.
Well, dude, you can have dignity and be poor. PhD Diva is disrespecting her whole education going up on Sharon and sounding like, dude, this woman is so ghetto. And Sharon is ghetto too.
Yeah, I ain't got no
fooled.
interest.
I'm not fooled by that bullshit. Motherfucker, you get up there and talk about politics, but you split your infinitives and have a problem with subject verb agreement. I'm not I'm not impressed. I get it. Sugar Bomb, love you some PhD though, but know that it's just knockabout. She has a PhD and you're just fucking impressed because she says a big word or two. Motherfucker, I talked to PhD Diva and I destroyed her. Dude, I don't have a PhD. I know PhDs are more indicative of hard work, not PhD Diva.
On a very specific subject too, man. That shit ain't easy.
I recognized what happened when I went up there. I take the PhD Divas and I remind them that you ain't bright. You wouldn't be on Sharon's panel if you were. And I was
but
up
it's
there
easy
too.
to be up there.
I never
Yeah,
claimed to be bright.
But it's easy to be up there too. Like there's no like real hard stretch of the intellectual to be up on a panel like that. No interest.
Well,
interact
all of
with
a
the Delta
sudden,
Novembers or their ilk or
all of a sudden, Sugar Bum, why are you talking? Oh, wait. So you are a disinterested party, Sugar Bum? I don't care. I'm not interested in what that lady talking about. Well, that might be your problem. You should listen to what people are talking about before you make a fool of yourself, ma'am. That's what I'm talking about. Dude,
Wait a minute. So there's like a shiesty bum and a sugar bum. Like, which bum are we talking about here?
You know, I'm not worried about all that. I'm worried about
No.
this young lady.
Are they the same person? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, they're the same person.
Oh,
But
okay. All right,
what I'm
cool.
worried about is a good, seemingly intelligent young lady making a fucking royal fool of herself, all because she loves Sharon and PH Diva. What in the fuck? Ooh, you don't have to have a PhD to make money. Well, of course not. Whoever said that? Why are you telling me this? That is obvious.
Probably the worst way to make money to go get a PhD.
Like she's fucking telling me something that I don't know. This is knightish level stupid when you say shit like that, Sugar Bum. Now you're here. Now you're getting the full treatment. Sugar Bum, do better. And I know you can. I literally love her ability to troll. She's good with a sentence. She makes me laugh sometimes the way she criticizes people. But don't sell yourself short, ma'am. Listen to, don't be discounting your Martha Jones and Kelly Carter Jacksons. The braids, their personal style really has nothing to do with their books. And I understand where you can go and connect some dots, but that's just snarky, catty. If you want to be snarky and catty, no more than you actually know now. I can be catty and snarky because I can connect dots because I've been reading for fucking decades. You are not there, Sugar Bum. This is just Stanley to Sugar Bum. You're not there. You can do better. So, I guess I'm off my soapbox. Knightish?
What's going on with you, sir?
Oh, I'm having a hissy fit.
Yeah, I see my sister got you out your body.
I'm never out of my body, Knightish.
Sugar Bum, be nice.
You don't have to tame her. I can do it myself. Why? You're here to talk to me and MOT?
I'm here to tell Mo Love I love her.
Everybody loves Mo Love.
Not more than me.
You know what? I have no doubt about that.
That's all. Here to say what's up to my bro Stan and to tell Mo Love, you know.
I think she knows every swinging dick in the manosphere loves Mo Love.
F them.
What? No. You're not gonna get away with that.
Is that MOT?
Yeah.
That is
going on,
Manna
player?
Tomorrow.
Oh, chill out, man.
Shout out to MOT.
Yeah.
And Mo said, "Don't know they don't. Not everybody, just me, Mo."
Well, so anyway, we at some point this was a fucking Black Historian Day. I'm highlighting. I thought I would take a not very original take on Black History Month and talk about the Black historians who actually talk about Black history.
I mean, it's the last day. I guess so.
Oh no.
Yeah.
We're gonna carry it. Next month is my birthday. I got 4 more. I'm gonna extend Black Historian
Happy
Day
birthday.
into
Happy birthday.
March.
Early happy birthday.
Next month, not today.
Yeah, man, but we gotta have like a Delta November History Month, man, where for representation state.
Oh wait,
No, we need like a
no,
July
wait, hold it. That would
or
be a
August,
Klan
31
rally.
days.
That would be a Klan rally.
Klan rally.
Dude, it could be all day looking at Clayton. What was it? Clayton Bigsby?
Yeah, Clayton Bigsby.
I actually have that my buddy Speak Radio. Hold on one sec. Anyway, I guess I really want to go, and I may have to do part 2 tomorrow, because I think Martha Jones, some of these black historians, Gerald Horne, that motherfucker is possibly the best historian we got. He has some unique takes, but I've never heard anyone go up and say he's wrong. I'm waiting for Sean Willentz to go, well, Gerald Horne, you're wrong. That motherfucker doesn't have the balls. All right. So this is, let's see here. There we go. I think that Sugar Bomb is more comfortable in this sort of atmosphere. Well, everyone's silent, so I will play this then.
That wasn't my kind of truth, right? That there was another kind of truth that I was searching for. So I worried. My brother was the first family reader. He read up until the chapter about our grandparents, and he stopped for many weeks. And I realized it was getting too close to his heart. He came back and he finished it, but that's okay too, right? That not everybody has to read or read at your pace. And now what I'm getting are anecdotes. You know, this is triggering memories, recollections, you know, associations.
Folks are putting pieces of things together.
I don't think there's another book in me on this topic, but I'm thinking about how to collect those anecdotes and put them together for the family so that they become a kind of companion to this, because they're wonderful, and they were things I didn't know.
I imagine you had a certain idea of what you might find in the archive. Were there any real surprises, things that just frankly shocked you? And were there any things that shocked you so much that you decided not to include it in the book?
It's a great question. I think one of the very tough characters in this book was my great-grandmother, who was born during the Civil War, enslaved in Danville, Kentucky, goes on to be educated at Berea College, to be an educator herself, lives a very distinguished life in St. Louis, Missouri with her husband. She's an NAACP and YWCA activist and more. She has a wonderful life. But as my uncle put it when speaking about her, she was a difficult woman. And what he meant by difficult was that she passed. She was light enough to pass, and she would go into downtown St. Louis and trick the eyes with her skin.
Nella Larson.
And she, you know, would try on clothes in a department store, which women apparently black could not do. She would sit in the preferred seat in the movie theater. And she frightened me, frankly, because I understood, without having to think very hard about it, I understood that I live a version of her life.
Yeah.
Which is to say,
Yeah.
I can walk into a department store and I can walk into the theater and many other places. And I might be read frequently as a white woman and might be enjoying, right, privileges that flow from that.
Yeah.
And for me, that is a very, it is impossible to excise myself from that fact, if it's a fact. And it is a painful, awkward fact. Well, it wasn't for my great-grandmother. She enjoyed this. She thought this was sport. She thought this is the way. One of the ways you punch back at Jim Crow is you go in and you do exactly what pleases you, and you smile as you head back out onto the streets.
There's
of
something
St.
very
Louis.
2025 about that.
Woo, and she frightened me, truthfully, and I didn't want to be associated with her. I guess that's what I mean, because I didn't want you to think that when I step out into the world, I'm enjoying this. But I came to admire her. She was tough. She was smart. She was funny. She was sharp-witted. She was brave, and she wasn't somebody who passed and left family behind left the race behind or anything. But she had a streak in her that really was hard for me to sit with. But it's here. It's here.
Oh no, it's too much.
We are literary kin in the sense that we share a literary agent in the great Tanya McKinnon. Your work has always been infinitely readable. Going back to your days as a journalist, how is it making that transition to writing the academic history book to doing trade work that is much more accessible and will bring in another type of reader and conversant around the story that you're telling?
Well, I hope it encourages people to read the book when I say there are no footnotes in this book. And that encapsulates the distance that I travel in order to write.
Because if you're a historian, a third of the book is footnotes.
Absolutely. And we live in a time where accusations of dishonesty are being very unfairly concocted. But we knew, and Tanya, my editor, Brian Distelberg, were clear that memoir was a genre that really could not sustain footnotes and should not want to sustain footnotes. I had to learn to be a different kind of writer in this book than I ever had been before. And not only because I had to put myself on the page, but I had to learn how to really draw scenes, to develop characters, the kinds of things that great nonfiction writers try to show us how to do, and that was a leap. There's no doubt. I did a Hurston Wright Foundation week-long institute writing with other nonfiction writers, and the first chapter draft they read, they said to me something like, well, this is all very interesting information, but like, where's the good stuff, And I was like, oh, because the historian in me knows how to draw, knows how to build context and worlds in that way, but not really to draw scenes and characters and the dynamism,
the storytelling aspect.
So folks have to read the book and see how I did, but that was the challenge I put in front of myself. A kind of different high bar, reading memoirists like Natasha Trethewey or Kiese Lehman and so many others of our just extraordinary memoirists, Jessamine Ward, not because that's where I've landed, but because they show us the genre at its apex, and it's something to aim for.
How did you come to the title?
My editor chose the title out of a line of the book.
You know what?
Line is
this is
like
amazing.
The trouble of color.
I might have to start this whole fucking channel over. Dude, y'all are weirdos. Let me just, y'all are having a whole conversation instead of listening to this one. Dude,
I ain't trying to hear this shit.
what in the fuck?
Dude, this on purpose, man.
Well, hold on. I'm fucking trying to figure out, are they being funny or are they that stupid?
No, they're just deliberately ignoring her on the screen.
Look at this motherfucker. This motherfucker is supposedly half Nigerian. She's black? Dude. Oh my God. I have never been collectively disappointed. This is like a 3-ring circus of disappointment. Dude, this is how young people are? Whoa. MOT, I didn't mean to cut you. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, we're good, man.
God damn.
No, we're good, man.
No, I had no clue. Apparently, I have to learn the hard fucking way. So Kelvin says, I'm not Nigerian, LOL. I think you are. Half Nigerian then. And let's see, pick up your knickers, guys. We're disappointing Stanley. No. I'm disappointed, but I can turn this shit off and everything's fine. Dude, I'm not raising my son to be ignorant like this. No, Don, dude, this is an American problem. These are black people raised in the American culture. And American culture is inherently racist. They also raise, black kids go to K-12 public schools and they're trained to not understand racism. Everything was good. E pluribus unum. We're all the same until we're not all the same. And I had no clue the widespread problem. Dude, this is fascinating. Stanley mad because that lady told that lie she could pay. SD, do you know how stupid this comment is? I suspect I'm going to lose 200 subscribers. SD, not a good joke. Always interesting to understand our different cultural experiences. I think American culture is very American culture is not different in that it is fundamentally racist and they're fucking up kids from the get-go. It's up to parents to correct what American culture does. Let's see, Stanley back below 300. Goddamn, already? Yeah, not surprising. Well, let's check this out. Am I? Goddamn. Apparently, they thought that I was going to brook stupidity. But I suspect I will be. It's going to happen. I will have to come back. Let's see. What else is stupid? I see Nidish is left because I've made Nidish uncomfortable because Nidish doesn't like big words. He doesn't like concepts. He has a problem with concepts. So, let's see. I think the delineation going on has FBA. You know what? No, Sugar Bomb, you are literally not getting my point. FBA is just fucking Tariq Nasheed being a little Trump. FBA isn't shit. Neither is ADOS for that matter. True black people don't need FBA or ADOS or any organization to tell them who they are. You have a good family and you are golden.
I mean, but FBI and ADOS serve a specific purpose.
Well, no, I'm looking at this. Dawn, there is no doubt you are. Of course you are. I don't. Oh my lord. You don't have to declare, ma'am. Let's see. I think the delineate. Well, this is what I'm reacting to. I think the delineation going on has FBA separating from everybody. It should be everyone, by the way, including biracials. No idea what that means. FBA is just Tariq Nasheed's vanity project. No motherfucking nobody who understands American history. Tariq Nasheed is a fucking.
Where are the historians calling themselves FBA? Like, why is it just a dude who wrote pep lessons calling himself FBA and ADOS? Like, where are the rest of these learned people who's using this
It's
term,
like,
man?
dude, these black people have no sense of self.
Why
Dude.
have you outed yourself as a fucking moron by calling yourself a brand new code of blackness with no track record or history? And then you just draft everyone else's accomplishments as part of that group. You can't do that. That's not how new groups work.
Well, they did that before with the African American thing.
Yeah.
Oh, Deacon Dave, salute.
What's going on, man? I mean, but if you
Hey, how you
like
doing?
change, what checkbox mark is checked on an actual application, like go through things and like really doing it. I wouldn't call myself FBA because I don't want to be turned down for loans or not be able to get places rented to me or whatever. But yeah, what we at, man.
No, wait, hold it. Now, this is the woman who is criticizing this particular woman and Kelly Carter
What's wrong,
Jackson
Deacon
with
Dave?
braids. She literally types in my chat, "I'm listening. I got to do my hair." Jesus fucking Christ. Does she fucking understand? Does she even understand what she types in this chat? Dude, some woman is going to judge you even when you do your hair. Still, oh, dude, you know what? Don't you
Type of
dare,
things
Dave.
women nitpick
Dave,
on each
I
other,
know
man,
what you're
is
gonna
just
do.
outrageous.
Don't you dare. That's for another. That's for tomorrow, Dave. Don't you
What
dare.
I say? I didn't say nothing. That
Don't
was
you dare.
MOT.
I
I
can
didn't-
already hear those. I can already hear those gears turning.
You know what they actually are, Stanley. I was thinking,
Oh,
what's
what?
she gonna do her hair with?
Now she says, "I said I'm going out, but you also said you were doing your hair to go out, silly." Yeah. When you go out, I said I'm going out. Do you know what other women are gonna do to you, Sugar Bum? They're gonna judge your braids.
Hey, Stanley.
They are going to judge you like you judge.
Stanley, I've been alive during the evolution of hair. It went from latch hooks to the looms and yarn and shoestrings. I think like today they're probably at the point where they're just taping dreads on.
Well, this
Like,
is not.
they're
an
using duct
anti-
tape.
This is not an
Yeah,
anti.
they're probably using duct tape nowadays. I don't know what they're up to.
Tape.
Wait,
Duct tape
whoa.
braids.
This is not an anti-woman rant.
No,
This
it's not that.
This is calling a silly woman out for the shit she types and holding her accountable. You are going out and you're doing your hair. Of course you are, Sugar Bum. But those women are going to say the same things about your ratchet hairdo. Dude, they're going to call you ratchet. What you don't understand is what
Ratchet
comes
pelts.
around goes around. What
MOT
comes
them
around
ratchet
goes
pelts.
around.
Yeah.
What in the hell? I'm listening. I gotta do my hair.
She gonna spend all that time, and some bottom barrel bitch is gonna call her a ratchet anyway. Some lady's just gonna walk in there
This
like,
is
oh, she ain't shit.
hilarious.
Yeah.
So, but no, she'll be coming into this. She'll be going after some other woman about her hairdo. If you could shake that hair, you wouldn't have to do it before you go out. Wait, I'm about to be the baddest bit out. Let them hate. You know what? Hey, wait, hold
man.
it. We know you're gonna be the baddest bit out there. There's no doubt about that. But see, again. Whoa! She's not getting my point. You can be the baddest bit out there. They're still gonna criticize you, dear.
Man, look. I got like these gigantic ass fucking cousins, man. They swear they're the finest women on the fucking planet.
He said gigantic.
Well, what I
they roll in with that big bitch swag, bro, and they be daring you to fucking criticize them, bro. Man, look.
Let me tell you what I'm getting from this. She is just the female version of Manosphere. She has no clue what people think of her.
Stanley, you're not supposed to notice that. You are not supposed to notice.
The baddest bitch. She's gonna go out and be the baddest bitch with zero self-awareness.
No. No. Stanley, you getting it all wrong. Being the baddest bitch has nothing to do about what other people
she
think
is
about
straightening her bob. So you got to straighten your hair?
Like Stanley. Stanley, listen, man. Being the baddest bitch is an attitude. It has nothing to do with what the fuck you're wearing. It is an attitude. Like I said, man, I got these 300-pound women who go out, who don't care about what nobody thinks. They fine, they're super fine, and all they men want them. And if she's not there, no one else would know, right? But
you are, oh my Lord. Thank you, Manna Tomorrow. Yeah, she wouldn't give a fuck, and she wouldn't have to type it in the chat.
You guys are worse than me because
Stanley,
you accuse me of being a misogynist and all this other shit. I honestly don't give a fuck what they do. She can go out, try her hardest. I'm gonna be in my lane.
And what you're saying is irrelevant to my point, Dave.
I know. You want to fuck with her. I want to fuck with her.
Dude, I'm criticizing the bullshit that Sugar Bomb typed into this chat. She is literally clownish with some of her points. She is sloppy. She thinks typing bullshit, unthought out comments will get a yuck and no one's gonna call her out on it. She's used to getting away with sloppy writing, sloppy thinking. And yeah, it's just a YouTube chat, but motherfucker, this is Stanley versus the world. You gotta do better, lady.
You said mother everybody. That's the first one.
No, I don't think. I've been trying to temper a little bit today. She's got to do better. She is funny. She is smart. But dude, don't bring that sloppy shit into my chat. If
How do you straighten out a bob? Isn't a bob usually
Here's my
straight
point.
already?
Hold on. If a black woman is going to attack another black woman who's more accomplished by leaps and bounds than she is, dude, you got to do better than tell me you got to straighten your hair into a bob. That's just ghetto. Motherfucker, what book are you writing? Dude, this is a serious problem with some of these women. Motherfucker, what have you produced? Personally, you're going to tell me about you going out and got to straighten your hair and go out, but yet you will criticize black women who have done more by the time they were fucking 25 or 30 than you have done in your 50s? You're still going out? Why aren't you working on your project, lady? Sugar bomb?
She's
You
50.
are not worthy. You're
missing
good
out on that
for a yuck
self-attention, man.
yuck in the
She gotta
chat,
go
but
out.
you're not doing
She gotta
much.
go out and get
Sugar
that
bomb.
shit, man.
Damn, that's crazy.
You are literally you are in the chat. You are good for an emoji or two and a chuckle, but you're not doing what these ladies on the panel have done. What the fuck is wrong with you, and why do you think you're okay? Dude, what in the fuck is this sugar? The bum part kind of okay. You got the bum part right. What in the fuck? Straighten your bob,
it's the
ma'am.
audacity of calling her
Straighten your
sugar
bob,
bomb.
ma'am. Don't be typing in the chat.
Hey man,
That hot comb is gonna burn if you keep typing.
Hey Stanley, you gonna lay off my sugar bomb, all right? You gonna lay off my homie.
What?
Yeah, you gonna lay off my homie sugar bomb.
Fuck you. You can join Sugar Bomb. You're probably taking her out tonight. That's why she's straightening that bob.
I'm actually putting together my EDF. This is
Motherfucker,
cool.
you know what, Dave? On another topic, I'm looking at some old RC videos. We'll do the RC plane videos because I find them fascinating.
I've been looking at
They don't
drones
crash
lately.
their planes though.
That's one thing I never
Turbo
got into,
timber,
man. That RC
and
plane shit,
crashing
man.
it.
I'm afraid I'm gonna get like thousands of dollars in debt and into that shit, man. I could see myself easily spending a lot of money on an RC plane.
Dude, I never got into it, but man, my brother.
Hey, look up
huge ass
IX.
plane shit. Dude, my father bought my brother lessons.
Look
did I
up
tell y'all the
IX 14
story?
plus. That's what I just got in the mail today. My IX 14 plus. That's all you got to type in.
No idea what that is.
IX 14 plus. I got one
You know
in the
what?
mail.
Well, let's fucking switch channels because apparently more successful black women is upsetting some sugar bums.
I ain't trying to hear that shit, man. No successful black women is like Glorilla and fucking like Cardi B and shit. Man. Like, that's what.
Do you know how much, dude? I hear about.
I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Dude, these motherfuckers in their chats, and the women and men as well, all they talk about is big. Dude, Philosophical was talking about Biggie and fucking. I'm like, what the fuck? I understand that y'all like the music, but goddamn, y'all are treating fucking these rappers like they're Plato and Socrates and Aristotle. Motherfucker, no,
But
they
like these
weren't.
rapping reptiles, man, bro. Man, dude, they don't they don't do nothing but beget a whole bunch of foolishness. Like, dude, there's no peaceful time period, man. It's like the like the analog to like you know, like R&B singers, man. Like they sing about all this crazy stuff, and they never have a decent relationship, and then they get into a worse situation, so that way they could justify the album that they're coming out with. Like, nah, man, I'm good, man.
Hey, Sin, I'm sure Mike123 is probably live streaming now on his channel.
Oh, he is? He
I don't
start
know.
live
He
streaming
says he has 600 subscribers.
now? Oh, good for him, man.
Well, all I have to say is he has to be Mike123 to do it. So you're right. More power to him. Let's see. You made me and Sugar the Mike and JB of today. Let me be very measured in my response to that. I'm sorry, Sin 7, Sin. There's a reason you're saying that, and I agree with that comment. You are the Mike123 in JBF today, attacking black people for no apparent reason and judging every black woman by their looks and ignoring their accomplishments. You have no fucking clue who they are. You would be more respected if you asked, well, who is this? Yeah, you're the Mike123 in the JBF today, and possibly worse because you're not Mike123 or JB. You're worse. God damn it. You're raising kids. Fuck.
Yeah.
This is a major goddamn problem. Yeah, you're the sugar bum. I'll say you're JB. And Sin, I'll say you're Mike123, or you can switch roles. Don't care. But when I say both of you have disappointed me, I'm not whistling Dixie. I'm not stuttering. God damn. Y'all need to do better. So anyway, that is my proselytizing. And we can go on with this. Martha Jones is like, this woman is preeminent.
Much of it or too little, depending
You know what? These motherfuckers don't care about black historians. They don't care about accomplished blacks.
Oh, they should go double platinum, man. That's the only thing they're wondering.
No, motherfucker. You know what? All they care about is Biggie and Tupac. Motherfucker. Dude, I'm so disappointed. They will call me a boomer, but these sugar bum is Biggie. What the fuck are these kids doing? Motherfucker. Biggie and Tupac. Biggie and Tupac.
I mean, man, when I hear that,
We got a 50.
when I hear that name Sugar Bum,
Ninish, I hope Ninish is listening. Dude, you are duplicitous. It's rot. They will complain. No, let me say something to you, MOT, and then I hope you'll respond to this. Dude, they complain about the white man keeping them down. Well, motherfucker, go understand the white man. Understand how he thinks and what he's learned. And then it's much more effective in fighting back against the white man. Dude, these motherfuckers would probably be more big in Tupac. Motherfucker, what?
Yeah, I can't.
Who the fuck do you think? Dude, it is a fail.
You know, when I was in my 20s, you know, it happened like Tupac died when I was in basic training. Biggie died when I was at my first base. And then I just kind of grew out of it. You know, I just realized.
Oh, these motherfuckers, they will never grow out of it.
No, of course
I'm
not.
sorry I interrupted.
No, they're kind of like stuck there. I get it, but yeah, I can't. Yeah, I can't. No, I can't. No real reason.
Well, you remember the group Arrested Development? That's
No, but these dudes are that for real.
motherfuckers are Arrested Development.
They are. They clearly are. They're
Yeah,
not
it's
fit for
pretty
processing
obvious.
modern information.
Oh,
They're
Dave,
just not.
welcome back. I'm sorry. Dude,
No, you do see Arrested Development in a lot of places. It's for me, I can't unsee it. I can't unsee it.
I mean, but they try to make it look like it's a plus when it's definitely a minus.
Well,
like
wait.
an
When your value
uncultured,
system,
well,
unread
let me
person.
ask you a question before you start, Dave. I just have a simple question. Is it low expectations? I can only do so much. I can only go out tonight and straighten my bangs and my bob? Or
well,
do
Stanley,
they
you gotta
not
understand
know
this.
there's more than Saturday night?
When your value system is boxed, that's when these things matter because there is a certain type or there is a certain cultural. I don't know how to explain it, but there's a certain expectation that's
Come
very
on.
low.
I grew up in the same culture.
This is why I hate the culture because there is a low
Okay, you
expectation.
cannot hate, dude. It's I know where you want to go, you and your gulag mates.
No,
What
this is
you
me. This is Deacon Dave. Really,
All right,
swear
well
to
go
God.
ahead then. My bad.
I just think that
Uh
there's a certain value system that's put into it that's very low expectation, but it could be high return. And the dumber you present yourself, the more you get out of it. I that's just
well,
my
is that
opinion of it.
affirmative action culture? Why the fuck?
I
Well,
don't know what to call it.
let me show you
No,
this.
I mean, you know, it is Delta November affirmative action, though. It is.
Now listen, let me read you this. I was like 4 when Tupac died. Emoji, 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 emoji. Wrong generation. What the fuck does that even mean?
It means that her generation is probably King Von.
It means
Every
at least
generation
he
has.
knows who's. What the fuck does this even mean? Dude,
Well, I mean,
go out tonight and stop typing in this chat, sugar bum. You're not doing yourself favors.
Every
The
time I hear the
fuck?
word sugar bum, you know, that shit sound like a Christmas song. Sugar bum.
Well, no, I have to stick up for her. She can be clever,
No,
but
I've heard her. Yeah.
apparently she's in a rush to go out and straighten her bulb.
I mean, you know,
What
she gotta
in the
go.
fuck?
You know, she gotta go get that simp attention, man. You know, she gotta go out there and get that
I
simp,
trust
man.
Sugar Bum. She will be fine.
No,
I
like
hope
no,
she'll
she's not doing
rethink.
anything with these idiots. You know, she's just there to like,
Well, no, I
help
don't
them
think
get
Sugar
their.
Bum understands. This isn't Nidus's chat. There's a reason I only fucking have 300 people. Dude, I've been on doing this show on my own for like 13 months and I got 300 people. There's a reason for that because
You've cooked me for what I presented before. It's not like there's not love there. You could cook somebody with
motherfucker, I
love.
expect better.
Yeah, it's just a higher expectation. That's all. You need to meet the
And you
standard.
know what? Who the fuck am I? I also get that argument too. Who the fuck am I?
Man, what the fuck, bro?
But Dave, at least you get where I'm going with this.
No, I do feel like me being online disappoints a lot of people who don't know me from the
Oh,
chat.
no. Dude.
It's not even you. It could be MOT. I might say some shit that make him go, "What the fuck is he on?" I get
Motherfucker,
it.
you can. I can't speak for MOT.
Sometimes I just have a desire to troll. Maybe that's what she's on. If Sugar
I
Plum's a
have a
homie, I'm gonna shoot
desire
her
to
some bail.
troll too. There's nothing wrong with that.
That's the homie. I'm gonna shoot her some bail.
Well, I have not seen a response from Ms. Sugarbomb. Maybe she's got that bob straightened out. She probably took an afro and turned it into a bob. It's probably she's probably jealous. This poor woman has straight hair by nature, and you literally are criticizing someone who has straight hair. She was born that way, and your ass is talking about fucking straightening your afro into a bob while criticizing this woman. She literally is a tenured professor in one of the best universities on earth.
Sugar Bomb is capping because she got dreads from the local African.
Well, that's fine. I don't care if she has dreads. Just stop criticizing other women.
Oh, dude, that's impossible for black women, bro. Nah, man.
No, come on now.
Okay. Hi, man.
Well, I'm gonna have to pull the anecdotal card, which is no card. Dude, my sister, she didn't, and she honestly, she is well shit. She's 59. And you know what? Somehow or another, she has good genes. I have good genes. And she's smart as fuck. Possibly smarter than me. I just worked harder. I think she's naturally smarter than I am. And you know what? Shit, she's been a retired English teacher for like 10 years. Oh, they are fine. She's married and, kids and all that stuff. They're fine. Not super millionaires, but my brother, who's 13 years younger, oh, dude, this motherfucker. And he is always so kind. Well, Stanley, you trained me on computers. This motherfucker makes more money. Jesus Christ. This dude makes some money. All from Hurricane Dolores and my father. Little Hurricane Dolores and Little Cloverdale in Savannah, Georgia. Motherfucker, they produced 3 kids who have done okay. That's the black people I know. So Sugar Bomb, straighten your afro, whatever it is, into a bob. But motherfucker, black people are fine. Why are you laughing?
Because this shit is so silly. I'm sorry.
Tell me what's silly.
Well, funny day I had today. My son has his girlfriend over, and
your son?
I don't know. Yeah.
Little Dave?
No, not the baby Dave. Little Dave. Dave number 1. Yeah,
you got Dave and Dave?
Yeah, I got an older son. Yeah. He brings his girlfriend over.
Some George Foreman shit?
Nah, yeah. For
No,
online person.
My name is Larry
for
This is my
online
brother,
purposes.
Larry.
Oh, okay. All right.
So his mom wants him to date a sister, but the best option right now is not that. It's just really, really good for him. I probably shouldn't even talk about it. He's in the other room. I can't talk about it.
No,
I'm just
motherfucker,
laughing.
don't
I'm
start
laughing to
now.
myself.
You gonna make
I'm
some
laughing.
mad shit in the chat, man. You know, you're gonna turn on you, man.
You know what? I think everyone
They're gonna
has
call you a
left this
self-hater,
chat because
man.
I pissed a bunch of people off.
That's all right. That's all right.
And
It's probably not you. It's probably
you know
me.
what? It is fuckery on a Saturday night, and I have chased. No, absolutely, it's not you. No, this is all my fault because I went after two of my favorite women in my chat ever. Sin is the most interesting woman, the most interesting woman in the world. That's my nickname for her. And Sugar Bum is clever. So, they can be pissed off. They'll just have to deal with it. If I didn't like you, I wouldn't roast you, ma'ams. So let's go.
God, I wish they would hit the panel sometime.
No, they don't have to. No, you know what? You two are the only brave souls other than JB. No, y'all are brave and smart. I think these women, and you know, this is not, this is a serious point. Look, fucking people, these black men have only the. This is going to be a hot take. Manna Tomorrow and Deacon Dave, please forgive me. They're pick-me's. On a fucking DJ Hamp show, they're fucking pick-me's. No decent black woman no decent woman. Motherfucker, they would never be up there with those fucking half-wits.
Oh.
It's like, what? Why are these women there? It's
thing is, man, I have no respect for women who be around those Delta November conversations. That's just quote unquote.
Oh my God, dude! Why are these black women around these? What the fuck? And some of them, dude, these women are actually nice looking. They're just why you're not gonna Nego salute. Oh, it's gonna get real hot now, right? it's like no. Well, hold on. Let me finish this point. And honest to God, Nego, it's like these are good looking black women. What the fuck are they doing up on a panel with these DJ Amp and it's like
but he
spoke to me. Idiot. He spoke to me. What in the fuck?
Like Stanley, man, like they are addicted to being love bombed on by these idiot dumb. It's too much, man. I can't watch it.
Nah, MOT is right about that. You know, they love the attention from these guys. It's
an addiction.
Motherfucker, don't you have a life? Where is your man?
Okay, here's the thing, Stanley. This is bonus attention. This is like after the actual confetti of phone numbers that they have in their purse. This is bonus attention. Bonus.
He's absolutely right.
They can't get enough. They never gonna stop. They'll die before they give up an ounce of that simp attention, man. They are addicted. It's a drug. I mean, this shit is high fructose corn syrup to these women. You're not getting off the shit.
That's funny because it's so true. That's funny. That is funny, but a fact. But a fact. They can't give up the attention. They love these dudes sweating and falling all over them. I don't care what you say.
Let me make a joke. It's like an Aunt Jemima joke. It's like high fructose in an Mrs. Butterworth or Aunt Jemima. The fuck?
They love it. They can't give it up. This is something that they are literally addicted to, and that's something that you can count on them showing up on them panels when them dudes are up there doing that, man. You can count on it.
They get all dolled up because they know they're gonna have one ladling
dude, that is something I noticed too. Why the fuck do they look that good for a goddamn panel?
Hey, listen, this is a dating site, brother. At some point, you're going to get that.
Well,
why is it a dating
salute, Nidish.
Why? Whoa.
Salute, nigga.
Now that Chuck Woolery, Black Chuck Woolery, is up there.
2 and 2, yeah, 2 and 2, 2 and 2.
Why the fuck? Okay, you didn't actually answer my question. Don't these women have men?
So that's their man issue.
Dude, listen.
No, it is a woman
on Friday.
No. Let me clear the room, dude. It's a woman issue. You go up to a fucking panel of half-witted black men to get a date.
With your titties all smushed up together?
It's not a
okay,
date.
You're not hearing what I'm saying.
What are you
Half-witted
saying?
black men.
I didn't say they have to be smart.
Well,
Maybe they
what
like,
do they
maybe
want?
they like,
Just playing.
Stanley,
maybe they like mentally delinquent people.
They do. That's the point. Ding, ding, ding. There you go. Like, dude, they love idiotic, lost dudes who worship their every movement.
It's the
They
attention
can't
that they
stop.
get.
Listen, they have husbands, they have boyfriends, they have
Yes, they do.
crosstown backbreakers, and they still want simp attention, even with all that.
Yes,
Dude, they're not giving up simp attention.
I just want to say something.
Let me give Stanley a perfect example.
Stanley,
Do you
hold on.
ever notice, Stanley, how Jay Prince go on panels and just say the dumbest shit, and then women just stand there? They stay there.
Hey, brother, let me say something real quick. I remember myself
about being smart. Trust me.
I remember myself and Obsidian when we were doing this stuff about 6-7 years ago. It was a while. We would have these women come up on the panels just to be heard and just to be seen, literally. Chime in because they wanted that attention, and their mans would be upstairs. Their mans.
They wanted to be dismissed by Obsidian so bad, dude. They wanted that shit. They lived for it.
They lived. Like I said, I don't call up their men. Their mans in them. They were up in there. Their manses. They were up in there. They would go up into the attic, come downstairs to the basement, and be on with us. I mean, and what they were doing is a lot of dudes would be coming at them left, right, and center, and they would be there for all of that. Because it came down to literally it was a thing of attention. It was a thing of attention. We cut that stuff loose. We got up out of there, left that alone, and that's just how that went. And then MOT and them could tell you they would go to these other panels and show up, and they would be riding all over the place, and they're still doing it today. They're still doing it now. So I mean, That's what you're dealing with. I mean, they can't give that up. They can't do it, and you're not going to stop. And you're not going to see them doing that, stopping it. And the dumber the panel with more Delta Novembers, the more they're going to want to be around. And that's how that is. Because they will kind of worship. They'll act like they worship these people. It's crazy, but it's about attention. It's strictly about attention, and they got to get a dose of it. They have to get that.
Yeah, man. It's. I've tried. Like I have like an older sister, and I catch her doing this shit, and it's like, you're not interested in these dumb motherfuckers. Why are you allowing yourself to be in the space of these idiots? Like, what is going on here? And I finally, like, they're never giving it up, and they will take the sympathension over a man, because sympathension comes in. They're gonna drink from that fire hose, man. Their mouth is going to formulate into the perfect fire hose fit, and they will drink from that fire hose.
It's crack to them.
They're not going to stop, dude.
It's crack.
It's
crack. It's meth. It's whatever you crack. It's crack. They're never going to give it up. They're never giving it up. Go ahead.
Dude, it is literally fentanyl. Except the fentanyl can't kill them.
Damn.
And only like a piece of grain of salt is enough to kill anyone. But to them, they're taking tablespoons of that shit in, knowing that they can't die of it.
That is fucking nuts.
It's a fact. It's a fact.
All right. Well, I want to kind of get back to where I was going with this. I'm disappointed, and I'm going to pick on Sugar Bum. Why are you not out?
Bob needs a lot of straightening.
Oh, one of these young ladies. I don't go out till our least midnight. I guess I can translate that.
That means that she wants a man that's already sauced up.
There is no way this woman.
She's the one that's taking advantage.
And it takes this long to straighten your bob?
What?
She said something about straightening her hair into a bob. The fuck? On the East Coast, where I am, it is 21:14, 9:14 p.m. So it's gonna take you 3 hours to straighten that wiry hair. What the fuck? Do better, ma'am. Just wear your fro.
You got Sin 7 Sin leaving a snail trail over here too. Don't forget her.
I think she's the most interesting woman in the world.
One side of the factory, they make wigs, and the other side, they make floor mops.
I don't care about any of that. I care about what they type in my chat. I'm a word person.
You
didn't know this?
Bum is a match made in heaven.
You just noticed this, Nightish?
Yeah.
Now, wait, hold it. This is classic. The club doesn't close till 3 a.m. here. Everybody in the club, even I remember. So the club. Okay, Sugar Bomb. We are older gentlemen here. At least I am. I'm not going to speak for anyone else.
I am too. I'm only 16 years younger than you. But what is that? The Dallas Fort Worth?
Then why is she talking to her grandpa about the club?
I don't know. It's first Saturday when the weather is all right. They in the heat, man. They didn't get the cake season, so it's time to go out and catch one. I don't know. Post Valentine's Day. I don't know.
That's not how Sugar Bum works. I hope.
She's trying to catch one. If you show up at 12, you're trying to get somebody's already inebriated.
Well, no. She's a PH Diva fan. She should get her PH Diva. And you know what? What I need to do is go back over to Sharon's and ask PH Diva over here. Dude, I am tempted just to fucking dude. That woman is so stupid. She is literally 3:00 when it's 9:00 in the morning. She is running a game on all these dumb young boys. They think she is they literally think she's smart. This woman, I have to admit, she's read a book or two, but dude, it's amazing. And look at little Sugar Bummy. Chuckle, chuckle, chuckle. It's emojis. Now you can't use your words, ma'am. Do better, ma'am. I'm sorry, I was muted. PH Diva on my chat, 1-to-1, she wouldn't survive. She would need Sugar Bum. She would need Sin 7. It would just be she'd need Sharon. And motherfucker, you come up here and you be telling me we gotta there's gotta be a solution. Motherfucker, to what? The solution to what? No, this is Sharon. This motherfucker will and thank God they didn't ask me, because dude, I would have exploded that panel with this bullshit. Dude, they're doing white supremacy with this bullshit. Well, is your value system is what is it? They can't even say rapaciousness because they don't know the word. Is lust in your value system? Whose fucking value system is lust in? That's like the dumbest fucking question you could possibly ask a young male.
Yo, Sugar Bum don't have no tats.
I'm glad she doesn't.
Well, she's at least smart in that area.
No, she's probably a lovely young woman.
She seemed lovely. I don't have a problem with Bum.
And
I don't have a problem with
she is very good with words.
I don't have a problem with any women. I think that they're beautiful. No, I don't. I think that they're beautiful. I think that black women are very, very attractive.
Except you don't like them.
No, I don't say I don't like them.
See how easy that was to trip you up on that bullshit?
I gave you that.
Yeah, it was a softball.
I think that Bum could be an attractive woman according to the first avatar she ever put on here. I guess she has some issues with that.
I think my darling Sugar Bum has fun tonight. And Be safe, man. Come back home so you can troll in my chat again.
Sugar Bum is Big J's placeholder.
Don't get me started on that bullshit.
I have to call you off the record.
Is that a trigger?
Situation. No, I think I should probably call you one day and get the exclusive on how you really feel.
Well, no, I'm not shocked.
This ain't the place. This is not the venue.
Oh, my panel is always the place.
Well, I'm not trying to be.
I fear no one on my panel.
Where'd everybody go? I thought Nidus was up here. What happened? What happened tonight?
You know what? It got boring for these folks. They have chased a better panel. Look, MOT's probably busy. He'll be back. Nidus is literally Nidus. He's a radio DJ.
Hey, you want to talk RC?
Sure.
Okay, so I got a
hold on one
turbo
sec. Let me bring up. By the way, I have neglected to do the commercial. Y'all,
Sovereign Beer Fund is open.
Sovereign Beer Fund is open. It's still kind of early. Y'all contribute. I am almost out of Guinness Stout. So contribute.
You do this off of beer and not liquor. I could see me doing a live stream.
No. Dude, dude, if you think I'm a little bit philosophical on beer, Jesus Christ.
Dude,
My
brother
I will be quoting you the fucking Oresteia.
My brother is the greatest philosopher off of probably just a blunt. If he smoked weed, right?
Philosophy is knowing stuff, but it's also being able to take the stuff and form original thoughts.
Oh yeah. So his thing is weed. He can smoke weed and he'll talk your ear off about like the lottery, number one, and then the Bible. He'll mix in the Bible with the lottery. And I don't know how he does it, but I end up just silent, just listening to this shit. It's
so
funny
he can connect those dots?
Yeah, somehow. I don't know. He's fucking
that is dude, being able to connect dots, that is literally intelligence.
He's funny, man. Oh my god.
Take disparate things and connect them. That motherfucker's probably a good comedian.
He's a fucking space cadet. He gets high and he's out of here. He's funny as shit. You know how brothers are. You just have
no,
like.
I don't. Never had. Well, I've got a 13-year younger brother. We were
all
never
of us
like
are 4
that.
years apart. I think me and my younger brother are 16. Yeah, 16 months apart from me and my younger brother, and I think a year and a half or 2 years from my older brother. And
like
you talk about some. Oh my god, we have conversations that could go into the wee hours of the night, and we don't know what the older brother is talking about, but he's funny as shit.
Well, you know he's funny.
Oh yeah, we just chalk it up as funny because it could be pathetic, it could be funny. We just call it funny.
Oh wow! So
It's a thin line.
You give him latitude.
Oh yeah,
Are they
I love
all
him to
okay?
death.
Are they all functioning okay adults?
Yeah, but their wind down, like at the end of the day, when they wind down and they really just get out of the work mode, 'cause we're some hardworking individuals. My little brother, he's a dentist, and he picks
Oh
up like
shit.
weekend shifts, and he talks about uh, people's
Bad
mouths, I
breath.
guess. Oh God, yeah. He some of the stuff he's seen is just outrageous. So me and my older brother, we can't relate, but then there's a point in the conversation where nobody can relate to him, but he'll find common ground until he lulls you to sleep on some lottery shit. It, it's just a crazy dynamic. On the phone, we have a great time. Yeah. So it's I don't know, having brothers just really allows you to escape certain shit. You can just find common ground with them and nothing else matters. So
Oh well.
brothers are a blessing, man. They really are. 'Cause I got a sister, and she's
I
going.
don't know. I like my sister.
Yeah, I have a sister too, and I can't relate to a
You
lot of
don't
this
like
shit.
her?
But
Why do
oh
you
God,
not like
I
her,
love I
Paige?
love my sister to death. She's funny. She's she's just like the I can't understand. No, I can't relate, but I understand funny. Yeah, my siblings are the best.
Good for you. So good family.
Oh
Do
yeah,
they get along with your wife?
oh yeah, yeah. Cause me and my little brother got foreign wives, and my older brother got a white girl, and it's cool. Everything's good.
So no one none of your brothers married a black woman?
Nope, we all tried it. Got the T-shirt, the hat,
So they're all
the whole nine.
divorced?
No, it just never worked out. That's all. It's never worked
Hmm.
out.
You know what? I think at my advanced age, I'm gonna marry a black woman just to prove your dumbasses wrong.
I hope
Dude,
you
black
do,
women are
Stanley.
awesome.
They are.
No, at my age, it no. What it'll be is y'all were just lonely and old.
I hope you marry a black woman for the simple fact that you could prove me wrong.
No, I only marry women because they're smart. And you have to have some physical assets too. Dude, the worst thing to a person like me is fucking being vacuous. Dude, if you are dumb, dude, Jesus Christ. And this is why I kind of worry about the women in my chat tonight. Like, please tell me you're not dumb. Because they were
Nah, they're perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with them. I don't have a problem with none that they said. They got
not
issues amongst each
the
other.
really the
They just
fuck.
have it, just a
It's my
misunderstanding. They'll
goddamn
work
chat.
out.
What
They'll
they
work it
need to
out.
do, what they need to do is take a deep breath and breathe the Stanley chat air.
What the hell's that?
Uh-oh. You know what? I thought I will never be
Oh shit! What you got here?
Yeah, we what? Dude, you don't recall you were here. We did like 2 hours of RC planes.
No,
You
I
don't
must have missed
recall?
it. I must have missed it.
Motherfucker, you were on the goddamn panel.
Not this. This is different. That's sort of like what my job does. See, he's working fiberglass. That's called wet layup.
So if I don't get struck out right.
It's like he's making like a Douglas or 787.
Well, if I turn down the volume, can you just give the well, I'm gonna turn it off so I don't get struck so bad. Have fun.
It looks like he's making like a Douglas fuselage. So I guess that's the cutout for the landing gear. This is it's similar to what they do at my job. So it's like a retract plus a cover. So if you retract the landing gear, it would go inside of that. Oh man, that's sweet. It's got servos and latches. It's a lot of
So
science that goes in there.
y'all make planes?
Yeah, my main job, yeah.
No
We make
way.
we make
Motherfucker, you
plane parts,
kidding me. No
radomes.
wonder. Okay, now I understand why you like these goddamn planes. Fuck. That is cool. So how do
We
you
don't
do this on a mass scale?
Well, we do like there's a number of parts not hit.
I mean,
Like I could probably
this motherfucking like somewhere between you got to be precise to make everything look good, but you got to do it on a mass scale.
Oh yeah.
How the fuck does that process work? You know, I'm dead fucking serious, dude. I'm a process guy. How the fuck?
I actually don't know exactly what he's doing here. He's just molding and laying up certain types of resin filled glass. I suspect to see the glass or quartz, but most of the planes that I fly are like foam.
Interesting.
We have an engineering department. They literally do the mathematics on lift versus thrust and wind resistance and stuff like that. So we have a whole building that just full of engineers. You can go over there and pick their brain about anything. But this guy, he looks like he's building something to scale, and it might be a little bit larger than what I deal with.
Okay. I'm being told by my principal advisor, play the video, talk over it.
Yeah. You can play it on mute.
Motherfucker, I'd rather hear the music.
Yeah,
John,
when I
I
retire, I'll
haven't
get it
talked
done
to you
about
in a
that
while,
video.
John. Hit the link, sir. Please do. You're welcome here. Motherfucker, you are John is actually kind of the channel.
We do go to companies. I deliver to companies that make these molds, but they're not RC scale. They're like full scale. See, that's called wet layup.
Mm-hmm.
I did that for years. I did that a long time before I became into like the maintenance department, where they go in, they take these out the molds and they spray, and I gotta take care of boosts and stuff like that. But yeah, this is pretty much like just a fuselage. That's all he's doing. I recognize the material. We do a little bit different though. It's not so heavy duty. This looks a little bit more heavy duty. If this is RC, yeah, he's doing some scale shit.
Fuck.
Yo, this is extreme.
Well, yeah. It's a YouTube channel about RC.
I do follow a guy. He's an engineer, and he does like, oh man, he does so much different shit. He made a whole airplane that was flyable out of cardboard.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
I wanted to share that with you, but I didn't think you would think that was interesting enough.
Oh,
See, that's
put it in.
That's balsa wood.
We
He's
can
lining
watch
that
that
with.
now. Dude, I'm down with that.
See, this predates me. Like the balsa wood planes, that predates what I do.
Motherfucker. You could buy them at Kmart and fucking Salem. Dude, rubber bands you would do the propellers. Balsa wood is like, dude, I used to play with that as a kid. It's light. You think I'm kidding? Dude. My brother got fucking RC lessons. I've told you this story. Back when I was a kid, dude, you'd be spending like $500 to $1,000 for a good RC plane. And we're talking like shit you could get out of the JC Penney or the Sears Christmas catalog. You know, it wasn't
And
even
that came as kits.
detailed.
That was a kit. I remember those.
No, you could buy it. You could get them out of the JC Penney Christmas catalog. Now, I don't know much about that sort of stuff. But you could get an RC plane in like dude, we're talking like 1978. You know,
This looks like the scale size of my C-17, but this looks like an airliner.
Well, all I'm saying, what's up, John?
What's going on?
Welcome. I haven't talked to you in a while. You been okay?
Yeah, just been busy, and the earlier times can get on here late. Yeah.
Who cares? You're here now.
Yeah, it's good that you're on late.
You.
Yeah. What's that?
No, motherfucker. I am really charged up to go after Sin and Sugar Bomb. These two ladies have been going after men for their shortcomings and all this shit while having the same shortcomings. And it is so fucking annoying. Dude, they're throwing rocks at glass houses while they're the glass houses.
But Stanley, see, the difference between me and you is that we know that, we just don't say it out loud.
Motherfucker. No. I expected better.
No, you should never have expectations.
What?
Yeah, you shouldn't have it. This is online.
19-year-old son. I expect better from my 19-year-old son, and he better meet the expectations.
Let me make a service. Let me make an announcement. I think that if you have a grandparent, you should visit them, and if you have children, you should definitely spend your time with them, because life isn't always promised to you. People die every day.
Motherfucker, I'm 61. Don't be teaching me shit.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the audience. Like, there's things that you can do online There's people you can interact with online, but there's also people in your real life that
Are
you
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 talking
should
to
spend time with.
the lady who hasn't gone out yet, who's
Well, no,
still
yeah,
trying
yeah.
to
I mean,
turn
yes and
her
no.
turn her Shirley Chisholm afro into a fucking white girl bob?
Yeah, for sure. You shouldn't be
Oh, I
spending
know
time
that
doing
shit.
that.
Dude, I know that shit. Sugar Bomb, just keep the afro.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that,
Stop
bro.
listening to PH Dummy. dude, dude, dude. Do you know? Y'all don't know. I actually shook up some motherfuckers. Oh, I shook up some folks on Sharon's show.
Good. They need it.
No, you didn't watch it.
They don't
And I'm
believe
not
fat
sure.
meat be greasy.
No, dude. You know what? These people are so kind to this old man. I went up and I don't know that I made the shake up I should have made on RLM's panel, but god damn it. Um, these motherfuckers are fucking stupid.
There's some crazy ideas.
Dude, these black motherfucking bear. This
No, I was just
dude,
about to say
this
Black Bear at
dude
least
is
presented a thought out
goddamn.
argument.
This dude is goddamn a waste case.
He at least
I
presented an
was
argument.
that motherfucker is so fucking sycophantic to Trump. I thought he was gonna cry when dude, this motherfucker came into my chat and I was like, fuck Trump. Oh, dude, it was. Oh, I could not. I thought he was fucking around.
Yeah, I seen
Like,
that.
you can't disrespect our
Yeah, I
president.
seen
I
that
thought
too.
he was kidding. This motherfucker was serious.
He
And
trolls.
of course, I roasted his dumb ass.
Black Bear
At
trolls
least,
and crashes out.
but at least he had an argument. Some people don't even have a thought of their
Okay,
own.
no.
Even
Black
if you
Bear did
disagree, I
not.
appreciate that.
Black Bear had a fucking second grader's argument. We
But it was
pledge
an
Complaining
argument.
that
allegiance.
Stanley
We
was
You know how
pledge
many
fired.
weak
allegiance.
motherfuckers who can't make an
No.
argument?
See, you seem to think that a second grader going, I pledge allegiance to the flag is an argument. Motherfucker.
I argued with him about
Okay,
that.
no. Oh, John, give me 1 sec to talk to Dave. Dude, I don't do logical fallacies because I'm not on the goddamn 8th grade debate team. Motherfucker, if you tell me that I made a logical fallacy in a YouTube debate, I switch to ad hominems because you're a high school boy or girl. Motherfucker, we switch from serious debate to you're a dummy. Motherfucker, don't you ever bring that second grader. We have to be loyal to this dumb fuck. Hated Obama because he was black. Black Bear, CT. These motherfuckers hated Obama because he wasn't a Negro, an American black man. That's why they hated Obama. Jesse didn't do it. That's why Jesse hated Obama. Dude, these motherfuckers were so like, dude, they hated Obama because Tariq Nasheed couldn't be president. Motherfucker, he just did better. And they pussified themselves.
A Black Bear flips out. He just trolls, man.
Black Bear's a pussy.
He didn't.
I came up to your panel because you promised you wouldn't curse me out. This motherfucker literally said that.
I know.
And
He
I
kept
did
bugging about
promise.
me swearing. I remember that. He's like, "Come on, Stanley. It's like, you can't keep swearing at me like
Come
that."
on, Stanley. Motherfucker, he's just a pussified version of Solid Snake.
I think somebody else compared him to Solid Snake too.
Dave,
No,
I'm sorry. I
Solid
kind of
Snake.
cut you off.
No, you good. You good. No, you good. I just said that I appreciate Black Bear for at least making an argument when nobody else could make an argument.
What argument? No. What argument did Black Bear make?
Honestly, it's kind of like
Yeah,
a
you're
while
not going
ago.
to be able to tell me what his argument is, right?
I don't remember, honestly.
Okay. Well, then he made no argument of substance.
He made an argument against you.
He
I
made
appreciate
no
him for that.
argument that was even memorable. How do you even know it was an argument?
It was an argument. Some people can't make an
Motherfucker,
argument.
You
Period.
just liked it because it was anti-woman.
No, that's not why. It might have been because you were on the other side of it. Is enough for
Motherfucker, you
me.
don't remember shit. You don't.
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Then
I said
I'm gonna make up shit that you might have remembered, dude. you have literally left the door open for my.
I appreciate somebody who's willing to go toe to toe with you.
That mother.
Period.
Black
I
Bear
don't give a fuck what they say.
Black Bear vacuous. He might as well be a white girl.
Jesus Christ.
He cried like one when I talked about Trump and he couldn't agree with it. That motherfucker shed Karen tears. No, you can't cry about you can't talk about my president like that. That motherfucker is the
It didn't go
biggest
like that.
goddamn
Stop it. Just
pussy.
'cause I can't remember,
That
you
mother,
wanna fucking-
dude, that vagina has tears dripping out of it. It's only wet because his pussy is crying.
Oh man.
Jesus, listen to you.
Yeah,
Stanley.
motherfucker, I said it.
Don't unravel. Don't fucking go there. I think Black Bear, if he came up to this panel,
I am going to take this very far.
Black Bear made an argument that went
Dawn
against what you
and
were
Mo
saying.
Love and Natasha, please either hold your ears or
Hey, John.
get out of the chat.
John.
This is
John.
gonna be
Listen,
Stanley.
The
calling
lore
a
of
man
Stanley is anybody who comes against him, if they can at least stand their ground on the
Motherfucker,
argument.
you what? Dude,
I don't give a fuck
will-
if they're wrong. I'm willing to listen. If you could go at Stanley and like make an
Motherfucker, 'cause-
argument, even if he's wrong.
Dave, there's not a motherfucker here who's ever proven me wrong. Name
That's
me a
not true at
motherfucker
all.
who's proven me wrong.
I got a couple trophies against you.
Name me a couple is good.
Yeah, a couple.
Name them. Name them.
I don't remember that shit.
Motherfucker, then
I'm drinking
I
tonight,
win.
No, you don't. Just because I can't remember don't mean you win shit.
Motherfucker, it's not. It's almost 10 here, so it's almost 9 there, and you're too tired to remember.
I had a long week, man.
The cat.
Some of us report to work. You
Goddamn
don't.
oh no. Motherfucker.
What up, DiCaprio?
Pussy Bear. I'm gonna call him Pooh Bear. Pooh Black Bear. Pooh Black Bear. Black Bear Pooh. I'll have to. I think it's gonna be Pooh Black Bear. That motherfucker is so pussified. Well, you criticize Daddy, motherfucker. You're dude. Motherfucker. if you ever go and meet Donald Trump, he's gonna hand you his hat. His fucking dude, that motherfucker has no clue who you are. Black bear.
Strives. You think everything Stanley says is like law?
No.
Okay.
But Stanley's channel,
I do appreciate Stanley for this fact that he believes what he believes and he's willing to stand on it. But I don't think Stanley is right about everything.
Well,
I think that
my conscience is telling me don't say something I'll regret, so I will not rethink anything I've said. I'll just say it better.
It's like enthusiasm. You know what I mean? Like this is
no motherfucker.
Larry
No,
Davis,
I am
enthusiasm. Yeah, I got the catchphrase.
I do appreciate my darling Dawn saying, curb your enthusiasm, I guess. I'll be careful, Dawn.
You did good going on RLM. Brings more people over too. When you come on.
Yeah,
he did.
It
actually did.
Not to take nothing away from Stanley at all. Because I'm not taking nothing away from Stanley at all. Trust me.
But you're not giving
Stanley is
either.
a formidable opponent, but like anybody who stands up to him, I'm willing to hear what the argument is. And that is what I appreciate.
Just because they can stand up. Dude, did you hear the Liberty gibbet? Those motherfuckers were, dude.
Liberty gibbet. I think he was right. He was right on something like all laws are not made against the Constitution.
They were literally they wanted to be contradicted.
That's what I mean. Like he's trolling you. Like he's coming in just to start an argument.
Speak Radio says I need to learn panel etiquette. That's why I don't go on panels, because I don't want to learn the etiquette.
But he was right in the sense that all
they
laws.
need to.
No, I remember now. I remember Stanley.
Okay.
He was right when he said that all laws were not
Who
made
is he?
against
What's his name?
Black Bear. Black Bear.
Black
right
Bear
when he said,
is literally, dude.
He made one point he was correct about.
One goddamn point. What was it?
It was the one where he said that all laws weren't made with the Constitution.
Then he's a goddamn idiot. You picked the wrong dude. Every goddamn law in the United States of our America can't contradict, it can't supersede. It's all based on the Constitution. And dummies like you and your Pooh Bear,
Black
are just
Bear.
dumb.
Black Bear.
Pooh Bear. He's Pooh Bear now.
We were calling him Commie Bear for a while.
Commie Bear.
We were calling him Commie Bear for a while over at the Gob.
Dave.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely right.
No, you're not.
Dude, do you honestly think I would stand 10 toes down? I'm okay with being proven wrong. Every goddamn law. Local, even your homeowners association thing can't contradict the Constitution.
What do they try?
Now, see what dummies don't understand is that the Constitution's, there's history, there's all kinds of things that the Constitution's based on. The Supreme Court will debate, the history, common law and all that stuff. In the end, even that interpretation cannot contradict the U.S. Constitution. Now, do they stretch it? Of course. Do they do verbal, the semantic arguments? Of course. That's the beauty of law. But bitch, your little fring Your little frame. Dude, they quell. Black Bear is a
Stanley.
dummy. No.
Stanley.
Black Bear is a dumb E.
I like his debate style. He does
I don't
come
give
from
a
the
motherfuck what you
the
like.
CT.
I
He
don't
does come
care
from
what
the
you
CT
like.
channel.
No, CT doesn't ever debate me. Have you ever noticed that?
Yes, I have. But he does come from the CT spirit.
Motherfucker, there is a reason because I know more.
Hey,
No, let me tell you something really weird. Even if I make it up, I know how to make it up better than they do. Because I know shit.
Hey, look up Brian Phillips. That's my
I'm not
favorite.
looking up shit. You
No,
look it
that's
up
my
for
favorite
me.
RC guy. The guy you're playing in the background. I don't know who he is.
Oh, you want me to play the volume?
No, play Brian Phillips.
Your buddy.
Look at,
bank to my boat, nothing. It's just going to be me.
no. Look up Brian Phillips, the RC guy.
Dave, you watched this before on my channel.
Brian Phillips.
What do you want me to look up? Can you not do it yourself?
AT5 Brian Phillips.
I don't give a fuck.
I know you don't.
Wait, hold on now. You are my buddy. So AC Phillips, what?
No, AT. Anthony Thomas, AT.
Oh, you know his first name.
No. It's just AT5. Brian Phillips.
I'm
That's
sorry.
one of the RCs.
AT5. Let's see. Local Amsterdam. Is he Dutch?
No, he's American. AT5. Brian Phillips.
AT5. See that up there? AT5.
All right, hit video.
Caliban.
No, put Brian Phillips. Brian Phillips.
Okay, you said AT5. My bad.
Yeah, AT5 Brian Phillips. Oh my God. Oh.
Oh, get that boy.
Kids are fighting and somebody keeps losing.
Oh.
Sounds like one of them keeps losing.
Is this Brian Phillips, his untold story in boxing?
RC, isn't it?
Motherfucker, Brian Phillips, AT5. Let's add RC.
It was a Golden Gloves boxer.
Dude, this mother, Dave, sometimes. Oh, wait, hold it.
Yeah, that's the guy. This is my favorite RC guy right here.
Of course, he's white.
But
he's
Stanley,
he's white. Of course, he would be.
No, RC guy. There is a black dude, but he don't be doing all
give
the
me that
models.
black. Give me that black dudes.
Stop it! Don't be racist.
No. I want to do equal time, sir.
No, look up Brian Phillips.
Oh, that's so cool. And when you have
This
a
is the
voltage alarm in here.
fatty.
Wow! Oh, I knew I was gonna hit the house. Wow!
Dang it.
Oh,
Nobody's ever flown this model correctly.
house. Oh, I could not make the turn. So annoying. Okay, guys. You know here.
Now this
I'm
is the
Brian
guy I
Phillips,
like to
RC.
watch, but he
We
doesn't
ride
have
the
an
line,
IX14.
the fine
He does
line between flight and crash.
NX8s and NX10.
Pick off flaps
Yeah, he's
out of the
pissed
flap.
right now.
Ready for thrust reverse. A little bit of throttle.
Jeez.
Okay.
That's too much money to be laughing
Air
about.
landing we've ever done. But I'm also a sucker for stall, and that's one of the reasons why this plane is so
Short
much fun.
takeoff, short
Is because you
landing,
can take
stall.
off and land in relatively tight spots, just like a real one. Woo, woo, woo! Oh, I haven't killed a plane for a long time, guys, but I just killed that one. Man, I love the way that looks. Yeah. I'm going to do an inside pass. Yeah, except I got the UPS 6, so it's going to be a hard cut. Oh!
Yep.
You see what I'm talking about? Like, it just gets nuts. This is the video of the damned. Brian Phillips, RC. That was a stall. That was a stall.
Oh, I almost
That is
Why-
so hilarious. 'Cause
Why
it's
did
like
they
almost
show only his
exactly the way
blooper
we
reel?
ended our first day. And we're gonna come back down kind of the same way we came, obviously. And here we go. Whoa, shibbity balls.
Whoa. You making that?
Yeah, so that just happened. I don't think the pilots survived. Okay, just bringing it in. Guys, this thing will glide forever. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, fudge packer.
Money.
Well, that'll happen sometimes. When you hit that hard, that breaks your carbon fiber spar in half. Wow. Let's go up here and let's go around the tallest tree. Bring it in and let's see if we can line up without hitting that tree, hon. What do you think? Okay, full landing flaps here. About 30% throttle. Look at our. Oh shoot! Those aren't flaps. These are. Thrust reverse. So 6S on a Gen 1 3200 Smart Pack from Spectrum. Oh, buddy, retracts. So guys, that is one of the biggest screw ups I've had in a while. And I totally just plowed that without a plow. You're depending on a fairly small rudder, so get your alignment right. Take off.
You know, honestly, I'm gonna have to rethink this channel. This is
No,
like,
Brian Phillips is the OG. Dude. He is like the god of RC.
oh no, you're not understanding my point. This comment, Zhang, you're getting dumber.
Playing on Maiden lately, but that
What
was
in
technically
the
our second
fuck? Let me pause
Throttle
this
cuts
here.
on.
This motherfucker is getting dumber. Saudi hijackers, SMA. The fuck? Dude. Okay, someone help me. Why is this funny?
Maybe something's going on.
Is this motherfucker retarded? He's been off kilter for a while, for like the last couple days. Dude, one more fucked up comment, and then we'll do another 24 hours. You've lost your trollzing, Zhang. Dude, you're becoming an edgelord, a typical edgelord white boy bullshit. Uninteresting, and there's a difference between atrocious and like edgy. You're atrocious right now. This is your last chance, sir. My suggestion is don't type anymore. Rethink it. Type tomorrow. Buck it up. Your wrench is on the line. Don't type. You'll save your wrench. Or be funny. You'll save your wrench. Buck it up. And I'll take the wrench and you'll never get one back. Enough, Zhang.
I don't think we're gonna have a problem with getting that one to stop today. Be a huge problem with somebody trying to do this as a first plane, but I feel like you're gonna have better luck with one of the trainers. Whoa! Goodness gracious, we got some grass action. As long as it's not the noise from my plane, I'm good with it. I don't know if you guys could tell there was a trailer bouncing around over there. You guys got to see the shadow on the ground. That helps you understand just how fast this thing is going. Look at the shadow on the trees. Oh, fudge. Ah!
You know, this is uninteresting.
I don't like this angle as much. You're coming back up. We're gonna.
This motherfucker can't land a
balls.
plane,
Guys, you've heard it before.
and
You're on
he's
Bronco
your
Cook,
hero,
doing it
right,
now,
Deacon
no
Dave?
Just bloopers. These are not real.
Shibbity balls.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a
motherfucker,
blooper.
it's
Well,
all
maybe I'll need to use
it's
my
all
own coupon
bloopers.
code, guys.
It looks like some of them are years apart.
Over my
Yeah,
timer.
you're talking about like
Should
20
land it
years
this
of
way.
flying.
I don't give a
Bloopers
fuck.
over 20 years.
This motherfucker land a plane on that belly.
Yeah, just
On it.
golly.
I want to do another pass that way. If you don't mind going back just a hair.
Damn, that thing's fast.
Toward
as
me.
heck.
Woo!
Whoop.
Woo! Unscheduled landing, everybody.
This is white boy
There's
shit.
gonna be a scratch mark
So does
on
he
there.
make these or does he get sponsored?
Motherfucker.
Oh, no. He
This
has a sponsorship.
Are you ready? You sure you're ready?
He gets all these for free just for doing
Everything
the
is
content.
working.
Yeah, well,
Elevators,
you know, for free
elevators are
is
working.
cool.
Okay, so I'm gonna launch. Full
Neither
throttle.
would talk over it.
Oh yeah, that is awesome.
It still flies.
Yeah, I mean, who needs a plane? Who needs a body on there? You know, that's for weaklings. See if we can draw this out nicely. Yeah, buddy. Woohoo! Oh no! This thing takes off just fine, by the way. And when I say just fine, I mean it's like you can take off any direction you want. It's so powerful. Watch this.
Oh, I know that one is expensive.
See? Told you it could take off any direction. Watching the shadows. Full landing flaps, and down she goes. Oh, there's your problem. Yep. Look.
Oh,
Yeah,
trust
you're
me.
gonna wanna
I
take care of
expect to pay for
dirty
all
plant.
these repairs.
No.
I know.
In my
Gross.
experience.
I know.
Did you try to fix? You fix them yourself?
Really reliably easy.
Oh
to
yeah, I buy
The
glue for the
AS3X is
one
rock solid. I'm
I've
not
been
flying with
flying.
tape, obviously, right now, and it just feels like you've got rudders. A little bit sluggish on the elevator axis. That's the only complaint I've got. That can be fixed very, very easy. Oh no! Okay. That was a tree. I saw it
His
coming
wife,
from a mile,
his
and I
wife
just
is
did
the
not respond in time.
videographer.
Yeah, you could tell. He's
Okay, so we'll do a.
Oh,
like a
see,
family
he
affair.
abuses her, dude.
That tree is probably 75 feet tall. It's not going to do very good.
If I have one criticism about his channel,
Okay,
it's the way he talks to
basically
her.
Oh yeah.
Postmortem.
Yeah, he talks to her
broke
sometimes
the battery
crazy.
off.
This
Obviously, we
shit's
broke the
funny.
nose of the plane, but beyond that, it's actually not that
Oh boy,
bad.
what am I watching?
That was just a me issue. That was not a plane issue, guys. Okay.
Damn. Go in the middle of the road.
Let's go back to the edge, please.
Yo, the sport is so unpredictable, dude. You really have these issues.
I seen they got these drone competitions now. Like they run through these rings. It's like a
Oh, you
race.
seen that? Oh my God, the drone races are
Sometimes when we play
insane.
with these toys.
Flying fast
We're gonna
as you
see if the
can.
Zop pack survives.
I like seeing the
And
videos
then, of
when
course, we've
they're
got the
going
Zop
through
pack. It looks like
like
it
an
did
old
just
building.
fine.
Let me
Oh yeah, those are
let me
sick.
Look at this. It's like,
let me
you can tell Bill
pause this because this
Woo, you never know what
dumbass can't. He wants to do that white boy wiggle logic. Zhang, oh, let's see. Zhang, you are literally, I don't give a fuck if you have a wrench. I don't care how good a troll or funny you are. Dude, you have been failing. Stop the racist bullshit. I'm at the line with that bullshit. say something that I even imagine is racist again, and you lose your wrench. I don't care if you understand. I don't motherfucking give a fuck about cool points. Stop the racist bullshit. You have gone too far. Don't wait, hold it. Let's see. Get off the hooch, Stanley. Well, guess what? Motherfucker, hooch has nothing to do with it, you fucking racist. What the fuck? Dude. Wrong response. So stay here or go. So me being on the hooch means I'm imagining your fucking stupid racist points. Dude, you need an education, and I'm sorry your daddy and mama couldn't give you one.
Oh.
Thank you for solving your own problem.
Yes, I see it.
You solved mine too.
Sort of. Full flaps. Okay. It's not broken.
I know, but the other one.
These are the woes. He's
That's
lucky
based
he
off
doesn't
the
have to pay for this shit.
You heard the noise.
Yeah.
It's like the typical.
That's what I'm saying.
dynamic-
Like, this is
my plane is
expensive
crashing.
crashes
This
every
is
time.
literally like the
Yeah, it
dumbest
is.
thing.
The other prop not broken?
Where they
You click the video,
This is
motherfucker.
what they do.
Just mute it, Stan. We know what he's gonna
Do
say.
they have kids?
Okay.
I don't even know anymore.
Yeah, he has 5 kids.
Oh, and this is what they do?
No,
Yeah,
he
his
has 5
business.
kids.
Don't try this at home.
And this is what they do?
I'm sure his kids all ride drones because they're all new age, you know. They're like, come on, Dad.
Dude,
want to ride
this
the
is-
drones.
This
Dad.
is
I learned how to
lower
use the stick
middle
shame
class
a long time
white
ago.
life.
It gets
Good
long
life right there.
and wiggly.
No, this
Okay,
this
so,
is
grab the
literally
stick of shame,
like
and then you
this
look
is
up
like
on top of your
ooh,
rib, and you hope to-
this is what Thomas Sowell talked about. This motherfucker wants his kids to live this. Look at this fucking.
I'm gonna
house.
say this. I'm gonna say
Look
this.
at this goddamn house.
Every man should have a ladder at his house that he can get on his own roof with.
No, every
you should have a
man
ladder.
should no. This isn't a man. This
Yo,
is a
I
little
agree with
middle class
John.
man. I don't give a
Stanley,
fuck.
you're just a
Gotta
dick.
be able to
Agree
get
with?
on your own roof.
Dude, this is lower middle
You're a stiff
class
dick right
white
now, bro.
life.
Now, that's the type of dude that don't change his tires.
See, y'all,
You're stiff
honestly,
dicking it, bro. Stop it.
let me tell you, Dave and John, this is lower middle class West Virginia white life. And that's what y'all aspire to.
Stanley, this is
Every
life,
man,
period.
every man should have something to scrape his RC plane off his roof.
Versus what? Call the fucking
Look
corporate.
at the goddamn
Call
house.
corporate.
Fool. Look at this house.
Call the corporate excavator to get you up there in a bucket. Is that what you're saying,
You
Stanley?
want to
12-foot ladder.
not notice this is lower middle class white life.
This is the kind of life I live. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Then I hope you'll do better.
It's middle
No,
class
this is the
America.
shit. Fuck you. This is
Yeah,
the goddamn
a
hobby.
shit. This is a shit. Bunch of concrete. And fucking
You
siding
should
on
have.
the-
You should have a store on your property.
Oh, one end, this color on one end, this color of the siding on one end of the house should match the rest of the house. Dude, this
I
is
don't
lower middle class.
I don't know.
What's
the
wrong
other
with
side
the
of
lighting?
This is lower middle class white life flyer plane.
You want to talk about a man's house, and then you want to sit up here and listen to a chick talking about straightening her bob.
He decided to put it on YouTube.
This versus a woman's bob
And
that
you
took 3 hours to
decided-
comb out.
You
Are you
decided
serious?
to identify with it.
I wouldn't do.
I would love to have his fucking situation as far as
and then go get the situation. I'm
yo,
not
if I could
saying
fly
he's
RC
wrong.
cars to get paid all day
I
long,
am motherfucking saying it couldn't be me.
Hey Stanley, in real life, this guy is a pilot. In real life,
Motherfucker.
he's
pilot.
he's a pilot. In real life.
Real life. Let's watch some YouTube videos and talk about real life. Really?
This is what he does in his free time.
Do y'all ever check your fucking logic? You tell me about real life, but you want to watch this video?
What are you criticizing right now, motherfucker?
His house.
What's wrong with it?
What's wrong with it?
It's lower middle class.
I wouldn't do the
What's
stack
wrong with
stone.
that?
I don't give a fuck what you would do, John.
I'm just saying. That's what it is.
What's wrong with a lower middle class?
You would do.
Class, dude.
Look, wait, hold it. I was asked what is my problem with this house, and I don't care what you would do, John. I don't care what you would do, Dave. My criticism of this house is its glorified trailer park.
It's high nose right there. You're putting your nose in the air.
It's glorified trailer park. Any other silly questions to me?
I don't care about his house. I'm saying it's nice.
Well,
Looks
of
like a nice
course you do.
garage.
But I was asked to describe the house, and that's my description. Glorified.
You think the Negroes in the chat have a better house than this?
Motherfucker, I don't give a fuck about the Negroes. I was asked to critique this house.
There's nothing wrong with the fucking house. It's in the middle of nowhere.
There is, dude, I wouldn't motherfucking live there.
Stanley, you got a ladder to get on your roof.
Look at y'all. Y'all want to come after the old black man for his dude.
You got a ladder, Stanley? You got a ladder to get on your roof?
Stanley doesn't own a ladder. Trust me. He probably paid somebody, some company to fucking do his gutters.
Motherfucker.
Did I hit the personal?
Not even. Motherfucker, where do you think I'm sitting?
12-foot extendable ladder. You don't got one of those?
Think I'm sitting in a house that looks like this?
What's wrong with the house? What's wrong with the house, motherfucker?
It is lower trailer park. It is upper mobile home.
That's just the garage.
Yeah, that's all you're
I don't
seeing
give
is
a
the
fuck. Is it attached to the house?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Then if it's attached to the house, I'm talking about the house.
Where's the house? I haven't seen it
It
yet.
is lower trailer park in upper motherfucking lower white middle class.
Is it because they're white? Is that what it is?
No,
Yes,
absolutely, dude.
If this was a
look
black
at the
person's house, would it be all right?
Look at
Yeah,
the
maybe.
house. It's okay. Let me
Like,
help.
this is how
Let me
most black
help you,
people live in
little.
America.
Let me help. I will help you two
Stanley
little
feel
boys
like
out.
starting some shit, man.
This
That's all.
motherfucking house is built up on a goddamn mound.
He wants to play
That's
Ramble
high
Ball.
ground, Stanley.
It
That's
is
better for taxes.
literally built up on a goddamn mound.
John, don't listen to him. He wants
There's
to play
a
Ramble Ball.
motherfucking like half. Is that a driveway?
It's a
Off
floodline,
to
Stanley.
the
His driveway is a runway,
You asked me
motherfucker.
why. You asked me why I'm critiquing, and I can't critique now.
You are
You
critiquing.
Really?
I'm
critique
hearing
all you want.
Got you.
That driveway is nice, man. It's paved.
That's not a goddamn driveway. That's like a 4-wheeler trail.
Yeah, I knew you were
with,
going to say
with the concrete, dude. The house is on a mound, and there's some fucking half-witted trailer park. There probably was trailer park next door in those scrubby woods. Dude, that's
old.
like third. That's like third growth.
It's old
That's a
crop
third
fields.
growth. Motherfucker, there's motherfucking kudzu coming out of those trees.
You see
Dude,
those trees, though, right? You see how low they
trailer
are?
trash life.
It's a floodline. That's you got to be up that high.
Motherfucker, I don't give a fuck.
What
if
about
it's
if
a
the other side
floodline.
was even? Like, and that's how you get out.
You're making excuses, but you agree with my
There's
assessment.
a lake on the property. He is
You're
sitting up
making.
high on the
There's
hill.
no goddamn lake.
There is. There's a whole dam down there by
I
his
don't
house.
see a
You just want to
goddamn.
talk shit.
Oh, there's a whole day. You're
We should get
making
frozen.
excuses. You're making excuses, and I appreciate why you're telling me he's living trailer park life.
You're being irrational.
So there's excuses.
You're being
It's
irrational.
okay. It's
John,
okay
don't listen
if
to
he
this fool. He's crazy. He's just
lower,
talking shit.
low.
He's trying to get the
Dude,
fuckery
it's
started.
a waste. It's a waste of white skin. He
You don't
couldn't
like
do
the
better.
garage
Life.
He couldn't do better.
He's got his wife away from all
This
the ninjas in the city.
motherfucker, and I bet his wife is white too.
Yeah, she is. Well, she's
So,
away from
two
all the trailer
Two
parks.
wastings of white
Nowhere
skin.
near.
They couldn't do better than this.
He probably leases his property
Down
for
to earth,
4 years.
honest Texan family, dude.
Oh, dude, Dave, I so appreciate you making excuses for this failure of white skin. Tell me
Where's
more.
the failure? This is what he gets paid to do.
Motherfucker, this is a glorified trailer house.
Show me the failure.
Put it. It's on a mound.
It's a modest house.
Modest. Okay,
Yeah,
I like the way you describe that.
modest.
It is very modest.
Yeah.
Because they
I mean,
spend
I-
all their goddamn money on RC planes and they're feeding their kids gruel.
No, they give
For
them to him.
Stop it, bro.
He's sponsored. They give it to him for free.
This motherfucker is feeding his kids oatmeal, breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
He's
You're
probably
full of
selling
shit.
them on eBay.
Gruel.
You're so full of shit, Stanley. Everybody can see through that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that garage is bigger than most of the hood. That garage is bigger than most of the hood you've seen.
Motherfucker, I don't care. Dude, if
What?
you
You're a
that
little jealous.
shit, look at the door going into the garage and the fucking concrete going past it and the mound it is built upon.
He's got a whole store right down the street that he sells.
I
all the
don't
shit he
care.
flies.
I'm looking
Are
at.
you serious? This guy's a
Give me
fucking pirate.
another picture. Show me the whole house there.
No, he will. He'll play. He'll play. You're
Show
looking at
me the
garage.
whole house.
He'll play.
Fucking you
He'll
you
play.
are making excuses for white failure.
He has a
He's
nice
a business
layout.
owner.
Stop.
Retired
He
pilot.
had a
personal
night
business
layout.
owner.
He had a night layout.
This dude's a Renaissance man. Bro.
Motherfucker, show me the whole house.
It's a modern day Renaissance.
And this is content
Really, John?
versus your Stanley. This
He's
is
a pilot,
content
John?
versus you talking
He's a
shit to the
business
world.
owner. He
Motherfucker, it's
does
my
YouTube
goddamn
videos very
channel and I'm
successful.
having fun.
This
Yeah,
is his
look
content.
little pussy Jang here. And Stanley calls me racist. LOL. Stanley's house is cheaper than his. Motherfucker, do you so silly, son. Even if I was living in a house like this, I afforded it and I'm the only one here, bitch.
Stanley,
And
you're upsetting the baby.
I don't give a fuck. It's not my baby.
Stanley over here being a grouch.
Motherfucker,
Poor
mute.
Poor baby.
This
Yeah,
is
my bad. I
lovely.
had to-
So Zhang says, I project my insecurities. Dude, I project my superiorities. Dude, Zhang, you are literally you should stop typing.
Yo, a house full of airplanes.
No.
A house full of airplanes is better than a house full of boats.
Motherfucker. I am going to come clean. Dude, I'm projecting my superiorities, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, a house full of airplanes is
Dude,
more cool
I
than
am
a house full
so
of books.
goddamn superior to you, Zhang. It flibberty gibbets. Dude, you are a fool.
I'll just say that randomly.
This motherfucker thinks I'm insecure.
Look up, hey Stanley. Look up Brian Phillips and Beechcraft. Should I get? You want me to get the link?
Okay, Brian. I'm sorry, Brian Phillips and what?
Beechcraft.
It's a great song.
Motherfucker, it's a craft in another RC plane.
Oh my god, the one I want to get next.
Do you think I give a fuck?
Yeah, you should.
Okay. If you say I should, then I will just have to do it. Brian
I
Phillips.
appreciate it, Stanley. Thank you.
Dude, your boldness is impressive.
This is the airplane I really want.
Brian Phillips, what?
Beechcraft. BEECHCRAF. Or BEACHCRAFT. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, BACHCRAFT. Beechcraft.
There you go. Look at this lower middle class motherfucker.
We've got something new and something exciting. And it's huge. You've already seen from the thumbnail, but we are super excited to be bringing you this early release for the Beechcraft. Hold on.
Yes, sir.
I usually interrupt myself with
His
that.
camera
You got
crew is
some
his
paperwork?
wife, but just pay attention to how he talks to her. Just keep in mind how he's talking to the camera.
Like she needs to take this box off the counter.
But watch how she replies. She's just like
Polished granite, it's fine.
She replies like a wife. Put it like that.
You know what?
It's a strong stone.
You know
Very
what?
strong,
All I have to say is I hope she treats him like this fat fuck he looks like.
Let's see what the paperwork says. It says congratulations. Addition to manifest, and it's like some shipping bill of lading things. I'm just going to throw that right there.
Okay.
Super exciting. Oh my goodness. I haven't had a plane that came out of the box this way forever.
I know, it's kind of weird.
I think the last one that came out of the box this way was the Twin Otter.
Jesus Christ.
So I'm actually
This
gonna
is
cut
a
both
waste
ends.
of white skin.
So, folks, if you're wondering,
if you're wondering what white supremacy is, it's in this box. Dude, this is a
The box is
failure.
white.
This is
Look
a
at
goddamn failure.
Look at though. It says it right there, made in China.
Hold it. What?
It's right there, made in China.
Take your white supremacy out of this box.
basically, this is
This
going to
is
be the first
amazing.
and newest and
Thank
most
you,
different
Dave.
plane we've done for a long time on this channel. We are super excited.
This is amazing.
Oh, goodness gracious, the tape is hard to cut.
Ooh,
This is the airplane I
No,
want.
well, I might need some help getting it out of the box because I want to slip it out of the box lengthwise.
Yeah.
Just because I don't want
China
it to
got
fall,
our
and I have it
right
upside
here.
down, so I'll just go this way. All right, I'm going to push that way and start.
I got a silly white wife. I'm taking a silly white toy
Listen to you,
of
Stanley. You're
this box.
unraveling.
I'm taking a silly white toy out of the box, and I'm
I'm
gonna put it
gonna
on my
play
silly
shit
white
over here.
counter.
I like it.
And
I love
I
it.
am going to fly my silly white plane.
Oh my goodness. Super exciting. Here it comes. Will you pull it that way, please? Like that way, that way. Oh, yeah, buddy. Look at that.
This is
We've got the
goddamn
DA-18.
embarrassing.
We do have damage on the box.
Oh, this is him. Motherfucker. Why weren't there fishing rods? Something you could do useful. At least if you catch a goddamn fish, you can fry it and feed a family. Dude, this is white supremacy at its best. And his little bleach blonde wife, Oh, she pulled the box out. Motherfucker, this is white silly.
Why?
Inserting. Looks like we have a smart thing.
Yo, Stanley.
Black people don't do this.
Silver. I didn't know what color
Yeah,
this was.
but I am
I'm
the black
super
guy that
excited
does
for the
this.
Beechcraft.
He's on the panel right now.
D18 1.5
Motherfucker,
liter. We haven't had
I'm not gonna
something like
retract
this in a
my
long time. Looks
statement.
like we've got some
You know
retracts
him.
on there, which is amazing.
Tells you.
Can't wait. I'm gonna spin the box here, guys. You should see it. I've got my
Amazing.
tab popped out there. So here we go. Dual props, super exciting. I don't know how all this is going to go together, but I'm really excited. We definitely
Look at
have
that. That's
LEDs
what
looking.
the fuck I want right there.
And what does it say? This is the bind
What
and
is that
fly
price range?
as typical. This
About
is a
600
scale
bucks.
airplane for intermediate to experienced pilots. So it's a 2 in the bind and fly, and it's a 3 in the plug and fly. So I don't know. That seems to be kind of like the
This
go-to
isn't the library,
skill
so this
level
is the older
rating
video.
from
The
Verizon.
newer one
So
is the
we're
one
gonna
I
see.
want.
And obviously,
There's like
for
a
E-flight.
different model of
Okay,
it.
so let's pull this thing out. Oh boy, here goes nothing. Go ahead, pull, 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 pull if you can. Goodness gracious, that's a huge box.
a huge box.
It's really big and it's really wide,
Yeah.
which we don't see usually on these airplanes. I think the wing can't be one piece though, right?
I wouldn't think so.
I don't think it's one piece. We're just gonna set this sucker right
No,
up
I don't
here so we
think
can
so.
enjoy the look in the background. Looks
Jesus
amazing.
Christ,
Okay,
he's putting
here goes
that
nothing,
shit on
guys.
the stove?
I see some smart
This
got hit.
cabling
motherfucker has
coming out, which is
no
pretty cool.
clue.
Avian light. What is that?
Hey,
Yeah,
Dave.
boy, that's what the fuck I want right there, man.
Dave,
What
you think
happened?
PH Diva will let you do this shit?
I don't give a fuck about a PhD. man.
Motherfucker, I'm just
That's
doing
a broke PhD.
I'm just doing a thought experiment.
I think that men should have their fucking hobbies. The PhD doesn't even think men should be men. You agree with her?
PhD, well, I see what you don't understand is I think way less of PhD Diva than you do. I think she
I
is
don't think of her at all.
well, I brought her up, so I might be thinking of her. She needs to be reduced to her basic elements. Ghetto bit.
Yeah, cook.
She is literally. It's a waste of a
Sandwich maker.
PhD. Like this dumb fuck is wasting his white skin.
He's a pilot. Don't forget that.
Motherfucker, he's. I don't see a pilot when he's doing that RC bullshit.
Look at that
Pilot
ring finger.
where? Pilot where? Navy pilot?
His contributions to society are way better than
Motherfucker,
Wait.
you're not
Let me make this
answering my
point. Let me make this
question.
point.
What if
Let me make
Military
this point.
pilot of which kind?
It doesn't matter. Personal,
He's not a military
private, it
goddamn
doesn't
pilot.
matter.
He's not a.
Well, you don't have to be
is he a
fucking
first-
military
is
to
he
be a contribution
no,
to
motherfucker,
society.
you probably, dude. I know what you're gonna do.
FedEx,
you're gonna
bro.
go to the. You're gonna
Yeah,
go
FedEx
to
is
the
fine.
You're
These
gonna go
are
to
the people who
DR.
make the world go round. You're talking about PhD.
You're gonna go to the DR, and you're gonna introduce yourself. I'm a pilot.
He's a FedEx pilot.
I don't even gotta do that.
Cross internet.
I don't give a fuck.
I
That's
take
a
my
Bob
fucking
level.
blue
No.
passport and
Let me ask you two gentlemen a question. Bob was never a military pilot,
Right. Yeah.
Then that's all I need to know. The quality.
What that got
of
to do
pilot.
with anything?
Okay, bitch.
I think that
Bitch,
wait.
Did
I
you
think
just
his
ask me
ring
that
finger-
question, motherfucker? Did you just ask
His
me?
ring finger
that question?
says all his contributions to society are valid.
You silly paper box pilot. Bob was never a military pilot.
It doesn't matter. He still contributes to
Daddy
society.
sent him to a civilian pilot school when he could have done service to his country and got it for free.
That's not the only way to do it.
Don't you ever, when I say Bob wasn't a military pilot, It's a judgment that I'm making. Don't ever ask me, motherfucker. Bob is not a military dude. I
tell you
know
that.
the quality. I know the quality of black officers, Army, Navy, Marines. I don't give a fuck if you're a civilian pilot. You weren't a military pilot.
JetBlue for crying out loud.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure you think you're making a point, Strives.
I'm making a joke. It's JetBlue.
Okay.
Stanley.
No,
Calm down.
I get the joke. Dude.
He's not a military pilot. He'll say yes.
Black. This is going to be one of the stupid points I make. If a black man has done an officer job in the military, I know that motherfucker went through some shit.
That doesn't mean that's the only way you go through some
Okay,
shit.
no, you're not getting my point, Dave. I'm not saying
No, I
it's the
don't. I
only
really
way.
don't.
I'm talking about my judgment, not an objective. Dude, I'm being subjective as hell. Which part can't you understand, sir?
I get it. Go ahead.
My judgment of a black man. If you ain't done the hard shit, period. None of these motherfuckers have done it. Bob, CT, none of these motherfuckers have done what I've done. And you can do that. Ooh, he was in the white man's military. Motherfucker. And we survived it, and we're officers doing it.
I respect it. I don't question
top
it.
sergeants. We were top of the top. And let me tell you another thing that I experienced. Black officers were motherfucker. We were the best of the best because we knew shit. These little pussies like CT and John and JP and dude, they are so pussy human males. They haven't done shit. Motherfucker. I was usually the only black person male officer, and it was before women came on the ship. And I know I sound like some weird old man, but dude, black officer commanding white troops, I dare you to motherfucker. I dare a motherfucker to say some shit. Most of these people, these pretend black males, BGS and all those motherfuckers, they don't know how to command. I've done it in my goddamn 20s. I know how to command. I know how to.
Sales will teach you the same type of command.
You're not getting my point, you little
No,
pussy.
I get your point. But sales will teach you the same type of command.
Sales is good, but it's not flying a plane. It's not
but it is also
commanding. It's not
tactics.
commanding men in a war. Sales is good. You can't sell shit in the Persian Gulf. What the fuck are you even talking about? I've commanded. I got a cousin, first cousin, who died 6 months ago. Retired and decorated Navy pilot. It was cancer and all that stuff. Motherfucker, we used to hang out in Norfolk. He commanded. Motherfucker, this isn't some weird experiment in black excellence. I come from a family that fucking did it functionally. that retired from it. Fuck. My little brother, we used to play games on a Commodore 64. This motherfucker is gonna be richer than all of us. Black, pure black. And I hear a J goddamn P talking bullshit. Dude, it is, these people are laughable. And you need to know what black people have done and can do. This fucking, oh, we can't move out of the ghetto and y'all should move back is so sad. So I know I've gone on too long. I think this little fat fuck who's a pilot wasn't a military pilot, and I look down upon him. I don't respect
because he wasn't military.
Yes,
Good Lord.
Absolutely. Which
There's
part
more than
can't
one
you?
way to skin a cat.
Which part? Let's make this clear. I don't respect him because he was never a military pilot. I want to be clear in my disrespect. He's just a fucking, he's touching a wire in a fucking box that his wife helped him open. No, I don't respect him.
That's a SPMX 20M. I can't tell what that is. Oh, it's a dual 40.
You see that ring? You see that ring finger?
So I think I remember hearing something about this.
That's a contribution
and
to
I'm
society.
super excited. So we have to cut back here.
Yeah, okay.
They're already cut. That's always disconcerting.
So is that fat
I
belly.
think you'd cut here. Looks like there's some carbon fiber spars right there. Wing joiners.
That fat,
Okay,
that
so we're
fat
gonna
belly,
pop those out.
that fat belly is a contribution to that shirt.
Out. So cutting right here.
Look at,
Yep, we got a
look
couple
at
of wing
this
joiners.
fat fuck.
And I had somebody.
Look at this fat white boy making precise
No, he
cuts.
is
This
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 fat,
fat,
the go-to guy.
this fat white boy is making precise cuts into styrofoam to pull out his toy. How is this even honorable? The fuck?
Which part?
Tell us, Dave.
Which part? Which part are you hating on?
The motherfucker used a fucking precise cut to open his toy. What in
I
the
am
fuck? Dude, who
I'm
the
the
fuck are you
same way.
worshiping?
I'm the same
You know what?
way. When I get
And
I get an
and
Amazon
hold
package
it.
at my front door, I'm excited.
Did you say you're the same way?
Oh God, yeah. When I get an Amazon package at my
Then
front door,
how
I'm
the
the
fuck
same
are
way.
you not a fat white boy with a good knife? No, I must know now, motherfucker. You said, you literally said, dude, you stepped into that hole.
That's fine.
How
I'm
the
the same.
fuck did you do that?
When I get my
So
RCs out the
how
mail,
are
I
you
am
not
so
some
excited. Man.
fat? You're a fat Midland
This is
white boy
part of
in
the
a
hobby.
trailer park.
This
In
is
a
part of the
trailer
hobby.
park level house. Fat Midland white boy. Is that who you are, Dave?
You know what? It's twice as hard to enjoy it because the baby
It's
will
twice as
always come in
hard
front.
to pretend to be a fat Midland white boy.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Ooh, I cut my toys open the same as this fat Midland white boy.
Oh my God! Can I enjoy this beechcraft? JB, save me! JB, save me!
Really?
Stanley, you need
Dude,
to stop all that, man.
this is just fresh meat.
Save me, JB!
Stanley, you gotta stop all that shit, man.
Oh, motherfucker.
Thank you,
Now
JB.
you have my attention.
I don't like how you doing that, Stanley.
And I give a fuck because
Don't be talking about those white people.
motherfucker, I will do what I want on my panel.
Yeah,
Tell me,
fight
Well, if
tell
I
me
start
I
talking
can't.
about you, don't say
JB about to be off this panel.
Well, once I start talking about you, don't say
Motherfucker,
nothing.
you won't start talking shit on my panel. I
Well,
talk shit about
all right, then.
JB. Let's set the rules right quick. I talk shit about you. You can't talk shit on my panel. You
But it's not
are
right
a second.
that you get to
You
do
are
it,
a
Stan.
second class panelist.
Get on your knees, Stanley, and apologize
Yeah,
to JB.
apologize to me, Stan.
Motherfucker, I will put this dumb fuck in the back first.
You want me to burp
Wait,
you, Stan?
whoa, your jailhouse lawyer Dave has talked some shit for you, JB. Apologize to me, JB. Apologize.
Yeah, apologize to me, Stanley.
On your knees,
Motherfucker,
Stanley.
say
Get
good
on
night.
your knees like
Go
a good
meet go meet your boyfriend Mike on his channel.
On your knees,
Smooch
Stanley.
smooch, bitch.
JB, what's happening, man? Thanks
That's
for
fucked up, man.
backing this asshole
This
up off me.
this motherfucker came up here looking for his boyfriend Mike 123.
Now, I just don't understand how you doing all
I
that, man.
don't give a fuck
That's not
that you
right.
understand, sir.
It's not right at all.
Nah, see, this motherfucker wants to be treated mighty white. Motherfucker, I'm not white.
Oh, don't JB like that. Come
No,
on, man.
no. He is my whipping boy right now. Just because he's white.
But I just
You
came
ain't-
on
what-
here and you already disrespecting me, man.
Motherfucker, did I ever have respect for you?
Well, I think it's about time.
No,
you
no,
do,
no, no.
man.
This is a very important question I'm asking you. Do you think I ever had respect for you?
Well, you need to, because if you
No,
don't have respect for me, I
motherfucker.
won't have respect for you.
I need to. I'm asking if I ever did.
Yeah, you told me you did.
No, motherfucker. That is something I never said because I never did.
Yeah, you told me that.
Yeah. Sure I did.
Get on your knees and apologize.
Yeah, get
to
on your
JB.
knees and apologize to everybody on the panel.
Motherfucker, I have never had respect for you.
Did you tell him that though? Maybe slipped up.
No.
Just slipped out one night.
No, I doubt it.
He said no. Like hell no.
Bruh, hold on.
You guys are crazy.
Okay, it's quiet now. What you got to say?
I
Smooth.
don't. Well, what I gotta say, man, like you need to.
No, motherfucker.
respect people.
If you are here to tell me what I need to do, dude, I will destroy you for the fun of it.
But for what? I'm just trying to give you some advice, man.
Dude, motherfucker, someone better tell me to pull while I fucking treat you like the clay pigeon I'm shooting.
Well, when I start being disrespectful to
Motherfucker,
you,
someone say pull. Pull. Motherfucker, I will treat you like the clay pigeon I think your intelligence is. Pull. Have you ever shot skeet, bitch? I have. Yeah, silence. This motherfucker doesn't even know what a skeet is. Skeet, skeet. Dude, this is low.
goddamn motherfucker.
Pull.
Oh, you goddamn motherfucker. Is that the best you can do? Skeet, skeet?
Shit.
Oh, motherfucker. Dude, I already found your weakness. Skeet, skeet.
You the one up here being
Skeet,
racist,
skeet.
man.
Skeet, skeet.
You the one started being
Skeet,
racist.
skeet, bitch.
God damn
Skeet,
it,
skeet.
Sam.
Skeet, skeet. God damn it. Skeet, skeet.
Yeah,
Dude,
skeet,
I
skeet
found
right
your
on your
weakness
face.
in about 2 seconds. Didn't take long. Skeet, skeet.
Skeet, skeet right on your
Skeet,
face.
skeet, bitch. and he muted. Dude, you are so goddamn weak. Dude, you are my breakfast cereal.
Explain to me the difference between a wing joiner and a wing spar. I guess a wing spar goes all the way the length of the wing.
Skeet,
These
skeet.
feel like Those are fiberglass, I think.
Sounds like it.
Okay, so we're just gonna put this out of the way. Lots of foam to protect the foam from the foam, just in case the foam would get.
You muted, Stan.
Yeah, you're muted, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There you go.
This woman let him do this in her kitchen?
What's wrong with him doing that in his kitchen?
It's disgusting.
It's the side house.
All I can say is that shirt no longer looks good on him.
Stan. The shirt too.
Oh, this motherfucker is a disgusting male. Honestly. I want to know, do you know what she looks like? I bet she is just an ugly white woman with a bleach blonde hairdo and rather short. Correct, Dave? And their kids?
No, she's attractive.
She's a good-looking gal.
No, you know what's so funny, Dave?
He's a famous guy.
I no longer trust what you call attractive in a white woman.
You got 5 kids? Sir?
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
shit.
Dave
Didn't
thinks if she is a shade lighter than white. If she's Dave,
If you believe that, put a 1 in the chat.
You think
If you believe Stanley's bullshit, put a 1 in the chat.
oh you know what?
Senorita?
They have no clue. I'm guessing they're just thinking, Stanley's full of shit. Dave, does his wife show up in this video?
Always, every video.
Okay. I bet she's not attractive. I bet she's not. Because he's not.
How would you know?
Look at these goddamn bananas.
They smell good
hanging
though,
there.
Stanley. They smell
Dude,
good.
this woman let this fucking pot-bellied pig do shit in her.
Where's
kitchen.
JB at? Why you dunk him in the back?
That motherfucker, who cares?
Get in the way of the foam on the packaging.
I don't give a fuck.
Okay,
Get on your
guys,
knees
go-
and
okay, so we have the
apologize.
He
import
should
section
not
of the
have
wing.
been
They are
here in the first
631.
place.
Looks like we have. Oh, these just passed through. That's weird.
Look at this shit.
That's weird. Oh, it just covers up
It's
all the connectors,
weird.
and I already
You know who
found
this
the connector that's undone. Look at this, guys.
This is Denizen.
Look at this.
This is Denizen, like those fucking trailer trash racists over on Orthodox's
This is my vocal
channel.
point.
Dude, these motherfuckers have that patina to their white skin that marks them as trailer trash. Dude.
Stanley, do you think I sound like Denizen?
No.
Everybody sounds I sound like Denizen.
Oh, no, you don't.
No?
Denizen has this real, like, greasy, like fucking it's greasy and condescending if you combine the two. And the motherfucker's a moron. He is
to a race sensitive motherfucker like you, Stan. Dennison does not sound.
Wait, hold it. You like Dennison, Dave?
I don't know.
This is
I don't know, but I'll come to his defense because
Talk
he's
to him
white.
You
I'm
say that
Deacon
about everybody.
Dave, and he's white.
You say that about every white boy in this space.
I'm just gonna step in the middle of Stanley.
Dennison sounds cool. He seems cool.
Dennison
He ain't never
is
had no
a
problem.
fucking honestly, that dude. These motherfuckers on Orthodox's channel are seriously one step up.
Is
from the
RLM
trailer
a
park.
white supremacist because she has double D's or what?
Yes,
like
RLM is problematic.
Oh, I thought you didn't have an issue. Come here, boy.
No, I think Latina from fucking Long Island using the N-word is totally problematic.
I never. Hold on. She said the N-word?
No, motherfucker. I'm not whistling Dixie. What I said, Latina from Long Island using the N-word? No, I know that for fact. Ask her.
She's from Long Island. Yeah, she said.
See, she is from Long Island.
Yeah, she said it before.
Y'all don't listen to these silly people. You need to. Y'all just think I talk a lot. I listen too. A Latina from Long Island using the N-word because that's what she and J-Lo used to do. J-Lo's not from goddamn Long Island.
She's from the Bronx.
She's from the Bronx. Yeah.
Y'all have let people
Vinny from the block and from the Bronx.
Bitch, my point is this girl is not from Brooklyn.
No.
No, you said she was racist.
So I don't accept some Latina from Long Island using the N-word. If they did it out on Long Island, no. If they did it on Long, okay, I just don't understand why I have to be interrupted. Latina from Long Island using the N-word. If they did it out on Long Island, they were racists.
You called the dude a Slav like 60 times, and then you used the N-word how many times?
So goddamn what, bitch?
Oh, you're a race baiter.
He wasn't a racist?
Rules for
You're
me.
a race baiter. I didn't know that.
No. See, what you don't... Dude, y'all are really that dumb?
Yeah, we are.
I would have... Dude, go back and listen. The dude compared his Slav heritage. He literally said that Black Americans can't complain about slavery because Slavs were the original slaves. You didn't hear that?
Nope.
That was his premise. Well, motherfucker, I did. That's why I fucking rode his ass like the dumb Slav. Dude, I literally did 2 hours of Slav jokes because the motherfucker doesn't understand English, and I do. And none of the goddamn people on that panel who are native English speakers understand English either. Dude, I rode that dumb fuck all the way. He got so in his feelings, he started acting like Slav was a racial comment. Of course it's not, dummy. But he thought my one disappointment with RLM is she bought that bullshit. That poor little Slavy. I rode that bitch as far as it would go, and then he started complaining. I'm proud of myself for riding that dummy. Dude, that dude was so fucking stupid. I rode that white boy. Dude, he was so goddamn stupid. Dude, it was amazing that it took him 2 or 3 hours to fucking figure out that I was fucking riding his dumb ass. Dude, and RLM let this go. That's why I like her. I hope she knew what was going on. And Black Bear, dumbest black man on YouTube.
Jesus, that's
seriously dumb.
He's a good guy.
Seriously, this motherfucker is 2026 Uncle Remus. Zippity doo dah, don't insult my president. That motherfucker. Honestly, Black Bear is the stupidest black man that I've met on YouTube. He is dumber Dude, Solid Snake. Dude, at least Solid Snake has a shtick. Motherfucking Black Bear is seriously stupid.
They're
Yeah,
gonna
you
have
on the
to
hill.
keep an eye out for that. Look, guys, check your cables.
And on
Look,
this shit, everyone clip it. Black Bear is dumb, the dumbest black man. Feel free to clip this bitch. Feel
Yeah,
free
you on the
to
hill.
clip it
Anybody know where
and
he's
play
at?
it. You don't
No. You
you
think
don't think
Stanley's
I'll
just saying some
hey,
shit that he actually
shut
believes?
Deacon Dave.
Let's talk about it.
You don't
Yeah.
think I'll fucking stand on it?
Nope.
Black
No.
Bear is dumber. He's the dumbest black man. You
He
don't
had
think
you on
I'll
your
stand
hill.
on it?
Nope.
Motherfucker, you don't think I'll stand on it?
No. How are you going to do that?
Oh, yes. I want Pussy Bear to come up and ask me why I think he's stupid.
He's not coming
No,
over
you don't
there.
think, dude, I will go to CT's show and call him stupid. That motherfucker has no brain. It's been replaced by Jared. Black Bear AR's brain has been replaced by Jared Kushner's balls. That motherfucker has Jared Kushner's balls rattling around. Ooh, in that empty brain. I said it. Clip it, bitches.
You only act like that when somebody gives you a good argument. You know that, right?
No, you don't like that. Just somebody give him a couple good
No.
Yeah, you feel like you got to score a couple points when
wait,
nobody's listening.
See, don't use that reverse. Don't use that reverse psych. Dude,
Nah, we know what it is.
I was, dude. There have been two people I have been shocked by, and both. One of them presumably black, because I don't know if Sugar Bum's black. Who the fuck knows? Black Bear and Sugar Bum have been my biggest disappointments in young black people in the last 24 hours.
Sugar Bum? Why Sugar Bum?
Yes. Oh, no.
Yeah, Sugar Bum is a Sugar Bum.
She knows why.
Shiesty, Sugar Bum.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
Sugar Bum.
Sugar Bum, Shiesty. She knows who she is. And it's not, she just disappointed me. And motherfucking Black Bear, dude. I'm gonna have to say this. I've never met a stupider black man.
Is it because Flat Earth?
I don't know about the Flat Earth part, but I heard him cry for his Trumpy.
Flat Earth is amazing.
It was this mother. You know what? Don't tell me about the Flat Earth because goddamn.
Yeah, they're crazy. It's crazy.
This motherfucker literally was in my chat saying, you can't insult my president, dude. And I fucking took him apart. It was so satisfying. Don't ever be. That motherfucker never had a black card. He's got to be either Caribbean or African in his heritage. Normal, legacy black Americans, they don't have that kind of attitude. This motherfucker, dude, if I had said this is Trump's dick and gave him a banana, he'd have sucked it.
Jesus Christ, Stanley. That's the outrageous claim you got there.
Oh, it's just a joke. And you know what? Hey,
That is
dirty
pretty
dude.
funny, though.
Dirty dude. I wish I wish Dre
It's a
was
fucked up
here.
visual.
Ask Dre. I'll ask Dre to come over sometime. But we're kind of these channels are kind of different. But dude, these fucking MAGA blacks. Whoo boy. And I think Shiesty Bum's a MAGA black too.
What would you call it? MAGA black bitch?
That's fucked up.
No, I actually think she's clever. I'm not going to go that far.
Oh my god. This whole thing is funny. All you got to do is play the clip.
What clip?
What the hell we was watching? I'm trying to watch this.
That is
Yeah. You want your white boy fix.
Yeah, Beechcraft. That's what I want.
Oh man, that does not look right. Does that look right to you just from a distance? It wouldn't go any further though. That's so weird. Okay, so it is connected. It's all the way in. It just looked. I saw that and I said I got to check it. Okay, so this is a little cover, which is something we've never seen. And then we have the prop warning. Obviously, the antenna. That antenna seems long for a 631. I guess I can't place how long they are. Let's just keep unpacking this thing.
631 means that you have
so we
6
have
channels.
the canopy here. There's a bind plug in here.
31 means that you have.
Looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then
31 means
regular
you have
wood screw-looking
AXT
things.
or AX.
And I think
Whatever. A gyro.
pull the sucker out. Oh yeah, so this is the canopy. So be careful. It is a little bit squishy there. See what I'm talking about? See this?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. The pilot.
That's where
really
they put
good.
the first person.
Looks a little
here.
bit feminine to me. Okay, so then we have this, whatever that is. Then there's a clip here. Really detailed windows. That's pretty cool.
I always like when you can see all the way through.
Yeah, especially when you got a sunset and you can see the sunset. That's awesome. Can't wait to see this plane out of the box. It's going to be so sweet. Okay, so let's just carefully lift
This
that.
is so sad.
Man, those
That is
props are like
awesome.
weirdly painted silver, it looks like. They're not silver, they're just painted silver, so it matches exactly. Okay, that is super heavy wing section. I got to see what's going on here, but it's like hard for me to hold it without showing you guys what I'm talking about. Oh, those, of course, are the flaps.
Wow.
Okay, so we have definitely big inboard flaps, simple retracts. Ooh, sort of a semi-squishy tire. Thank you, Horizon, for listening. And then look, we have actually vented cowls. That is super nice. It is a simulated engine here. Looks like a couple of scrape marks here, and bug marks. So this must have been an early sample. So they must have already tested this one. So maybe that explains why the packaging and the screw packs look different. So I'm going to keep working my way unpackaging this. I don't want to take out the fuse and let all the excitement out, but the wingtips are here.
Oh man, this gets me
So there's
going,
a
man.
wingtip.
Nothing
So
like
just
it, dude.
Just
I'm
a small
sorry.
part. It's like the aileron portion of the, and then
I'm sorry, what?
This is what gets me going. Like, there's nothing like unboxing some shit. Like, nobody sees this part of it. When you're like, man, look at this fucking thing, man. It's amazing. And I'm about to put it together. I'm gonna have it for myself, and I'm gonna be able to wreck it and fly it and have a good time with it.
Fly the shit out of this.
And this guy just knows his shit, so he like breaks it down as he does it. White supremacy is what Stanley calls it.
No, actually, it's a waste of white skin.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
I bet you your brownie tiles in the background are on the roll.
This motherfucker is no aeronautical engineer.
I bet you every napkin in your house is stamped by
Okay,
McDonald's.
bitch.
Okay, go ahead.
He's no aeronautical engineer. He's just
You're missing it. You're not paying attention. Hit play.
He's a fat white boy. He's not an aeronautical engineer.
I set a wing bladder on the J65
And he's kind of balding too.
the other day.
Yeah,
this is actually
comes
a
with
wing
age.
bladder. So this would be like a de-icing bladder.
here.
Now he gets his planes for free, probably, because he's
Yeah,
kind of
he
famous.
said this is
Okay,
free.
motherfucker,
Got
do
white
you
privilege.
get your planes for free?
I get them discounted.
Do you get your planes for free?
I get them discounted.
So you pay money for your planes?
Yes, I do. He gets them for free.
Okay.
He does the
Okay.
content.
Okay.
He does
I heard what you
content though.
said. You
He
pay
has like a
money.
couple
and
100,000
you pay
people
money.
following him.
That white boy gets him for free.
Oh my God.
should
Could
make
you
a channel,
imagine if
Dave.
you seen this fucking show after you talked all this kind of shit? This is somebody I'm promoting. Listen to you.
Motherfucker,
You fucking fuckstick.
you said you get him for discount, and this motherfucker gets him for free.
I don't
Yes.
do content. He's
Gotta
getting
start putting
paid off
GoPro
of
on
Yes, Dave. I just asked a simple question. I don't need your excuses.
Okay.
White boy free. Deacon Dave.
He's
cut
never had a breakdown of his content quite like this. I'm sure of it.
Deacon Dave cut rate. White boy for free. Is that?
Yep.
Have I got it right?
Wait till I learn how to use this shit. I'm gonna be up
Oh
there.
no.
Fuck what you talking about? There's a black guy on YouTube with no bass in his voice, and he is just as good.
As we stand, all shit. Is it March 1st yet?
About 48 minutes.
Okay. No, yeah, you're right. White boy for free. Deacon Dave discount, but has to pay money.
Discount Dave.
Because that would be like inflatable and it would just poof up and then knock the ice off. As you can see, there's a clip-on wing extension, which is similar to what we've seen on the P-51 1.5. This feels really light. The lights are more scale than what we've seen. A little bit of damage on the paint there, a little bit of a separation, but this is a metallic red, very pretty color. Silver is going to blend in the sky. I'm not sure how I feel about the silver because even though silver looks really like nice in the sky,
it's free.
It will
Who
disappear
cares
in
how
the
you
clouds,
feel?
and that's what I'm concerned about because we get
The
into cloudy
review.
weather. I don't want this thing to disappear. That is super
Yeah,
cool. Now,
but
of course,
you know
do need to
what?
put the wing spar
Those
in.
seams are
The
going to
wing
be a
spars
problem.
with
Dude, it's not a solid wing. If he was an aeronautical engineer, he would know this.
actually, I'm curious.
Do you tape those seams so air doesn't get in the seams?
See, that's how
Dave?
much you don't know. That's
Yeah,
how
that's what
much
he's
you
talking
don't
about
know.
right now.
Okay, motherfucker. So what's the solution?
I think the
Even
solution
if,
is
put it
even
together,
if,
goddammit.
even if you no, dude, air gets in those seams, no matter how tight you think they are.
What's that in his hand right now? What is he doing with that?
Yeah, it's a wing spar. Stanley, you know what a wing spar is?
Sounds like something he's gonna
Stanley,
jack
do you know
his
what a
dick
wing
with.
spar is? You know what a wing
No.
spar is?
No,
Okay.
I do know.
Maybe you
that
should learn something.
I
Let's get
do.
to the bottom of
Okay, what you don't understand, Mr.
You need to educate yourself.
Well, no. You need to educate yourself. No
You need
matter
to get the
what,
history of airplanes.
no matter
You
what
need to read
do,
your history, Stanley.
no matter what he does, that plane is gonna crash.
Let's solve the mystery and play the video.
I don't give a fuck about the video now.
We 1.5 it. We can go a
Dude,
little
we're
faster.
gonna make a fluid mechanics point. Dude, air will get in that seam. Doesn't matter what he's doing with his little Dave's dick. Black metal.
I'm glad you're such a fucking professional at RC engineering.
Gotta
This
be
is crazy.
Something.
Dude.
Yeah.
About how long those clips are going to last. But look,
alrighty.
in terms of serviceability, there
Y'all
is a
think
Phillips
that
screw there.
shit
So I'm
is
assuming
gonna
that's something that
fix-
you'll be able to replace.
There's a Phillips screw that holds it
Look at that. Look at that.
The reason I asked about the tape, dude, there's gonna be, if there's a seam, air will get in it.
It's gotta be in
Trouble
there.
that's going to be, of course. Okay, let's see how hard
Sorry.
this is to build because I just want to see how
Get
hard
in
this
there.
goes together.
Oh man, that's gorgeous. Oh, it's going to be hard
Look
with
at
the
that
views on there.
scene.
So I would say just get
It's
it
not
built right now
airtight.
as we pull the things out. And then we're going to need scissors so I can cut off the safety warning as usual.
miles an hour.
And I've just got more foam to protect the foam from the foam. And then the only nut and bolt sack
Motherfucker,
over there
it's
that we have to
gonna
worry
crash.
about. Goodness
I won't.
gracious, they have this thing really full of plane. There's a lot of plane and very little package.
There's a lot
which
of
is good.
plane.
I'm glad that they're getting it that
There's
way
a
because
lot of plane, and my kids are gonna go hungry because their mother can't get into this kitchen and cook them food.
That's me.
that means that the shipping rates can be held under control. 'Cause shipping
How
has
many
been
views this
terrible the last
video?
few
How
years.
many views does this video
Oh
get?
yes, forward facing
Motherfucker,
light.
you want
Nice.
me? You actually want me to chat?
This video button. This video
So
button.
views are gonna justify them hungry kids.
No, there's a whole lot of like
This is
RC fucking
3 years
hopefuls that want
ago.
to get into the hobby.
3 years ago, and let's see,
Like 31,000 or something like that.
motherfucker, from 3 years ago. That's
Yes,
all.
this is 3
That's
years ago.
all?
The hobby wasn't that popular back then.
Probably
How long
wasn't
is the
that
video?
popular back then.
Oh, stop it,
Well,
you fuck.
Straight bullying right now.
So we
Yeah, I
got
know.
a
Yeah,
fat,
he's
fat
used to that.
non-pilot, non-aeronautical engineer
With mustache.
who is starving his kids and won't let his wife cook. And
He's
look at
eating it
that
all.
tree. Look at that goddamn plant in the corner. Oh my God, that is Dr. Seuss level.
Bruh, pick him up. Put him in the
Jesus
bag.
Christ. Dude, this is a failure of white skin.
I do like this shape. I hope that it's really bright.
Oh,
It looks like it's gonna be somewhat-
he likes that shape. Dude, this is a fail. Dude, Dave,
This guy's awesome.
You get to watch this failure of white skin.
What omnidirectional, but I'm not sure. And yes, they did jig this up and they painted right over the top of this paint, so that looks really nice. But it doesn't bode well for when
Lou,
you have to
hit
replace
the link,
something once in a
goddammit.
while. Of course, that's always a concern. Okay, let's put this other wing in. Wing looks really
Dude,
flawless.
this is so
the
fucking
bladder is a
sad.
high gloss finish. I was kind of hoping that would be matte.
Ooh,
But
black and
you know, I guess
stiff in my
the black
wing.
looks really
Yeah,
sharp.
stop being a degenerate,
That's gonna
Stanley.
look
You
so
fuck.
sweet when it's together. I'm just gonna get that out of the way. So
Yes,
you can
because
slide
there's
this
our
in.
smart
Now there
kids
are
out
quick
there.
disconnects. You don't have to do anything
Oh, dude.
fancy.
You're
You just
you're
basically
shitting on
slide
one
it
of my
in.
dream. This
My
is one of my
kids-
dream planes.
You got perfect spacing here, perfect
Well,
dihedral.
motherfucker, please tell me that Mrs.
Look at that.
Dave
That thing is
will not
fucking
let
awesome.
you
Perfect.
will not let you take over her kitchen with your dream plane that you're only gonna crash anyway.
Well, I got massive planes, so you might have to go past the
Oh, I've
garage
got
and into the
massive
house.
planes. That's
I got
what
the
I
fucking.
asked. That's not
I got
what
the
I
hobble
asked
in my
you.
kitchen right now. It's just not sitting on the
You
stove.
want to talk about your past planes?
Why are you jinxing them?
I'm talking about the
What a
future
dick.
plane.
Go ahead,
Yes.
Stanley. You have to find somewhere to build these.
Trying to
fucking
jinx
things.
him that he's gonna crash that plane.
Motherfucker, not in your kids. If you actually
I need
value
at least 400 square
stay-at-home
feet.
mom
400
who is
4,000
cooking all
square feet.
day, if she's cooking all day to feed your chillins, don't do
This
this.
feeds the children. How you gonna cook without buying the meat, motherfucker?
Wait, his children
This
or
feeds
your
the kids.
children?
Sure.
His
Look,
children or
this
your
channel
children?
right here.
His
This channel right
children or
here.
your chillins?
This channel is grocery money, motherfucker.
This motherfucker only has like 31,000.
Turtle soup every night.
Yeah,
This fat white boy doesn't have 1 million subs.
he could be out there fucking bashing squirrels
He could
over the
be
head to
out
feed
there
the family.
making
But
a
he's building
business
airplanes.
Simple living though.
This episode of Stanley versus the World is called Dave Makes Excuses for Fat White Failures. in
Man, hit play. I want to see my Beechcraft get built. You talking shit? Shut up.
The wing, which is gorgeous, by the way. The dihedral is something, it's
This
funny because
motherfucker's not even
there's
wearing
certain planes
shoes.
that have dihedral and there's certain planes that don't. I've always kind of liked the way dihedral looks. We did the plane the other day.
Always like talking complicated
and I thought,
dihedrals because
I don't know
I'm
how I feel
white
about
and
this.
if
What's the
I'm
dihedral, Stanley? What's the dihedral?
I have no fucking clue.
Exactly. You don't know shit. Shut up while he educates and builds a plane, goddammit.
Hey, I bet you know and this white boy doesn't.
I bet you I do know what a dihedral is. Let's let you educate yourself.
I know you know, Dave. This white boy doesn't.
Oh, he's the one that said the word. You never heard it before.
Yeah, so if a white boy
You never
said
read
the
an
word,
instruction manual.
white
You can tell me all about Ayn Rand.
If a white boy says the word, he wouldn't use it if he didn't know what it means, Dad.
Dihedral. Look at the airplane. What's the dihedral, Stanley?
Dude,
use your context clues.
I could figure it out.
What's the dihedral?
Who gives a fuck? It's two.
Use context clues.
Two what?
Stanley, you need to learn the history.
No, I know the die is two.
Know your history, Stanley. Do better.
No,
motherfucker.
I refuse to know. I refuse to know the history of fat white boy failure. He said dihedral. And now you accepted a date. You
was impressed by that verbiage.
This is Deacon Dave.
You questioned it because you didn't know.
This is Deacon Dave. You had me at dihedral.
You used one of those big words. You took it offensive.
You had me at dihedral.
You never heard of it.
Motherfucker. You divested over. You divested divestiture over dihedral.
You learn your history, son.
Motherfucker, this is a history I don't need to know.
Dihedral. And I've just thought about it, and I love the way it looks. There's dihedral on a lot of general aviation aircraft.
Looks.
And then there's super flat wings on others.
Dihedral, Dave.
It just depends on if it's right for the actual aircraft. Look at this plastic detail. They've
Yeah,
got those
double
little
rudder
lines that's built into the plastic. I love that. Looks super fantastic. Helps it blend in nicely.
Which one is the rudder?
Super fantastic.
Look at that. I hope I don't have to do that.
If dihedral is double rudder, which one is the rudder?
Oh my goodness.
This is the kind of shit. I hope Solid Snake is in this chat. I need Solid Snake dude, this is the white boy fake mechanical engineering. You use a big word on a toy plane sort of shit that Solid Snake loves.
He is a pilot.
That is scary.
No, he's not. You believe that too, don't you? This motherfucker's not a pilot.
Aircraft pilot.
He is a pilot.
No, he's not. Prove it.
In 2026.
Prove it, bitches. Now,
no,
this is
like gospel of Bob. This is like gospel of Bob taking his profession to a micro level.
You know what? I don't
see him doing that.
Dude, he's not a pilot.
What kind of
private
what
pilot?
kind of plane does
he
Bob
own
fly?
This dude doesn't have the belly of a pilot.
Oh,
does Bob
white
fly
boy,
an Airbus,
white boy,
or does he?
Dude,
Does he fly a Michael
his
Douglas?
belly precedes him.
Michael Douglas.
Give me pilot.
Look at that.
Bob, what does Bob fly?
Yeah.
I don't care.
JetBlue.
Is he a crop duster, or
I'm
is
not
he
getting into what
is he
Bob
an Embraer
flies.
pilot?
I'm sorry, what?
Is Bob a crop duster or an Embraer pilot?
Is he the
Which
captain?
one is he more closely?
Is Bob the
Yeah,
captain?
is he a
Commercial airliner?
Are you asking me?
Obviously, you're the guy talking with the microphone. We're asking you a question.
So there's nobody else here.
I have no clue what Bob flies.
Oh,
Jet
you need
Blue.
to, yeah, you need to get the history on that, Stanley.
He's a commercial
Probably I
airline
don't.
pilot.
I am critiquing the video in front of me. This man is not Bob. This man is not a pilot.
Yeah, I mean, that's sweet that they've got that so clean, but I just am scared to death of
Oh,
that.
it's
And then this looks
clean.
really, really not good.
Dude,
I
look
don't
at
know if
that
that's
belly.
tape or paint.
It's not a belly,
Oh,
it's
that's
a
glue.
belly.
That's glue.
Pilot's
That's
belly.
why that didn't come off there.
Look at this motherfucker. Dude, set that weighing on top of your belly.
Stanley, when's the last time you unboxed something? What's the last thing you've unboxed?
Jelly beans.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I get jelly beans every month to put in my jelly bean jar.
What brand do you like?
Jumping.
Brock's, but every now and again I'll do an off-brand. But mostly Brock's. The old-fashioned BRACHS Brock's.
You don't like Jolly Bean?
No. They are gourmet. I'll mix them in every now and again.
Oh, okay.
No,
Do you like?
ain't no
Do you
Brock.
put like a huge bowl, or do you pick out the black
No,
ones?
we have, dude.
So you're
My
racist.
wife, no, hold on.
I
My
eat the
wife
licorice
had
ones
this,
to prove I'm not a
my
racist.
my wife had this huge, kind of crystal vase, and I'm like, ooh, that's a good place to put jelly beans. Been using it for fucking ever.
And they
Do you
smell good.
segregate?
It holds 5 pounds of jelly beans.
Do you segregate your jelly beans?
No, why would I?
You don't
You
think
make
red
chicken
flavor
sandwich at the same
tastes?
time?
I don't have a problem with black jelly beans, if that's what you're asking. Licorice
Is that because
is
you're
fine.
black or what?
No, it's because my mother's mother used to laugh that I like black licorice and red licorice.
So you are
So
a pro-black jelly bean eater.
I am a jelly bean eater.
Okay, there. Have you never had jelly beans like the
red,
popcorn
yellow,
flavor?
black, green? It doesn't matter. They're all sweet to me.
Yeah. Jelly beans, the last thing you
Any other dumb questions, Dave?
Is there any
No,
specific color jelly beans you like to mix while you're
No.
eating?
Nope.
I never ate the white jelly beans either.
I grab a handful,
they're
and
the best.
usually I put them in a ramekin or something, so they're kind of corralled. But no, I don't have a favorite color jelly bean. They're all sweet to me.
I was gonna ask,
No.
do they? Yeah, some of them are different flavors, but not all of them, right?
Well,
purple
you're
ones are
thinking of those
horrible.
gourmet. See, people like you, John, you love the gourmet jelly beans. I'm just like Woolworth. The reason I buy Brock's.
Woolworth? Did you say Woolworth?
Oh, dude. When I was a kid, coming home
Oh
from
my
high
God.
school,
You're really
I
dating
have
yourself now.
whoa. I have stories.
Okay.
Back
This
in
one is being
Savannah,
told.
Georgia, freshman year, sophomore year. Dude, before I started driving, I used to catch the bus from my school on the south side of Savannah. It went through downtown Savannah, the squares. Dude, Savannah is it was a fairy tale. Dude, Savannah, Georgia is awesome. And I kind of knew it at the time, kind of know it better now. Dude, little 14-year-old black boy running through. Dude, Woolworths. I'd buy jelly beans at Woolworths, and dude, One of these days, I'll tell the story. Dude, Savannah was just. I had a. It wasn't Cosby. It was different. It was black. And
I pictured that whole story you were telling me in like black and white TV.
Yeah,
dude, it was in color though.
I know.
If you, which one of y'all have been to Savannah?
Welcome down to the Woolworths.
Right. I pictured
All
that
I-
whole story in 9mm.
Either one of you, if either one of you ever gets to experience Charleston's better, New Orleans is better, but Savannah, dude, you'll understand if you ever go. And if you haven't been there, then y'all are whistling Dixie. What's up, Yeti? I know the coconut, but I don't always do gourmet jelly beans. Brock's is good enough.
Brock's, yeah, that's off the shelf.
They got the root beer one.
No. I order them from Amazon. You can get like 5 pounds.
Oh, you really don't go outside if you get them from Amazon. You get Brock's from the fucking TJ Maxx or something.
Which part of Amazon can't you understand?
Why would you go to Amazon?
I
when you can go
will
to-
willingly admit that no, I don't go out much.
Yeah, that said it all. You get them from Amazon.
You and I have had this conversation before. Why would I go
Did
out
we?
if I can get? I'm sorry, what?
I'm saying, did we?
Yeah, dude, I'm a recluse.
Oh, okay. I can understand.
I mean, I go out like to take the trash to the end of the driveway, and once it gets warmer, I'll go fishing. But dude, I don't motherfucking have to leave home. What the fuck? Which part of retirement don't you understand?
Hey, boy.
Let me
Stop.
ask you another. Well, hold on before you.
No, I'm talking about son. My bad. That was my son.
Dude, I have a great house. Why the fuck would I ever leave the place I bought? It's awesome. Motherfucker, I make sourdough bread. Oh.
Poor boy.
No, dude, I remember when my son was that young. Of course you're gonna go, dude. I miss those days. But look, why spend so much money for a house and never be here? And I'm retired. I'll go to Savannah in a week or two. Motherfucker, I love my life. I love my house. I will go to Savannah and I will love Savannah. Dude, this is for me. I get to read. I get to hang out on YouTube. And I get to insult people I don't like.
I don't know if they molded that in.
I'm never at home. I'm probably at home 10% of the time.
Well, you are still young.
I'm not young.
Look at Yeti. Yes, Yeti. Dude, you can. Do I need to motherfucking show you what I buy on this Amazon thing? Dude, you can get like 5 pounds of jelly beans. Let's see here. Jelly beans. No, and I know it's cheap fucking jelly beans, but dude, I used to get them from Woolworths.
Woolworths, eh?
I motherfucking Woolworths was a thing. That's what I got.
I haven't seen Woolworths since like 94.
Yeah, you have never been in one. You used to be able to get.
Yes, I have. We used to have
cashews
one in
and
the
shit,
middle
too.
of our mall.
Yeah, well, get 2 bags. Now they're kind of expensive, but
50
that's what I
54
get.
ounce. That's a lot of fucking jelly beans.
Yeah,
That's a unit.
motherfucker. I can get 2 of them for $33.
You shitting jelly
Man, that would make your nuts swell up.
I don't eat them all in a day.
Yeah, but you
What
run
the
through
fuck?
2 bags in a month. Damn, Stanley, that's a problem.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm saying you must be shitting colors, bro. Like, slow down.
And guess what?
All that
And
yellow
I do.
5. That couldn't
Hey,
be good for you.
all I have to say is I'm retired. I can do what the fuck I want. When y'all get here, you'll understand.
Stocked up.
Now, any other silly questions, young men?
What flavors do you get out that bag?
I don't give a fuck.
Is there a root beer in there though? Is that like one of them old school? Because root beer was an old school jelly bean,
It's
right?
Brock's. It's not motherfucking Jelly Belly.
I don't know.
Okay, so what's the
This
flavor?
ain't gourmet.
Root beer's been around for a while.
There's no brown jelly beans.
There's one in
They're
there.
What, the white
racist.
one's coconut or what?
They're racist. There's no brown jelly beans.
What's the white flavor? Is that coconut or what?
No, I don't think it's coconut. Maybe it is.
You're the jelly bean eater. You tell me.
Should I put the link in the chat so you can do the close examination? Motherfucker, I've been buying Brock's jelly beans for fucking 50 years.
The same order? You place the same order?
I don't care.
Did somebody deliver them?
Wait, did you ask? It's Amazon. Of course
Or
someone
do you get them in the mail?
Do you stand by this product?
No. Amazon
Like,
delivers them.
Do they bring them with your
by
beer?
the way, I don't just motherfucking buy jelly beans. It's a once a month. There are other
You order it
things
with
I
your beer
order
or
as
what?
well.
Like you get beer and beans or
From
what?
Amazon. Does Amazon deliver beer?
I don't know. I've never used it. So
Do they,
I don't know.
motherfucker? Let me
Uber
tell
does it,
you,
right?
they do not.
Uber or Lyft does that, right? I don't know.
Yeah, you can get it instantly.
I've never used any of these things. Can you believe
Y'all
it?
don't use Amazon much, do you?
I just get it packaged like.
Okay,
yeah,
my question.
I get it. Hey, John, he gets
Y'all
beer.
don't
He gets
order
beer, beans,
Amazon.
and books at
Dude,
the same place.
I make a once a month order. And I try, their supplies, shampoo, toiletries.
everything. Yeah, no, I know that everybody, a lot of people I know use
Okay,
it.
well, motherfucker, it's a once a month order. I don't just order jelly beans.
No, I know, but it's
Do
just
you order by the flavor or you just order by the bag?
You know what? I order 2 bags of let's put my foot up Dave's ass because he's asking dumb questions. That's what I order.
Oh man.
2 bags of it. God damn, dude. Stop criticizing an old black man for ordering what he wants. God damn, dude. You'll be here one day. You'll understand.
So you're not a chocolate guy?
All
Are
right.
you a chocolate guy?
No, I'm not.
Because it's usually one or the other. A lot of people like they either like the sweets or the
No,
chocolate.
I'm not a chocolate guy.
Because I'm not a sweets guy. I'm more of a chocolate guy. It's weird like that.
You know what? Oddly enough, jelly beans are like my only sweet. I don't and Twizzlers. Now I have a jar of Twizzlers, but jelly beans are my thing. Ever since I was a motherfucking kid, 8th grader, 7th grader, jelly beans have always been my thing.
I like the chocolate Twizzlers too.
I
Hey,
don't like
when you run out
chocolate
of
that
when you run out of bread flour, do you order beans, books,
Motherfucker, I never run
all
out
that
of bread
same-
flour.
and beer at the same time or what?
Whoa. I never run out of bread flour.
It's already in the order, dude.
Bread
All right.
flour, beans, books.
No,
and
I don't
beer.
order from Amazon.
You make it yourself, right? You make your own flour?
No, I'm getting, dude. I am moving. I am
I'm saying, like, I
moving.
heard you talk about
I
it.
am literally moving to that. My sister and I were joking about that. I
Remember you
might
talking
just
about
start. You can get wheat berries. You can mill that shit yourself. And you know
Damn,
what?
Stanley, you're a Renaissance man.
That's what I'm saying.
Dude, I bet my parents raised me to be a Renaissance man. I've talked about this. Why do you think, dude, the American education system is failing? And this is actually a serious note, and I don't want to get too deep into it. Scientists need to read Dante. That's how I was raised. Dude, I'm a chemistry major who
Get out
has
your mouth.
taken I've taken a modern African lit class. Dude, Renaissance. Black men especially need to be Renaissance men. And not for the fancy, you'll get some high yalla girl, just for your own edification. Who's that little
think one of
Pooh
the-
Bear looking? Who's that little Pooh Bear motherfucker? Big discussions 76 with the hat and the scarf. That motherfucker looks like Winnie the Pooh.
Where do you see that at?
I'm looking. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Look up on YouTube. Big discussions 76. I subscribe to his channel.
Oh yeah, I know the channel. I get the same pop
That
ups.
motherfucker looks. Every time I see him, I want to go Winnie the Pooh. this dude is ridiculous.
Oh, I've seen Hood Servant went live 9/20. Trump strikes Iran. Ayatollah reported dead. The Ayatollah's dead.
It's a big thing.
Yeah,
all the
I
channels are
talked
getting
about
big.
that. I talked about that 3 hours ago. Where were you?
Yeah.
I was probably drunk.
You were probably flying a plane into the ground.
Yeah,
That's why you got drunk. I crashed my plane.
Be right back.
We had
The
a crosswind.
plane.
Yeah.
So I'm right.
No, listen.
Anyway.
I'm wifeless right now. She's out of town. I miss my
Where
wife.
is she? Well, you
Her
know what?
grandma died.
I'm not gonna beat you up anymore. Then I understand missing you.
No, her grandma died, so she's up there with
And
the
you're
rest
not
of the
there
family.
with her.
I
Why?
did not leave with her the day she left. I did. I could not. I
Well,
was
you
not
kept
able to
it.
get
You
away.
got the. Oh shit! Look at her. So
What
you
you
got
looking
the
at?
kids. That's good. No. That's good.
Yeah, I ended up buying my daughter a car and putting together an RC
Oh, really? How
plane.
did that go? Now I'm interested.
She ended up getting like a Honda. And all I had to do was sign my name on the line like a fucking
Oh,
idiot.
motherfucker! Did you get her like the top of the line with the leather seats,
She got
heated
I forget
seats,
what
and
it
the?
was, but she got heated seats and no leather, but heated seats, sunroof, alloy wheels. Yeah, she got a nice little Honda, so she gets
You
the
know
hell out
what?
of my hair.
You know what?
Daddy,
All
can
I
I do
have to
this?
say, all I have to say is, she gets to go out and find her an Anton Daniels.
What the fuck does that mean?
Hey, she's gonna find her. She's gonna find her. That and this is purely a joke, Dave. Do not take this
No, it's cool.
personally, Dave. It is just a
I am a
goddamn
father.
joke.
I'm a
Just
father with a daughter. I
goddamn
am not a
joke.
girl dad.
You know what? I'm not gonna even bother because I might.
I'm a
Look.
father with a daughter. I'm not a girl dad. That's different. That's when the people be taking that shit
You know what?
too
I'm
personal.
not going to make the joke because I don't know you that well.
No,
She's your
you're
daughter.
good.
She will do better than an Anton Daniels.
You
I know
know,
it. I know it.
for a
God
black
damn it.
girl,
I know it. God.
my
Wait,
daughter,
hold it.
no,
Wait,
listen.
for a black girl? What the fuck?
Yes, I want to say
Wait,
something.
motherfucker,
I want to make a
she's not
statement.
just a black girl. She's Dave's daughter.
I want to make a
The
statement.
fuck?
My daughter, for a black girl, has hair all the way down her back. Now, how come
You know what? You
don't
sound
see
you
that?
sound you sound literally. Honestly, you sound like Sugar Bum.
Yeah, this is sugar bummish.
For a black girl, she
For
got all that
a
hair. She
black girl.
got good hair.
Now, see,
She got good
this is
hair.
why I can say
For a
this.
black girl,
This is why.
she got good hair.
Oh, stop.
Hey,
Motherfucker,
hear me
why
out.
are you
Hear me
why
out.
are you
Hear me
doing
out. Hear me
why
out.
are you doing this?
This is why you should have made the joke. You opened the door for me to say something crazy.
No, motherfucker, you make a joke about your own daughter.
This
Then
is why we're not.
it's
This is why we're the
it's
exception
better
and not the
if
rule.
it's better that her father makes the joke.
No, she would appreciate it. I'm not
Okay.
saying nothing to slight my
No, I
child.
would never. Dude, daddy, go ahead and make a joke about your daughter.
Yeah, imagine me being a girl dad, right? And she has short hair. But for a father of a daughter who is black, she has exceptionally long hair all the way down her back. Now, did that rhyme? For some reason in my lifetime, I never seen it.
Dude, good luck with that.
So maybe that explains my expectations that I had
No,
that
it
never were
doesn't
met.
to me. I'm gonna be honest. You sound fucked up.
I am,
It's
but
like what? What?
I am. I
What
am.
in
But you know
beat
what?
up?
If somebody was to clip that moment, you couldn't duplicate the results. You don't have shit to
Fathers
say to me.
generally are just proud of their daughters, but ooh, she fine. She got long hair down her back. What the
Hair is a
fuck?
sign of femininity.
Hair is a sign of, you know what? Her boyfriend.
We're not Tasha
Her.
Kaying it over here.
Oh, let me be real blunt here. Her nigga will tell you.
Her nigga.
She's a woman.
I doubt if she
No,
even dates
motherfucker.
a
You
black
know,
dude.
motherfucker. Her nigga will be the judge of that.
No, I didn't raise her to even
Her
attract that
daddy
type.
shouldn't. No. Her nigga gonna. Her nigga. I can't even say it right. Her nigga gonna make that judgment, motherfucker. What?
Her nigga. Hey, strives. Please excuse Stanley's drunken banter.
I'm
If he
not that
says it, you
drunk.
can say it.
I was thinking about the
Wait, hold
Myers
it.
girl.
No. How
Fathers
rarely do I use that word?
Daughters,
If he says it, you
your
can say
fathers.
it.
You went dark.
No. I will, John. You have my dispensation, but dude, let me remind everyone: we don't use the N-word on this show, panel,
Oh,
or
Miss
chat.
Stanley can. Miss
No,
Stanley can.
hey,
You're the only one that
John,
broke that rule tonight. You know that?
I am. However,
Yeah.
so can you two. You're on the panel. That's
I
fine.
don't. I normally don't. That's why you broke it before
Well,
me.
motherfucker, then John can, bitch.
I'm good.
Hey, I'm
No,
good with it.
motherfucker,
Let's go,
say it
John.
now.
Hit him with a sample. Hit him with a sample, John. Hit him.
See, John has more class than Stanley does.
I'm sober. Yeah,
And I am.
That's it.
Okay, well, you know what?
I gotta
damn
be
it.
like, fuck it, Stan. I'm going with you. Here we go.
You know what? I
The
apologize for
harder.
being drunk. Dude.
Not that funny.
It
I
is
was reversed.
almost 12. And by the way, are we really looking at fucking jelly bean prices?
Jelly beans.
This has gone way south. However, I appreciate the panelists. I appreciate the chat. Everyone, please make sure you hit this godforsaken channel's like button. And what else? Sovereign Beer Fund. Too late to order beer now, folks. But maybe tomorrow.
Sunday's tomorrow.
Yeah, there's always tomorrow. Also, on a very serious note, look, I take this show seriously. It's Black Historian Saturday. I take this shit seriously. I hate dumb black people. And my definition of a smart black person is y'all read books. Form your own opinions. Even if you disagree, that's fine. But dude,
No, that's whether it's Goosebumps or R.L. Stein or whatever.
motherfucker, there's
You
nothing
can
wrong
read
with
a
reading
book.
there's nothing wrong. Whoa, read a tech manual. I don't give a fuck. Read
was
a
the one
tech
with the
manual.
girls?
Oh, remember the Chilton book? Did you ever use Chilton books?
Read a tech manual. Tech manuals are things, they got words and diagrams.
Yes.
They're books. Are they
Yes.
not books?
Learn ladder logic.
Read a goddamn tech manual.
No, see, you know what? It's Stanley, I think most of my logic comes from tech, like ladder logic. It
And
has a lot to do with how you could actually formulate an argument based on ladder logic.
motherfucker, read a dude.
I know
don't
that's
care.
crazy. I could tie that together, but I'm too drunk.
No. Read something. I don't care. If it's got words and diagrams, if it's teaching you something, that's the whole point of books. Motherfucker, it doesn't have to be boring literature.
Absolutely.
And Richard is like, I'm sorry, reading YouTube chat is not a book, Richard. But good salute to you, Fish.
It's pretty close.
Salute to
It's
you.
pretty good.
You know what, motherfucker? Richard.
Motherfucker.
No. He's a fisherman. He knows where I'm going with this. God damn it. Isaac Walton. I know I've talked to you about this before. Dude, read Sir Isaac Walton and you'll get my point. Richard is a piscator.
If somebody came, wait, if you had somebody in your chat,
do y'all
and I know you don't like
fucking
doing this,
know
Stanley.
what books are? And I know I'm a little off, kind of weird, but Sir Isaac Walton. Let's see what that comes up with. Motherfuckers, y'all will goddamn watch this or else. Now I'm hiccuping.
All those sugary beverages.
Good sir. Lovely maidens. Happy 90th birthday to your fine organization. I am Sir Isaac Walton, here to celebrate with you your accomplishments.
Now this is a little weird. Not what I intended. Dude, Richard, I implore you to find Sir Isaac Walton, the complete fisherman. And then there is a more modern version. God damn it! You know what? I'm probably gonna go back to Savannah and just die there.
Introductory matter of Isaac Walton's Lives of John Donne, Henry Woodman,
Ooh,
Richard Hooker, and George Herbert.
that's a whole
This is
goddamn
a
book.
LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by
Financial
David
books are
Wales.
fine.
Introductory matter containing an introduction by Henry Morley, 1888, Walton's dedication, and Walton's epistle to the reader. Henry.
Oh, this is back when they used to wear them wigs.
When did people stop wearing wigs?
Yeah, it's past baby daddy's bedtime. He's gonna just start acting up.
Well, you know what? He's up late. I'm up late. Look, I think it's time to hang. God damn it. I'm fucking hiccuping.
It's
And
midnight. There's no better time to end it than now. It's midnight.
you were absolutely right, John. And dude, I can't. I had so much fun with y'all. And now I'm hiccuping again. Look, oddly enough, RLM just kind of sparked my enthusiasm. I got to fucking insult the people I think are idiots, and she let me. Dude, I literally got to fucking just unload on dummies. So that's why I'm enthusiastic again. Black Bear, dumbest motherfucker. This dude is dumber than Solid Snake. He's the dumbest black man on YouTube. On YouTube. So, yeah, there I said it. God damn it. So, any closing statements, Dave or John?
Oh yeah, God bless everybody. I mean, I don't have a problem with nobody. I think that God has made us beautiful. Yeah, we're all beautiful people.
Aw.
We all, he's not gonna let me do it. Y'all have a great night.
Yeah, dude. Say hello to little Dave.
Enjoy that baby.
That motherfucker's struggling.
He got the both of them.
Without his wife.
It's the little things.
I bet. And Dave, I know you can hear me.
Yeah, you
So
can't
I'm
YouTube without the wife. God bless my wife.
Motherfucker, dude, let me tell you a story. A man needs to let his wife know that child will be fine without her. So,
definitely.
And you know what? I really it was kind of a sincere thing because my brother's 13 years younger, so I've changed diapers and all that sort of stuff. And I think my wife was rather impressed. Of course, especially when she was breastfeeding, he needed his mother, but she could go out and hang out with friends, or he'll be okay with me. And as it turns out, it's an involuntary. He'll be okay with me. But look, a man needs to be competent. And most of these dumb fucks that I see on these panels, dude, I'm retired. My son is at college. I'm on this panel because I have nothing better to do than school you dumb bitches. In all honesty, what are we doing? The only solution. Damn, I am hiccuping like a motherfucker. Sound like W.C. Fields. Black men, be your own solution. You don't need other black men to do it. Be your solution. So,
Thank you, Foster Brooks. Thank you for having me up.
oh,
Appreciate all you guys.
John, you need to come up more often.
Yeah, like I said, sometimes it's just when you're ending, But it's good to see you on RLMs because usually I go up there sometimes.
Oh,
late at night,
dude,
run into
you know
over
what?
there.
I have high regard for that lady. Yeah. Now I'm not going to go up to her panel a lot, but I will be in the chat, and I will at least hear what the panel's about, what the topic is. She impressed me.
She's a good host. Mm-hmm. She lets it go. She knows when to let it go. Knows when it gets a little bit too.
And she's almost got as many subscribers as Bob in like 3 shows. What in the fuck?
Ert has grown.
Let me. I'm sorry.
Ert's channel's grown too. Like it's the Gob universe, I guess now. Like all.
Yeah, Art is an idiot. I've kind of noticed it. Art isn't Art. RLM is actually smart. Art is just his. I once said his beard is smarter. The only reason they watch Art is he's got a nice beard and a hat. Honestly, I have no respect for him. He's a moron. And so am I for hiccuping. RLM is something different. She's gonna actually. There's something about her, the way she carries herself. She's gonna pretty much be her own thing.
Yeah.
So I'm impressed. I wish I had that.
It's the double D's, and you know it.
They don't hurt.
No,
they don't hurt.
I'm gonna be honest. I wish she wouldn't do that.
She doesn't do anything more than with Rotten Tomato or what's the other?
Dude, you know what? I miss Tomato, dude. Really, Tomato, whatever her name is, that she's a fucking idiot too. That whole trailer park verse, they want to do this panel verse bullshit. Tomato, Dusty, those motherfuckers are the trailer park.
Yeah, I don't watch them.
They're like literally laughable. The only people who think they're smart are Nightish and dude, it's the trailer park fringe.
What happened to Linwood? What was the girl he was going after? I forget.
Oh, that white lady?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Actually care?
No, I don't even know who the lady was, but I saw the video.
Hey, I'll be right back. I'm listening.
She was the original, like cam up and show like a decent face. Mother, good mother. Was that her name?
I only saw a clip. I don't remember who she was. I know John was getting them for that.
Yeah, good mother. Yeah. And they give these guys hope, man. You see a chick cammed up and you see
Young Riaz in the chat or on the panel. It's like the familiar faces, like the same guys. You're wondering what the hell are they hanging out for, and it's just you know what it is, man. They're hitting the cash app hard as fuck, and it's the same old playbook. Like a guy like Stanley who has the intellect that even though you may disagree with him, he'll fight his way out of the wet paper bag that he put himself in. I gotta give him credit for that. And Stanley, I may disagree with Stanley in the chat a lot of the times, honestly, but it wouldn't be interesting if we always agreed on everything. So,
But let me tell you how intellect works, dude. See, this is the interesting thing that all these, dude. You read books to weave your own web. Honestly, you don't if you read a book and all you do is what you read in the book, books are kind of a window on the world. You build your own narrative from all the books. And dude, it could be gardening. Dude, I wanted to know about fishing. I wanted to know about Saint Augustine. Buy the book. Now, how does Saint Augustine and how to fucking saltwater fish in the North Sea weave a narrative? Who knows? People do not understand that books are literally written by disparate knowledge, from Sun Tzu to motherfucking I don't know, Booker T. Washington. Is there a connection? Who knows? Make one if you can find a narrative.
There's always a connection.
Reading the books are literally like it gives you information.
Isaac
And what these
Asimov.
dummies like John Galt and Universal Jones, dude, these guys are fucking idiots. Dude, I was listening to LG. You know what? I'm not going to even go there because she is her own mess apparently. Dude, these people are fucking messy. What in the fuck? Why is Universal Jones a professional in the middle of this shit?
Well, everybody wants the credential to. Never mind. I can't.
Well, let me put
I'm
it
not.
to you this way.
I'm not joshing on Universal, but I almost said something crazy.
Oh, let me go after him. This motherfucker is sloppy as shit. So let me tell you a funny thing. So I woke up at like 3 or 4 in the morning. So LG and I know I'm hiccuping. So annoying. Yes.
We can't even hear it, honestly. You got it. Go ahead.
Well, honestly, it's annoying because I can hear it. So LG and Universal and Imperius. So they're on a panel. And I pop up in the chat because I'm like, I don't, maybe the first or second time I've even, been in LG's chat. So I started roasting. Of course I started roasting. So Universal, I can't even remember what I roasted him on. Why is this motherfucker who's a business owner, who is divorced with daughters. Why the fuck is he up at 4 o'clock in the morning with Imperius and LG? Now, who am I? I mean, maybe he got a bunch of sleep. He's up in the morning and looking over a newspaper or something. But it's a bad look. These guys, people like Universal Jones, risk their reputations on this YouTube bullshit. And then Imperius talking of, dude, these motherfuckers talk about women like it's kind of disgusting. So,
I understand the bricks that built that opinion.
And
I
you
don't
know what?
I don't see nothing wrong with
You
it
know
because
what?
you don't have to honor no type
I
of code
think
online.
people like Universal Jones are bricks. Universal Jones is one of the dumbest motherfuckers. This dude, seriously, he's got a biscuit for a brain. Honestly, and he knows what I think of him. If
I wouldn't
there
cam
is
up.
a
I
way,
wouldn't cam up and have my opinion.
dude, John Galt thinks that Universal has some unique perspective. Dude, biscuits for brains. I should have said butter biscuit for a brain.
Biscuits for brains works well. I like that.
Dude, it is Universal. And I like Universal, but goddamn, dude, be more austere.
Same here. I do like him.
Oh, wait,
I
hold
don't
it.
mean.
Yeti's like, motherfucker.
Yeah, because those are hot takes, honestly.
Oh, motherfucker, tell him what I said. He'll just chuckle and he'll pussy out. He will never confront me with this bullshit. Dude, they know what will happen. Come up to my panel and talk about I called you biscuit for a brain. I'll prove why I think so. You think I'm literally calling him biscuit for brains? And I don't have a reason for doing it?
Are you telling me that was only RLM's third stream the other day?
Oh, shit. You know what? I got like 5 subscribers from her channel. It's like this. Why do you think I said she's going to be bigger than Bob and?
Oh, for sure. She cams up with the D's, bro.
And she's got a brain.
No, that has nothing to do with it.
It's a 3. No. No. Now don't you dare go there because I'll have to do a phenotypical critique.
Strives.
I went there for a brain.
I like her. The listen, the aesthetics are a bonus. You know, she's good to just like even when she turns it off.
Yeah, and a good 75%.
Dave is thinking like a black man.
No, because honestly,
she's a Latina with big tatas.
Is she a Latina? She's not the kind of Latina.
That's just Latina tata.
When I started watching over there, like she would always have it zipped up. I really didn't notice like the 3rd or 4th night, and then she whipped them out. I'm like, damn.
Dave,
yeah, them motherfuckers was
How did
humming.
I miss this?
Yeah, they was humming when Stanley
All
was up
I'm
there.
saying is, she is not ugly, but I just kind of like her, the way she conducts a panel.
Yeah, she can conduct a panel and still have the aesthetic, and that's
Yeah,
a double
motherfucker.
positive.
I was up there to roast Black Idiot Bear.
Yeah, with your mouth half open.
That was the most important part.
Let me put it to you this way. I had a whale of a time.
I bet you did.
Yeah, Stan. Like there's
And
people that just go over there to crash out sometimes. So it's just like,
and
it's
I
yeah.
no.
You didn't. You
John,
had a good conversation, long hours. You know, like it was a good show.
John, I will not be. I'll be in the chat. I'm not going to go up there unless there's. Look, I had a point of view, and that was the perfect storm. I had a view on the Constitution and rights and stuff like that. That the stuff I know how to talk about. So, yeah, I agree. It was a good show. And I didn't take it too far. I did get some roasting into this. Dude, that Slav dude, that I have to say, that Slav dude, that motherfucker he pitched me a softball. And I just, dude, don't call me a Slav, because black people have no right to complain about slavery because I'm a Slav and we were the original slaves. Dude, I roasted that dumb fucker. Dude, it was skip to my loo time. That Dave, I don't know if you heard the whole show. At the end of it, this motherfucker complained because I was being racial for calling him a Slav.
You know, I only ended up over there because Nitish wasn't live, but I seen, like, I have like a hierarchy of who I watch. Like Nitish, you do too. Like we have common spots.
No. Yeti just reminded me of the fucking dude. It was like I made a coleslaw joke, cold slav with mayonnaise. Oh, dude, it was so goddamn funny. I was like, holy shit, how did you come up? Dude, I made a cold slav joke with mayonnaise.
I was there. Sometimes you knock it out.
Oh, it was so, dude, I was cracking myself up with that dumb fucking joke. It was so goddamn.
Yeah, the crowd went wild for that one. I ain't gonna lie. I was there.
No, the crowd didn't go wild, but I did. Motherfucker, hey, cold slav?
That's
God
pretty
damn
funny.
it. Dude, I never make home runs like that. I need to. It wasn't a planned joke. It was off the goddamn cuff. I think it was there the whole time. And dude, if I could only do that more often on my own goddamn panel. I'd never do that.
Sometimes you gotta use the good ones outside so you bring them in, you know?
Look, dumb people bring out the best.
It's like boxing too, you know?
Dumb motherfuckers bring out the kind of disdain, the kind of humor.
And everybody got to start off journeyman, you know?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, John. Dude,
Good shit, Stanley.
I really need to go back and clip that one. But of course I won't. I'm too lazy. Yeti, good to see you, sir. Thank you for reminding me of that. Oh, dude, I was in stitches. So, it is late. And Mackenzie, another friend of the show. So good to see you, man. So I need to get out of here, and I hope RLM goes live. I'm just going to listen to her show. I guess I ought to see who's live.
No, she might get weekend off. You know what I mean?
Cellulite is live.
Stanley seeing titties, and he said, "Oh, let me join this panel."
You know what?
Stop it!
I
If you
had a
deny that,
wife.
you're lying.
Well, let me just say this. I had a wife who was comparable. So, that's not
Yeah, same
shit
here.
I haven't
Same here.
that's not shit I haven't handled before.
Same here. Oh, that's how that goes. I've been trying to get this fucking plane done, and my son just really, man, I need my wife
Let
here.
me culture corrections. Have y'all heard of culture corrections?
No.
No.
It's one of Orthodox's spinoffs.
Oh, okay.
He's got
And
spinoffs
yeah.
already.
Her name is Beth.
I've heard that name, yeah. I don't know who she is though, yeah.
You do? You know who she is, right?
I've heard Orthodox of them over there for the last few times over on RLMs and Gobs, and I've heard her name. I don't think I've ever heard her talk though.
And let me tell you something though. Those motherfuckers are trailer trash.
Oh my
Honestly.
god.
Yeah, I said it. You disagree?
No, I'm just
You're not
listening.
used to a black man. I've said it on Orthodox's panel. They know what I think of them. Motherfucker, do you ever think that I'm shy about my opinions?
No, I know you're not.
I
You're
don't have to be. What are they gonna do? Except
nothing.
and do better. Dude. Now Beth is interesting. And I'm gonna drop this link into the chat. Culture corrections. I have never been on it. I think I mostly like it for the title. The show, the channel name. Don't watch it, but it's live. And y'all go and get some trailer trash. They make good shoe fly pie.
God damn, what is that?
Look at dirty dude. Look. I think that I have found I got up to 300. It'll be okay.
No, you gotta wait till the weekend's over. Monday is your true count. You know how you have weekend
Oh no,
warriors, fair weather
no,
fam.
it's a good 300.
It's official. No
Seems
takebacks, no
to be.
Indian givers.
Yeah, we'll see. Even if it goes back to, I think it'll be 300. And you know what? This is going to be a tough climb because I'm a dick. And it is. I keep saying I'm an acquired taste, and I wish I could be fucking John Gall or CT, but I'm not.
Hey man,
Janet
look,
is over there. Oh, where is she?
good people fuck with your channel.
You know what? Actually, Dirty. Yeah, drop that link. Everyone here should go over there and hear some Benji.
That name sounds familiar too.
Y'all motherfucking want to know what Ratchet is? Follow Dirty Dude's link. Y'all will know. It'll be West Coast Ratchet.
Yeah, I don't get into that.
You know what? God damn it. I'll go up. I didn't see the pop up. I subscribe. I'm still subscribed. Oh shit. Oh my lord. My darling RLM.
Oh, she's on?
I don't know. Don't know. She might be.
Let me see.
Oh no.
Yeah, oh yeah, but she's there with that. She's there with Nightish. You know, Nightish is problematic, and fucking Mike, weirdo guy. Who's that Mike weirdo guy?
Nightish fucks it up, dude. He's just territorial when it comes to women. He just turns into like a ghoul, bro.
Nightish
I've said shit
Nightish
about
is
before. I can't stand that type of personality. Although I like Nightish, but I can't stand that fucking territorial, creepy ass bullshit. I can't.
Let me
calling
make an
everybody
observation.
gay. Yeah, it's just like, come on, dude. Like, we're all chilling.
No, Nightish has gotten weird since he got his channel yanked away from him.
Yeah,
no,
more
I
weird.
actually
More
used
weird.
to tune in. But here's the deal. Nightish will give you the narrative that YouTube and the man took it. Motherfucker, dude, don't fall asleep on your goddamn channel. Dude,
We'll wake up to Charlotte's
allowed
Web.
dude, it was fucking, I don't know about the Charlotte's Web. I first heard it from you, Dave, by the way. Dude,
That's what somebody said in the chat. It's been a running joke. That shit is funny as hell.
let me just put it in. You fall asleep at the wheel, you're gonna crash.
Oh, Denison's there.
The fuck? This motherfucker's like 55 years old. This isn't some 22-year-old dude. Stop blaming YouTube for your personal failure. You could have stay awake and fucking in the show. What in the fuck? I'm sorry. And you know, and John, I agree. Why the fuck would he be territorial? Motherfucker, I have more viewers than he does at this point. Now he will surpass me quickly.
I don't know.
No, you do know, John.
No, I don't know. You know what you got to start doing, Stanley? Cutting them to 4 hours so you can do the AI clipping, and then just start another one.
Dude, I have been doing that. Dude,
like, do your show.
Amazing. Dude, I told you. Dude, I have one that got like 2,700 views.
Yeah, I've seen them all over.
Today is like 400 and something. Not all of them score. I haven't been able to figure out how it gets done. But dude, that AI shit, dude, motherfucking StreamYard can be expensive, but dude, that AI shit, ooh boy, that has made a huge difference.
I'm telling you, man. Look at the music. You got damn near half a playlist about you already, man.
Where? Tell them to come over here.
You got a Latino made one. There's like 2 or 3, and then what's his name?
Oh,
Fatty
no. Savage.
Savage.
It's all that Savage song is a bear. That is Southern rock. That little riff at the end. It's my closing thing now.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm Stanley, bitch. It is so funny. So look, John, by the way, motherfucker, you're part of the success. I am. Look, you and Deacon Dave. I enjoy these goddamn streams with y'all. I enjoyed RLM stream. I actually had a good time. I was loose and making jokes. Somehow or another, this shit is fun. So
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, you gotta get out there and just find some more channels to hang out at too, you know. So that's it.
And look at Yeti. Yeti's like, Coleslaw was at 6. Oh, goddamn. Did I go that long? I'm going to have to go back and look. Dude, it cracked me. I don't even know. The joke should have been made like first time he said, I'm a Slav. So, all right, folks. Yeti, you are a treasured. You are a treasure. Dirty dude. Let me go find Benji. Because everyone deserves that kind of. And by the way, Benji is where I came from. Where do you think I got started?
Is it? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, first time on YouTube, dude. I was, and I'm still the same person. I can still go over there and say, hey, but dude, my little, you know, dumbass. But you know what? Let me tell you something that was so interesting. They accepted me. I am me. I don't pretend to be anyone else. They were fine with it. Yeah, they crack jokes and I crack jokes back, of course. But no, in the end, you know, honestly, they're still kind of my family. Lisette, Frost, Dirty Dude, they're my family. I genuinely like them. In Lisette especially, I wish Lisette, god damn it, she Lisette doesn't know how I feel about that. She is wonderful. Lisette is the kind of woman, a black man, if he's on his game and worth a shit, she is who you
Or white
aspire
man,
to.
because race doesn't. We're post-racial now.
Motherfucker, Lisette is Lisette. I'm a black man.
You said a black man. I said a white man
motherfucker.
because we're
You want to
post-racial.
defend? You want to bring all that race shit into it?
You said a black man, motherfucker.
Lisette needs me.
Talking about that crazy lady, the light-skinned crazy one, to be cussing you out every time we run into.
No, it is.
Yeah, who is that? I forget who that was. She used to cuss him out every time she seen him.
Yeah.
No,
they had some kind of lovers thing going on. That's what that was.
No, that's where Dirty Dude threatened. Let me find no cut.
I remember one time you went over there.
No, it's Janet you're thinking of.
That's the one. Yeah, she out, dude.
Janet's awesome for cussing out Stanley.
There's some sexual energy there. That's
it's gotta be something.
There is. Well, here we go.
I swear to God.
Let me drop this link. And if you want to see someone get all upset at me going up there, I will drop this into this chat. Thank you, Dirty. Well, no, I'm going to drop the YouTube link. Don't go up to that StreamYard. Janet is loose.
Oh, man.
So click that link. And
headphones screaming, charge me, Stanley. But
I'm sorry, what?
My headphones screaming, charge me. But anytime I see you and Janet, on a panel, I want to tune into that shit.
You know what?
Anybody?
Janet had her chance. I actually liked her.
I'm a fan of anybody who's willing to cuss you out.
Yeah. Well, let me
But I
tell
do
you
root for
something.
you.
Let me tell you
Cute
something
red bone.
interesting about Janet. On YouTube, she's brave.
She's be brave. What do you mean?
No. She is brave. She on YouTube, she is a character. In private,
She would never disrespect Daddy Stanley like that, right?
no, I'm not saying
Right.
that.
Hey, I'm sorry, Big Dad.
She would be a Deacon Dave kind of wife.
What? Excuse me?
You heard me. You heard what I said. She will be subservient.
I'm not subservient. What do you mean? Who are you talking about? I'm
No,
confused.
I'm saying she would be a Deacon Dave approved wife. Maybe that's what I should have said.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
She
okay.
talks shit on the internet, but in person, no. She's
Okay.
actually she's a good person.
You
You know, I
tame
asked Tough Guy that like a couple days ago. I was like, because he was like, I'd never let my
Tough
wife put out.
Guy has some weird notions.
Yeah. I
That
flipped it on him. I was
motherfucker.
like, what if your wife lets you assume, like, she's the breadwinner, but she lets everybody assume you're
Tough
making
Guy's
the
never
decisions?
been married.
No.
He won't ever marry.
No woman. Look, there are some. Tough Guy is. He shouldn't be married. Let me put it that way.
Right. You talk that misogyny shit to me. I'm super misogyny.
Yeah, and you know what? You got lucky. You no black woman would have you.
No, and I didn't want that because I knew that.
No.
So
I
I'm
don't
smart
want
enough.
bullshit.
I'm smart enough to know that I can see the
No, you
field.
had to do Latina. I understand. where
Yeah,
you're
because I
coming
can
from.
see the field. That's why.
Yeah, I think that's two
No,
different types of misogyny,
what you could not. You don't like strong women.
No,
I
Dave's more of
don't.
a traditionalist misogyny. And
Oh,
then,
motherfucker!
Right,
I'm a
right.
traditionalist. Wait, hold it. I'm a traditionalist too. My wife stayed at home and she was a strong woman.
The difference
See,
between me and
let
Stanley
me
is
tell you
he
two
won't
little
admit that
boys.
he's a
No,
misogynist.
Dave.
I'm talking about
Dave,
compared
I've
to
heard your bullshit.
You won't
compared to
admit
Tough
it.
Guy,
I
though.
do.
Dave, let me, older than you, give you some advice. Strong
for it.
women are not the problem. It's weak men that are.
I'm not a misogynist.
I'm not. I literally said Dave.
No,
Where do
I
you
know.
come in
But
this?
like, where I
Where
was
do you
saying
come into this?
was this is because I was
I
saying
literally said Dave.
like Tough Guy and Dave are two
Why
different
are
types
you
of
talking,
misogynists.
John? Honestly,
Thank you.
I said Dave.
John's right though.
I don't give a fuck. I didn't say his name. Seriously, it's weak men. Dude, be stronger than your woman. If you want a strong woman, be stronger. Or don't pick her.
I don't want a strong woman. A strong woman's for
I'm not
a weak man.
I'm not talking about you as you are now. I'm talking about you giving advice to some young man. If you feel that your woman is stronger than you, then leave because you're not the right man for her. I don't fear women because I'm me. I've never met a woman who had the personality that was more masculine than me. And I read books, motherfucker, but I like strong women because I'm stronger, because I'm a man. And y'all, honestly, when I hear BGS and all you pussies theorizing about how to be a man, motherfucker, just be one. Y'all are theorizing about something that you should be. How to become a better man. Motherfucker, I just am. Y'all are weak. BGS, all that Black Manosphere bullshit, you have to theorize because you're just not there.
Oh, you're full
Kevin
of shit.
Samuels,
Shut up.
you worship Kevin Samuels.
You're full of shit, and you need to shut up because you need to learn what you're talking about before you talk about it.
You can say I'm full of shit, dude. I am.
You're definitely full of shit.
Of course, you would think that.
I don't need one of these fucking online
Motherfucker,
exams.
I am some book reader
find
from
it- I
Savannah,
find it
Georgia,
mighty
and I'm
funny.
a bit motherfucker. My father taught me how to be a man, and by the way, my mother taught me how to be a man. She was a
My
strong
dad,
woman.
my dad, a heavy foot runs in my family.
Maybe growing up
fuck?
with a strong female presence taught me how to, and you don't have to dominate, you don't have to be a dick, just be stronger.
You know what? My family has a history. It's in
I
the
don't give a
bloodline.
fuck about your
Let me
family.
finish what I'm saying. God damn it! Don't be rude. It's in my bloodline to have a heavy
Motherfucker.
foot. It's in my bloodline to have a heavy fucking foot on a
Yet
neck.
you are on board.
Whether you like it or not,
You
or
are
whether you
on
think it's
board with
socially
this.
acceptable
Dude,
or
you
not,
have to read.
this has nothing to do with
Let
Red
me ask
Pill,
you a
Kevin
question.
Samuels,
When
all
you're
that other
done,
bullshit.
I have a question for you.
Okay, good. We'll wait till I'm done. It has nothing to do with BGS, Kevin Samuels, or any other red pill manosphere rim bro like Sharon Bracey would say. It has nothing to do with that. Heavy foot, heavy boot on a neck. It runs in my family. It's in my bloodline, and that's why it works for me. Yeah, heavy boot theory. Heavy boot theory.
Yeah, okay. Well, let me tell you my theory. Be a gentleman and women
No, for
will like
what? You're one of those guys that would tell another man to be
Motherfucker,
himself.
I
That shit
literally
don't get him
just told
nowhere.
you're done now, so I can talk, right?
I wasn't. No, I didn't pause.
Are you?
You made a pause. No, but you're a man of pause, but I'm not. I didn't make a pause.
Son, treat a woman right and she will want to be with you.
Treating a woman right is subjective because these women have outrageous fantasies and all
Which
types
women?
of.
The one you pick?
That's sexist.
Whoa, whoa.
Yeah, Stanley sounds
We're
like the
not
sex.
talking about a corner. The woman you pick should be suited for you.
Like a woman, like what? You pig.
Yeah.
Like a woman.
Listen
Like a
to
woman
what
that's
I'm
not the right to
saying.
choose.
Listen to what I'm saying.
She chooses
The
you. You
woman, the woman
Right,
that is
right.
yours. Motherfucker, I'm not doing a Mormon thing. The woman that's right for you, treat her right.
Well, you
The
was on the
woman.
panel the day
Singular.
me and wait.
Single.
You was on the
The-
panel the day me and MOT was up here. You didn't have nothing to say to him, and I think his stance was way
Oh,
more harsh than
motherfucker.
mine.
Oh, you haven't been here? Dude, do you honestly think I won't, if I disagree with MOT, why the fuck would I have a problem disagreeing?
You think I actually believe you disagree with MOT?
Not politically.
Okay,
Dave, you listen-
politically.
You listen to Andrew Wilson, Dave? You ever listen to him?
No, I don't listen to none of these people.
Yeah, motherfucker. He would suck Andrew. No,
I
I'm
think
being a
he
little.
comes
I'm
forth
being a
like
little
Andrew.
rude. I'm being a little rude.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's so far off, Stanley. Don't even go there. I don't listen to Andrew Wilson. No, I'm
People
sorry.
think he's like a red pillar or something like that. That's not what he talks about. He's talking about like traditional marriage roles, man and woman. Like that's his thing. But he doesn't talk about red pilling like a woman's place is in the kid. I mean, he fucks around. He says like he says rough shit like that, but it's just joking around. Because people try to pin him as that, and then like he'll just go with it, and then he just piss off the woman when they're interviewing him. But yeah, he's traditional roles. His wife is a writer. She has her own thing going on. They raised 5 kids.
5 kids.
6 kids. One of his kids died. One of his and their
that
history of
sucks. That's
marriage.
probably the worst part about it.
Yeah, when he was like 10 years old, hanging out with his friend's older brother took the car and took him with him and crashed it driving down the street.
Oh, that's unfortunate, man.
Yeah.
I
He
couldn't
didn't tell that
imagine
story
losing
until
a kid.
recently. Yeah.
I could not imagine losing a kid, man.
Yeah. It was like 10 years ago.
That had to suck. So there's really nothing that could affect that guy's got to have thick skin from those experiences, and that's what people see. Like the way people cope with their their losses or issues or deep painful. Like most people don't understand that, man. Everybody copes different, man.
People there, man.
Yeah.
Some kind of self-hate.
Yeah, man, it's crazy.
Let's see if Janet
going on in door
responds.
number
I just
2?
said, hey.
Lighting a fuse on a piece of dynamite.
Oh, you're going in there.
Let me just ruffle her feathers a bit.
Who is Janet? I don't know these people.
That's the woman that be cursing him out.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay.
You holler this shit.
Look, there's another old guy that Stanley has to compete with.
Mackenzie thinks Janet is awesome.
He was talking, but he was saying something.
There's always a guy there, though. You notice that?
I'm not worried about all that.
Yeah,
Janet
the
Janet
wolf pack is what I
her
hate
own
about
thing.
the wolf pack mentality. Like when I see a female, it's like everybody's got to
it's
go
not
hit
like
the
that.
link and shit.
You would be wrong.
Every dude is gay.
Yeah, especially the gay one.
No,
That's the one
Empress
that did
Janet is actually
What up, Stanley?
she's cool.
What up, Stan? But yeah, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's the thing. And like people with their nerves and shit, right?
He think he gonna mumble his way into some pussy.
I should
Don't
be,
worry
I should
about
be
it.
hard, 'cause I
You
be
don't
talking low in my
understand what's
heart,
going
because
on.
look, and I ain't gotta just look, and I be like I'm on my phone. Niggas should be way more natural. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Choose
I
some real
told
shit.
you
But now,
I know these people.
but now,
Dave.
nigga, I don't even like being around niggas that's like nigga that's sitting there talking down on niggas and that shit. Like you look bad, bro.
Look, first decision away to fanatic.
This
shit, man,
is
that song.
West Coast.
Yes, niggas who love the hate. Yes. It's a song I dedicate to niggas who love that.
Y'all go over there, hang out.
Shirt is bright.
All I have to say is this is kind of where I started out on YouTube. Benji and Janet. I know them.
How'd you manage to piss off such a nice lady?
Because we kind of got close on the internet. You weren't there for all that?
No, tell me.
No, there was a whole thing. Because she came over on John Galt's channel and she was talking some shit. And I'll have to ask Portia or maybe even John that episode. Dude, she came up there talking some shit, and I had to pull out my Manosphere card.
I was there, dude. I remember.
Oh, okay. Well,
it.
John, dude, she went too fucking far, and I just fucking.
Yo,
You know,
Stanley,
I was-
I'm gonna be honest. Up until that point, that was the quietest I ever heard you on live stream when she came up. Like you guys had a history. You know, it was like, oh,
Yeah.
shit, she found
And
me.
you know what? Every now and again, we still interact on Benji's show. But no, she just went, she was talking some shit, and I had to put that goddamn shit down.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck are you doing, bitch? No, John, tell him.
That was
Tell
it
him.
the whole time, bro. He was like, what are you fucking doing?
Oh, she didn't say shit. She did not say shit because, dude, I wanted her to talk some shit, and I was just, dude, it's rare that I actually get
That was spicy.
that pissed off.
Dick, you might have been there
went
too.
way
I
too
might have,
goddamn
but
far.
I might not have been paying attention. I'll be halfway listening.
Yeah, I can't. Sometimes I can't remember whether it was a daytime show or
Tell
nighttime show.
all I
Back
have
then.
to ask you, John, did not, as a man, did I
As
not
a
put
man.
her ass in her place?
Yeah, you let her go for a minute though, and then it was just like, yeah, and then she calmed down.
Oh,
But usually you guys
motherfucker,
don't last long.
she knew, dude. She knew shit was gonna rain down. She
When you
went
told her, when you told her to calm down, she did calm down.
goddamn right she did.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, dude. I am, my father was like that too. I'm gonna give you rope. I'm gonna consider it fishing line. But bitch, when you go too far, I'm gonna reel your dumb ass back in.
Wow.
Don't ever forget you got a man.
Oh.
It's like, and no, I wasn't her man. But dude, you know what? She'd be a better woman if she had taken that choice. I just was not. Motherfucker. And I honestly, she is a good woman, but she's an internet woman.
I was gonna say, I'm, with all due respect, you
No,
might have dodged a bullet on that
she's
one.
actually talented. She's actually smart.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that it's somebody you'd want to be around all day long.
Right. Yeah, you can't think with your dick, Stanley. You can't look at every female from a relationship level.
We talked behind the scenes. We knew each other outside.
Did you spend 48 hours together, 72 hours together?
No, I've never actually met her. It was one of those YouTube things. But let me tell you an interesting story. And I was just kind of like, hey, it's okay. Dude, it was what is the not YouTube, it's one of those chat room things. I'd have to
Live, Omegle.
No.
Omegle's one I hear about. I don't know.
No, it's call room. It's actually
You're old as fuck. Call room.
No, where do all the Africans and the blacks meet? It's
Tinder?
No. It's a party line thing, but it's an app. And it still exists.
Oh, are you kidding me? The one that used to be on like BET late night where they would be like, call, we're hanging out. Everybody's talking.
No.
You remember that?
Hold on.
You remember that? Yeah, that's what he's talking about, bro.
No. It still exists and people do it.
It's like a virtual version, right? Like a virtual version. No,
you can get it on your phone. Give me one sec.
You know what I was thinking about the other day, Deacon? You remember Miss Cleo?
Yeah, call me now, Cleo. Please.
Why can I not think of the goddamn app?
Because he was on there being thirsty.
No.
Chasing them down.
I want to tell you a story. Janet expressed an interest in me.
Uh-oh. And you ruined it?
Dave, I was surprised when we were kind of internet friends and all this stuff. And then we were on one of these fucking.
Is it sort of like a Discord?
I wish I could no, it wasn't Discord. It's not YouTube, but someone in the chat help me out. It's like one of these.
Somebody help his ass because he can't remember shit.
Yeah,
All of a
well,
sudden.
you know, I'm old.
All of
It's
a
your time, long time ago. Been on so many different chat sites.
No,
I don't
this
have
one
that problem.
actually still look. We were on some game show thing, and you know, it was just some of her friends and all this stuff. So, you know, it was one of these, it was almost like a dating show thing. So
Love Connection.
she literally, no, it was not on TV, but she said, "Hey, I'm interested to get to know you more. I think we could be a couple." And I was shocked. I was like, "What?" Because, dude, I'm a goddamn nerd, and she is more discreet. But
Tell
no,
us how you
she
work. Tell us how you talk yourself out of that.
okay. I need you to let me finish the story before you
Oh, you
interject,
get
sir.
no sympathy over here, motherfucker. Tell us how you talk yourself
Motherfucker,
out.
did I ask for your sympathy?
I could
No,
run you.
I just ain't about sympathy. This is
Model plane crasher. I don't recall. I don't recall asking you for sympathy.
okay. Player to player. Tell us how you talk yourself out of the box.
I was kind of shocked that
All you had to do was sit there with a smile and have a Coca-Cola, and you fucked it up. Go ahead, tell us.
silly boy. I was shocked. You know, it's happened to me before. You know, some nerdy guy. You know, and this was like women she was talking to. You know, like, how do I get him to understand? I was fucking floored. Like, okay, you know, of course. So she came, you know, she expressed interest, and I'm like, okay, you know, we'll take some time because there's, you know, she's maybe 50 now, and I'll be 61. There's an age gap, and she lives much north of me. It would be a long distance thing, and I'm not sure. I'm not doing long distance unless it is super special. And I hate to say super before a word, but you know, I'm old. I can do that.
She was coming to live
So
with you.
that's how it started. I never. She made the first move, and she'll never tell you this.
The bullshit opinion. You know what I'm saying?
And
The open-ended opinion.
unfortunately,
You know,
I didn't think to record it because I didn't need to record it.
Appreciate you, Mackenzie.
She made the first move. I never would have. Motherfucker, I'm not that bold on the internet. She's batshit crazy.
Stanley, you like,
And you know
wow.
what?
Do that.
Mackenzie, I like characters.
That thing looks fast as heck, Deke.
This is not fast. It's a level 1. But it's what I was trying to put together the whole time. Baby Dave went to sleep.
Good for you. So, I like women who are interesting. Now, batshit crazy, yeah, that might be too far. But my wife was interesting, but she was much more stable. But you know what? I'm a swinging bachelor, and
Black fingers. Black fingers. Black fingers.
no, Janet, I don't know if this would be true. She would be a different woman. And part of I think she knew and I knew she's not to be tamed.
Whoa.
Because there would be none of this fucking, you know, this weird shit, this full out bullshit that she does on the internet. Nah, she couldn't. She
What are
couldn't
you
do that.
talking about, Stanley? That's what they do.
The motherfucker, if you don't know, I'm not going to tell you.
Like you, because you ain't around these type of.
There's no need for you to know, Dave. Play with your planes.
No, this is what the market does nowadays, Stanley. You know what the market
don't
does?
give a fuck about the market.
Are you surprised?
This is Stanley Cross. I don't do markets. I
This
get
is
what I
why I
want.
stayed. This is why I jumped out the market. I don't play that fucking shit.
I don't care what you did, Dave. This is
All right.
me, not you.
You're right.
Why
You're right.
why are you making the comparison?
I'm just saying I know what I know, and you're gonna figure it
And
out.
I know what I know. I know who I am, and I know what I will accept.
Something happened in the late '90s, early 2000s, mid 2010s,
Who
whatever,
cares? Who
and
cares?
shit has changed. I mean,
It's the
you
internet.
either
Who cares?
keeping up.
Who cares?
Okay, all right.
Dude, stop worrying about what happened to other people and control your situation.
No,
If
I like to
it
compare
sounds like
notes
your
because that's what a wise
situation
man
is
does.
under
Oh,
control,
no,
stop
wait.
worrying.
You can either
Stop
learn from
worrying.
experience or be wise and learn from other people's experience.
I don't give a fuck about other people's experience.
I know you don't.
Yes, you do.
No, actually, I don't. Honestly, John, if I care, I will ask you, what was your experience?
Whose picture is on your logo, dude?
Which my son?
No, on your logo.
It's a what the fuck is his name?
Oh, what? Frederick Douglass?
Frederick Douglass. You don't care about Frederick Douglass' fucking history story?
No.
You didn't know him.
Right.
No,
Good
I
example,
literally whoa before you run away with this, but this fake point you're trying to make. He's a historical figure.
It's a great point.
He's not anyone I've ever known.
What did you learn from him?
And here's the running joke. Portia thought my crazy hair looked like Frederick Douglass.
And
She knows that, I'm a Frederick Douglass fan.
Yeah.
It's a running joke. I
It's
don't, but the other thing I've also said, I don't have heroes. I have my parents, my father, my mother, and both of them were fundamental to who I am even at 61. If I had a hero, it would be Frederick Douglass.
Yes,
It's a
you said
running
that.
joke.
Yeah.
And Portia knows, y'all know, I don't want to be Frederick Douglass. I admire him, but he's not a hero.
Oh, you learned from his story. He's taught you things.
No, I learned from my parents. Honestly, no. I have knowledge from books, how to be a man, how to be a family person. Nope. From my parents. I've never read how to be a father from a goddamn book. I have a father. I ask him if I have questions. I even have a father-in-law.
Look at the dodge.
I have never read How to Be a Parent book.
Look at the dodge. Look at the length of the dodge. Look how far people go to dodge.
Yeah.
Dodge what?
Dodge Ram, motherfucker.
I'm lost. If I want to know a point about parenting, I got a father-in-law. I got at the time, and I've told this story about my son in second grade. He was making me pull my hair out. I had my sister, retired teacher, my mother at the time, retired teacher, my father, who I trust implicitly, and my father-in-law. Dude, I have resources. I don't need to read a book.
All right.
Sorry,
Well,
my dog's bugging.
Well, people listening, they would say that that's indication of you endorsing
I
not
don't give
reading
a
books.
fuck about the people listening. I'm talking to you.
But you just said you don't need to read a book. Now, when have you ever
I
said
don't.
that?
For parenting? No. No, seriously. I read history books. I read science.
Fucking
I
Jesus,
don't read
Stanley.
parenting. I don't read parenting books.
Take the joke, Stanley. It's just a joke.
Motherfucker, learn how to make better jokes.
Just take the jokes, man.
Okay, well, let's go back and listen to Your Darling Janet.
You know, $5. Go dance for that nigga.
These
I never did that
motherfuckers
before.
can be
Your number
weird.
two is a pimp,
I'll be like,
dude.
I'm
I don't know why I know this.
Stand right for me.
These are like pimps, dude.
No, I'm not gonna let y'all these, Benji and Janet are doing number two.
Stanley,
No,
pause this
Benji,
real fast, please. I think you might have got coerced into a pimp operation, dude. Like, look at this guy on the bottom left.
No, seriously. I've known them for like 3-4 years. You know, where they are now, I don't really go over there much.
This dude doing number two looks like a pimp. Look at his shirt.
No, he's not
it's
a
illuminating.
pimp. He might be a pimp now, but no, he's not.
The guy in the bottom right looks like he's the doorman, and this one on the other hand
You
left, he
are,
looks like he's another
I'm
pimp.
telling you right now, door number 2 is Benji. Janet, I know.
You know what that purple
they're-
drink is in her cup, Stanley? That's
I don't give a fuck.
Permethazine. What is that shit called?
Promethazine.
Yeah, that's called lean. That's cough syrup, like Robitussin and shit.
Yeah, motherfucker.
Jolly
Back
Rancher
when I
and
was in
Sprite.
college, it was Roboing. That's
that what it
they
was?
used to call it.
Yeah, they
Yes.
put that shit in
Honestly,
songs.
the Robitussin, Roboing.
They used to mix it with Jolly Ranchers and Sprite.
I don't know about any of that. I never did that shit. That's
Nah, I never.
ridiculous.
No, I've only smoked weed and drank. That was
But
it.
anyway, my point, Empress and door number 2, Benji. Dude, I still Lisette, Frost, Dirty Dude, who actually Dirty Dude is like the smartest motherfucker of all of us over there. They come Dirty Weather, and motherfucker, these people come over every now and again.
Yeah, Dirty Weather was over here the other day.
Yeah,
Not too long.
I know him from Benji's channel.
Okay.
We've known each other a year or two before I ever got my own channel. Dude, I keep telling y'all, I had a whole life in another sphere.
Yeah, that's how it goes. You gradually go to different places and you meet new people.
You just hate the management.
CT was literally CT and I tell the story, he still does that. CT, that was, dude, I was dragging somebody on his fucking panel and he kept going to CT and I just got pissed off and said, stop going, CT, save me. It was some dumb joke like that. CT's the man. We will never agree politically, but CT's a good impresario.
Impresario. How do you spell it?
You don't know what an impresario is? Oh shit! I've lost 2 viewers.
What is the origin?
IMPRESSO, impresario. Oh, I'm sorry, IOSSIO, impresario.
I'm just messing around.
Someone who is, knows talent, and basically it's like a manager, talent agent.
I'm messing around, Stanley. You've accused me of being that before.
I know the words I use, sir.
Good job, Stanley. Man, look at I got a little stash going. Wow. I'm gonna have to rent me a space.
All right. Well, I need to wrap this shit up because I need to go and make me an omelet. Luckily, I have all the vegetables and stuff like that. cut up. And I will miss y'all. RLM is live, and I will recommend Miss RLM.
That's where I'm heading.
And no, oh, by the way, I wanted to also recommend this. Hold on one second. And I think I put this in the show notes. Motherfuckers, I haven't made it yet, but this looks goddamn delicious. Get it. I'll do it from scratch with chicken and plantains.
Pull up, DJ. I'll ask Balba about it.
Yeah. It's in the chat. I'm sorry, it's in the show notes. And if you need it, dude, I have a whole chicken and I do have chicken parts. It'll be probably towards the end of the week before I get around to this. This looks goddamn delicious. It's that looks hella good.
I've never eaten another grain of fucking rice in my life.
What?
Yeah, well, that's your problem. Who cares?
I can't eat rice one more time in my life. I'm good.
Damn. Oh well, wife's
Dave, we don't give a fuck.
Is your wife Spanish?
Yeah, white Spanish.
Yeah, so you having it 3 more times this week?
3 more times today.
This motherfucker, I can't eat another black bean.
Yeah, I'm good.
You know exactly what that is.
Motherfucker, eat the goddamn rice. You're black.
I don't just cause what? What?
Yeah, motherfucker, I said it.
You eat a chitlin. You eat a chitlin then, motherfucker.
Okay, rice is not chitlins.
I don't see that as black food. Like for me,
yeah, you don't see a lot of things, Dave. You are running away from blackness.
Yes, I am. I don't want to be black. I want to be.
You remember how Scooby-Doo and the Scooby-Doo cartoons, when they were trying to escape, they do that shit.
Americano.
Yeah.
Dude, you literally look silly.
You gotta steer the kids towards an Asian, and you know what I mean? It's like the whole world.
Dude, dun. Saturday morning cartoons. Dude, don't do that.
I think about that too, man. Like, yeah, that's the melting
Hong
pot,
Kong Phooey. You remember Hong Kong Phooey?
Yeah, I remember Hong Kong Phooey.
Hong Kong Phooey. Motherfucker, don't be Hanna-Barbera.
Hanna-Barbera. That's exactly where that's coming from.
By Captain Cape. Captain Cape.
Oh, goddamn.
That was
dude. You know what? I want to go back to those racist days. The cartoons were fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Where's the racism? I miss racism.
Yeah, motherfucker. Tune in to John Galt. You'll get your daily dose.
No. Listen, I had to talk to my daughter, right? Today she wanted to go back. She wanted to go to this place. It's called Wayback Burger. So I'm like, cool, I'll take you there. She said, I'm gonna call and order mine ahead. All right, whatever. I don't want nothing. So I took her there. I go in there.
What were they serving? Nigger burgers?
Yeah. That was like a 50s days.
No, this is worse. No, this is worse than that, Stanley. Hear me out. So this doesn't even make sense, right? So I go in there and it's straight up Indians in a burger joint. How does that work? Don't they worship the cow?
Goddamn burger is how it works.
Don't they worship the cow? Don't they rinse and piss? Don't they patty the
bitch? They're living in the USA.
I don't give a fuck.
They're cooking it. They don't have to eat it.
How long have they been living in the USA, Stanley?
Who cares?
Don't they worship the cow?
Why are you even asking these
You're
dumb
missing the point, and this fucking
You
empathetic
have no
bullshit you're on.
point, Dave.
You're full of
If you
shit, dude.
had a goddamn point,
I have a
you'd have
great
made it.
point. I'm a
If you
xenophobic
had
motherfucker.
a
I
point,
miss my racism.
No, they're not
honestly,
all
Dave.
cowards.
Honestly, Dave.
What
Do
is
you know
wrong
what
with
you
you guys,
sound?
man?
Whoa,
You
whoa,
are
whoa,
the
whoa.
problem
Do
with
you
fucking.
know? Yeah, I don't accept that dumb dude. You miss racism.
You are the
Well,
problem.
motherfucker, dude.
You are the
Create your own
problem.
racism. No, I'm the
Yes, I
solution,
did.
bitch.
It's called xenophobia.
Stanley, it's because we didn't grow up in that like that you grew up in. Like it's not as serious for us.
Motherfucker, I'm not that old.
No, but I'm saying
No,
like
you're old enough to
See,
say
I
like
know what
civil
goddamn
rights. You're the
racism
civil rights
is. Is
generation.
that your point?
No, the 80s is different to grow up in the 80s and the 90s were way
Okay,
different. than the 60s
bitch.
and 70s.
I grew up in the 80s and I was in my 20s and 30s in the 90s. Dude, I know what the fuck racism is, and you pussies don't know what racism is.
We're trying to explain that to you. Like, that's why you're making a joke about it. It's not
motherfucker,
that serious.
you really want to explain what racism is to me?
No,
I'm gonna tell you what you are. You
Dude,
are white
y'all sound
supremacy
like
because
y'all sound like
this is why you're
a
white supremacy. This
carnival.
is why.
Y'all sound like a carnival of idiots. Explain racism to me.
Yeah, you went
This
through a
is
different type.
Bitch, I have parents, one of them still alive, who can tell you stories that'll make your toes curl
That's what I'm
about
saying.
Jim Crow. No, y'all, you don't want to go back to racism. And flippant Dave here, ooh, I miss racism. Motherfucker, you have no goddamn clue how ridiculous you sound, boy.
I
You
miss
need,
it.
like people to be honest about how they feel. if they're
Motherfucker,
racist.
you never experienced it. That's
No,
why you
I've
miss it.
seen. Listen, I'm old enough in places where I've seen it. I've heard people say it right to people's faces.
No, you
I've
haven't,
seen
John.
racism. Now I didn't go through the time.
John.
No, I've seen it, but I haven't seen it to where there was
I've
nothing that they could
seen
be done
it.
about it.
Motherfucker, seeing
I've
it
heard
is not
motherfuckers drop the
experiencing it.
M-bomb and
You
get
sound like a silly boy.
No, I come from a different time, Stan. That's all it is. It's
Motherfucker,
not-
how close
I know
are you
your
to
time was a lot
60
different.
How close are you to 61?
Stanley had somebody else's spit
Okay,
and saliva
you
all over
silly
his face.
boy Dave. Silly boy Dave. Silly boy Dave.
Your version of racism is
you
spit
are like
in the face.
some of the
My version of
Dave,
racism is you
let me
talking
be
about getting
honest
spit
with
in the
you.
face.
You sound like, dude, you sound like
John, am I lying?
white boy. You sound like a white fraternity boy with that I miss racism bullshit.
I do.
You
I do,
literally-
Stanley,
you
because of
literally-
9/11.
You literally sound dumb to me.
And 9/11, 2001, the country came. The
My
country,
history is not.
the country came together.
9/11 was the
I
worst thing to
don't
ever.
know what it's like to
Dude,
feel
you-
somebody else's leather chaps
Then
coming down on
shut
my
the
back
fuck
like
up
that.
if you don't know. Shut the fuck up.
Your version
Seriously,
of racism
Dave.
is the real shit.
Dave, that I miss racism shit will work on CT's
Yours is the
channel,
real
and
shit. That's what I'm saying. Context matters.
It is fake shit.
Yeah.
Dave, you will get claps on CT's channel with the miss racism shit. On
I
this
do.
channel, we scoff at stupidity.
Yeah,
And you
stupidity
sound,
is those
you
who
sound,
can't
you sound
understand what the fuck I'm
awfully
talking about. I
stupid.
clearly know what I'm talking about. You're not
Dave,
gonna let
you
nobody
can-
say it,
Dave,
but I know what I'm
Dave.
saying.
You have no motherfucking clue.
You've wiped hawkers out of your eyes. I'm not talking about that shit.
Deacon Dave, you're playing with planes.
You wiped hawkers.
You don't read books. You have
Your version
motherfucker.
of racism.
You literally. All I need you to do is say that to SKC. SKC will pat you on the back and go, "Good boy, Dave."
No, I'm talking about relative. Like, listen, my time was different than yours.
Motherfucker, you have no clue. You don't have Dave. Don't get out of your shallow pond. You have
All right,
no
man.
clue. You talk about relative, Dave. You don't have the command of concepts. You don't have conceptual knowledge.
You just know racism.
No, I know what racism is, and you joke about it. That's how shallow.
Because
That's
you won't
how
let nobody say
shallow
what
I
they're
think.
saying. You won't let
Honestly,
nobody say what they're saying when they say
motherfucker.
it.
See, this is why I don't like dealing with these old YNs. You have no fucking clue what racism is. I don't, for that matter. But I'm one generation away of knowing about it. I literally, motherfucker, don't talk. You
You're not
listen.
even referencing the
Bitch,
racism
if
you
you
experience.
say another goddamn word, Dave, I'm putting you in the back. You will
Well, put
listen.
me in the back then, motherfucker. How about
Then
that?
there you go.
Let's go.
Brave choice. Dude, you know not of what you speak, Dave. You miss racism. Bitch, you're a fool. You are one of these old YNs, but mostly YNs. Dude, you don't read books. You don't know what the fuck. It sounds glib. It sounds funny. Take that shit back to your manosphere. Take it over to goddamn fucking what's his name? Who's that gay idiot with the lisp?
I don't know.
Stop it, Dave. Stop sounding like you wouldn't wish racism, Jim Crow. Dude, you have kids. Your rhetoric is reckless.
How can I miss Jim Crow if I never lived during
Motherfucker,
Jim
and
Crow?
you're still
You sound
goddamn
ridiculous.
talking.
You're not even listening.
No, bitch, you're not reading. You're not listening. I said what I said, and you want to come up. Dude, sniff your glue and glue your planes back together and go fly them. You're better at that than conceptual thinking. You don't know what you're talking about, but you want to do that manosphere bravado bullshit.
Foam glue is non-scented.
John, what do you have to say?
Know your history, son.
I'm just gonna. You're back, but I'm gonna ignore you. John, what you got?
Stanley accused me of knowing Jim Crow
Motherfucker, I'm
racism.
talking to John. It's
How would
better
I
for
know
you.
Jim Crow
It's better
racism? I'm
for
not that old,
you.
motherfucker.
It's better for you if I talk to John. John,
I'm not Jim Crow racism old though, Stanley.
dude, you are so retarded in your fucking understanding of what I'm talking about. No, Dave, you laugh. I'm not. Seriously.
Nah, you took it off the rails. So it's funny at this
Your
point.
kids honestly need a father who understands what racism is and what could happen if you want. Dude, you literally said you miss racism and never knew what it was. Damn, dude. That's some reckless shit. John,
Anyway, are you done?
motherfucker, are you done?
No, Stanley, let me ask you an honest question.
No. Whose panel is this?
Let me ask you an honest question. We only got a few minutes. We gotta go.
I don't have to go anywhere, bitch.
How can a culture that worships the cow
I don't
serve the
give a
cow?
fuck. It's dude. I already know it's a dumb question when you're talking about culture.
How can a culture that worships the cow serve a cow to eat?
Goalpost. I
Probably,
don't care about
Muslim.
your question.
Probably
Culture
Muslim Indians.
has nothing to do with it. Your question was stupid.
How can a culture that worships the cow serve
You're gonna
cows?
keep asking that stupid question, and I'm gonna keep telling you it's stupid.
Tell you what,
Do
this
you
picture
think
makes
my mind is going to change?
Yes. Just like
It's a dumb
American
question.
serving cat
It
burgers.
is a literal dumb question.
That's like American serving dog burgers to
Yeah, dog burgers. It's gonna get smarter if I let you go on, right?
You're missing the point.
Dave, you have no point, Dave.
Just because you know about Jim Crow racism don't mean I don't have a point, motherfucker.
It does.
Dog burgers are heartbreaking.
Yeah, imagine like a pit bull dog burger. My menu has pit bulls,
You know
has
what?
Dobermans.
You're starting to make Sugar Bum look smart.
I told you that's my homie. I ain't mad at that.
Motherfucker, your homie's smarter than you.
Homie burgers. Imagine me cutting up sugar bun and making hamburgers out of sugar bun.
I actually think he's clever. You need to come up to Sugar Bum's level.
Stop it. You didn't ever talk to Sugar Bum on the panel.
Did I stutter, bitch?
Stop it.
I didn't even stutter.
I don't know why we got to do this. Why we got to do this, Stanley?
You miss racism is why we're doing it.
I do. I miss black white. I don't like this.
Dude,
I don't like this Indian, this rug burn shit. I don't like rug burn.
I'm gonna have to put this dumb fuck in the back. Dude, do you know how offensive it is to an actual black man to hear a supposed black man go that he misses racism? Dude, that is offensive. And to be honest, the only reason you come back on this panel is I kind of respect you. Dude, I can't imagine something that a YN like you would say being more offensive. You miss racism, bitch. No, you see this chuckling like a white boy. Yeah, you're done, Dave. Run along. John, I think I have been offended to a point to where I can't recover. This motherfucker misses racism.
Just shut it down 1:30. I appreciate you having me up as always. It's awesome. I was listening today, so it's always been good shows all week long.
Yeah, we'll get better over the years. Deacon Dave, think about how much you miss racism and report back to me later. Folks, see y'all.
Later, y'all.
I miss racism. Ooh, boy. That is real. Yeah. With all that we have given them, we should own perhaps at least one half of this asset. The revenues generated because of it. And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain.
Well, I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fearing his shoes, library brave.
The MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put. They will. And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today. And I know.
I'm Stanley, baby.